FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Ball just on the Detroit side of the 50. Slovis steps up to the center. Eli Cox takes a knee, and it is over. The preseason comes to an end with a dominating performance by the Texans, 26-7. They go 2-1 on the preseason, and look forward at L.A. Let's go. Houston, ready for the Rams.
All of our coaches, is important for me to get input from everyone. Our position coaches, special teams coaches, we're all in this together. So it's not just ultimately the decision will come down between myself and Nick. Again, it won't be a rash decision because we've been thinking about this for a while, and it all works itself out in the end. And I know we'll have, whoever those 53 guys are, we're going to have 53 tough guys who are mentally and physically tough and ready to hit the season run.
All right, so that's the project now for the next 24 hours or so. Put a roster together based on training camp, based on what they've seen in the offseason, based on the 3 games. You heard the final call right there. Mark Vandermeer on the call. The Texans win on Saturday 26-7 over the Detroit Lions, and the preseason is over. And now our long 13-day wait begins for week 1 to get here. Welcome in, everybody. I am Sean Pendergast on a Monday. He is Seth Payne. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm still perpetually peeved that the NFL decides to take Labor Day weekend off.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll work on Christmas, but Labor Day, no, it's sacrosanct. We will not work on Labor Day weekend.
It's a long 2 weeks, man. You have to.
And it's more, it's not that they're honoring Labor Day. It's that they just, especially in the Northeast where people start school after Labor Day.
Yeah.
I think it's people just they don't get the viewership on Labor Day that they want. So.
Yeah.
The Texans last year announced all of their final cuts basically right at the deadline. All of you who are refreshing your social media every 15 minutes trying to figure out what's going on.
It's a fool's errand.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a few leaks here and there just, if the Texans are trying to see if there's interest for a trade or something like that.
Yeah.
But by and large, you're probably not going to hear a lot of news until tomorrow. That's what I suspect. I might be completely wrong on that. Maybe they changed their tactics.
Well, some teams have had cuts so far. You're right. I mean, D'Amico said we're going to take we don't just do this willy-nilly. We're going to take a good, strong look at it. And this is granted, there are a few positions that I think the depth resides on other teams' rosters right now, probably, the back end. The secondary might be one of those. There may be 1 or 2 other position groups where the Texans will be shopping around to see what recyclables people have put at the end of their driveway. But this is going through the exercise, and we'll go through it a little later in the show at 7 o'clock and look at it a little deeper. This is absolutely the deepest team they've had since D'Amico Ryans got here. There's no question about that.
Yeah, this is the first time, and a lot of our listeners have echoed that comment, that this is the most closely they've been watching the back end of the depth chart, and where it feels like, oh, man, one of these running backs is probably going to get cut, and it's going to hurt a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think people have formed an affection for Jawhar Jordan. How could you not? He's a small guy that runs like a big guy, or at least tries to. He goes between the tackles. He's brave. He's flashed in the preseason.
He's looked good. That's the big thing.
I guess
he's flashed. Yeah. That's the big thing.
But especially as a smaller guy. You love the smaller guys that just do everything.
For sure.
Everything that a smaller guy needs to do all that. It looks like he is.
Yeah.
But he might just get squeezed out because of numbers. British Brooks, likewise. So there's a lot of guys that people really, really like, and hopefully the Texans can keep on the practice squad, but who are at risk of being cut in the next 24 hours or so.
Yeah, we'll go through some of those battles here. I think we'll do it more at 7 o'clock when we got a little bit more room to kind of spread the whole thing out here. It feels to me, Seth, after doing kind of the chicken scratch math on the back of a napkin last night, it feels like there's about 6 or 7 spots that are in a state of flux right now, kind of fluid, and there's like 14 or 15 guys going for those 6 or 7 spots right now. We'll lay out all the names and stuff later in the show. As far as the game on Saturday goes, the end result, that's not going to impact the Texans nor the Lions one iota during the regular season. I do think there are a couple of takeaways I had from it, though, that were encouraging to me that do map more towards big picture stuff. And the first is the depth. That is your depth out there fighting against another team's depth. These last two games, the win over the Panthers and the win over the Lions, look, you won those two games by a combined 46-10. Your backup guys, I don't know if they're more talented than the Lions guys, but this kind of goes to my second point, which is the way that they've executed. I don't care if it's been the 1s, 2s, or 3s out there on either side of the ball. This is at least an indicator of on the offensive side especially, a better coached team than last season.
Yeah, and I think you already started off taking everything with a grain of salt in the preseason, but then last week especially, because it was the Panthers, who were a bad football team last year, one of the worst defense. You take that with an extra grain of salt. Mm-hmm. This week, it's going against the Detroit Lions, and it sounds like they had a very competitive joint practice on Thursday when it was 1s versus the 1s. But then when you get into the depth, your team is really taking another good team's depth to the woodshed.
Yeah.
So that's good to see, and I don't think it's something that we would have seen in the preseason last year necessarily. Yeah. Graham Mertz, I don't know where the hell that came from.
Dude.
14-16, and the 2 incompletions might have just been miscommunications between him and the receiver.
Yeah.
So it was even better than the 14 of 16 might suggest. He didn't make a bad pass. He had the miss, the one to Cephas in the end zone where Cephas tapped his chest on the way back to the huddle, and I think he just, because the ball was placed right there in bounds. If he had just looked for it earlier and gotten outside, and then there was the one down the sideline. Likewise, it dropped exactly where the wide receiver could have caught it along the sideline.
Yeah.
So whether it was miscommunication or whatever, I mean, he was. For all intents and purposes, he basically had a perfect first half.
He did, yeah. He was 14-16 for 145 yards. Well, the Cephas one, too, they went right back to it on the other side of the end zone.
Right,
to Cephas. It's almost like it's like, well, let's try it again. Let's get it right. And apparently Cephas had a catch like that in the joint practice on Thursday as well. I don't think he's making the team. There were a lot of these receivers who aren't going to make the team who had really good games on Saturday.
That Cornell Powell, who started off on the TV broadcast. I felt so bad for Cornell Powell because Tremon Smith had a nice return.
Yeah.
And he was misidentified as Cornell Powell by the broadcasters. They quickly corrected it. But I felt bad for Cornell Powell. I was like, oh, man, guy gets they get all excited about him. His parents might have gotten excited for a brief moment.
Him.
Yeah, but then he goes off.
Yeah.
He goes off in the game.
Yeah,
good for you, Cornell Powell.
6 catches for 63 yards. Quintez Cephas had 4 catches for 51 yards and a touchdown. Now, he did juggle a ball that turned into an interception, so that wasn't good for old Cephas. But none of these guys are making the team, but some of them may get brought back on the practice squad. I mean, the guys playing in the second half of that game are campaigning just as much to get a jersey on the practice squad as the guys in the first half are campaigning to make the 53 or work their way up the depth chart. There's a lot of fighting going on out there.
Yeah, and they've, Cephas has been here before, but both those guys, I think one of those guys at least might have made himself gotten himself an insurance policy if he doesn't get picked up elsewhere, because I think the Texans are going to want to keep at least one of those guys.
When you were a rookie, you were drafted in the 4th round. Did you on this day? The day or 2 days after the final preseason game where they're cutting down the roster, did you think you were making the team?
Yeah, I was pretty sure. I think a coach had basically told me,
really?
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay,
and I'd had a pretty good preseason.
Yeah.
I knew from the offensive lineman that I was probably going to make the team.
Okay, yeah, because the next day, the next 24 hours, from everybody you talk to who've been on the bubble before, is they're sitting around hoping their phone doesn't ring. If your phone rings, that's a bad
kind of a shock to me was when I started seeing guys from my rookie class get cut.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I showed up at the facility as a couple of them were walking out, and I stopped and talked to one of them, and it was, you got to remember, for a lot of guys, this is like the first time in their life they've ever been rejected from a sports team.
That's right.
You go through your entire life, usually being one of the best guys on every team you've been on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you've got a football team picking you last at recess, or not picking you at all.
Not even picking you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even.
They're like, no, I'm going to take the kid that eats his boogers.
Yeah.
No, we're not taking you.
And sometimes you don't get picked because you're the new kid and you just moved in. They don't know what you can do. This is after watching you for 8 jillion snaps through the preseason. They're like, yep, we watched you, and we still don't want you.
I saw that kid get his shoelaces tied up in the jungle gym. There's no way in hell we're having him on our team.
That's right.
So it's a shock to the system when you've been rejected for the first time in your life like that. And, I remember seeing one of the guys in my rookie class, I could see he had tears in his eyes and everything. He's just walking out.
Yeah, man.
Bad.
Yeah, a lot of them, it's the last time they
Get a hold of yourself, man.
Like the Godfather, shaken by his lapels. You can act like a man.
Gave him the old movie slap. Front and back slap.
With a glove. You pulled a glove out of your pocket and slapped him in the face.
You're going to pick yourself up off the turf, and you're going to get back in there. He actually ended up doing really well.
That's good.
Financial.
Oh, not in football, though. Yeah.
No.
What's your biggest concern still coming out of training camp?
Is in the secondary, and D'Angelo Ross did not help me feel any better about that. The D'Angelo Ross
he won't be
missing
here,
an arm tackle on that kickoff return. That's what started it off for me.
You mean D'Angelo Ross?
Who is that?
Who's on the team for special teams purposes?
Who is that just casually throwing the left arm in the direction of the returner before he goes another 30 or 40 yards? Oh, and then, okay, great. I guess this Tesla has been having a great camp and whatnot, but I don't know. Could you put up a fight a little bit?
Yeah.
So the depth in the secondary right now is a lot of guys who have been the depth in the secondary in previous seasons when we've thought, I'm not so stoked about depth in the secondary.
No. MJ Stewart might be starting at safety for you in week 1 if C.J. Gardner-Johnson doesn't come back. That's not ideal. Like guys like Tremont.
It's not ideal, but it's also MJ. I'm not as concerned about the one safety. I like C.J. Gardner-Johnson a lot better.
Of course.
They've played good defense out there with MJ Stewart on the field.
Yeah.
The cornerbacks are just so crucial.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't feel all warm and fuzzy inside about it.
That Jalen Smith, the third-round rookie, is as vital to the infrastructure of the secondary right now. You're right, is an indicator. He's been a pro for 2 months or whatever it is, and now, if Jalen Smith goes down, you drop off a cliff at that slot corner spot.
Well, and that's where too, if Jalen Petrie goes back and plays safety, then, or if Miles Bryant goes back and plays safety, then that depth at cornerback is tested even more.
Yep. All right. So we'll get into that. I think that is coming out of camp, but overall pretty good. Now, running back. By the way, Astros take 3 out of 4 from the Orioles this weekend. We'll dig into that at 6:45 today on the show. We had Damian Pierce on the postgame show on Saturday. And Damian Pierce, always brutally honest, assessing himself, but I think also let us in a little bit, at least for him, on what the issues were last season for Damian Pierce. This is some audio you won't want to miss. This was Damian Pierce on the postgame on Saturday. We'll hit that coming up next. Stay there.
What are your issues with your retirement plans? And the biggest issue,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, it felt amazing, man. It's been a long 4.5 months for me, but I'm just glad to put the pads on and get them back popping, man, just in time for the season.
All right, so that was Damian Pierce on the post-game show on Saturday. Clint Stoerner and I talked to him after the game. 7 carries, 17 yards, so in the box score, nothing major. I thought he had a couple of runs, though, that looked like the old Damian. You know, there was a lot of moving forward with his runs, I thought,
yeah.
Seth.
Well, and I think with the run game in general in that game, the box score didn't look great for any of the running backs, really. But when you look at the way the game went, the really encouraging thing was there were a lot of runs for first downs.
Yeah.
And they had 13 first downs by the run, 13 first downs by the pass. I think the Lions had 7 total first downs in the game. The Texans were they just dominated the game in a lot of ways. But the really interesting thing was, okay, you're getting run for 2 yards here. You're getting a run for 4 yards there. You're getting a 3-yard run, but it's for a first down.
Yeah.
The number of third and shorts in that game, like 2/3 of the third downs were 3rd and 5 or less.
Yeah.
And it's just you look at the Chiefs last year. They didn't have great offensive numbers, but you know what they did? They got to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 a lot, and they played good team football. And like the Texans were the exact opposite. C.J. Stroud had the second most 3rd and 10 pluses in the league last year.
Yeah. Numbers are interesting because I think if you're a team that averages like 4.5 yards a carry or more, it doesn't really matter how you get to that number. You're probably a pretty good offense. The Texans, if I'm not mistaken, if you take out Mertz's 2 scrambles and the 2 kneel downs at the end of the game, averaged about 3.9 yards per carry in that game, and they ran the ball a lot. Jawar Jordan had 15 carries. Damian had 7. There were other backs that were carrying the ball in there. And Woody Marks had a bunch of carries, 6 carries, I think, in that game. The 3.9 yards per carry is interesting because that's about what the Texans averaged last year. The problem last year is so often they would average 3.9 yards per carry because Joe Mixon would break off a 60-yard run, and then everything else for the rest of the game would be this slog that was either run stuffs or negative runs.
Yeah.
And this 3.9 yards, to your point, was, hey, it's getting them in 2nd and 7. Hey, that's getting them in 3rd and 3. That, to me, when you have a team that's just not an explosive run game, tell me what the down and distance situations are. You know, because, again, the number they averaged per carry in that game on Saturday was about what they did last season, but they're able to stay on the field. They're able to control the clock. Guys that were doing this on Saturday are going to be on the field come week 1 against the Rams, but the hope is, and when the glimpses we've seen of the ones in situations, they, too, have been able to do that.
No, and I think that, so when we get to Damian Pierce here and some of the things he's talked about, it's very clear in him talking about Nick Kayley and perhaps how it compares a little bit to Bobby Slowick, that there's a completely different mindset when it comes to the run game this year.
Yep, let's get to that. Here was Damian Pierce. Now, take a listen to this. Clint and I both looked at each other. He brought up Bobby by name in this cut right here. This was Damian Pierce. Clint asked him about, hey, your role in this scheme versus your role in last year's scheme.
Man, I'm one of the guys who like seeing the whole line of scrimmage. Nothing against Bobby, but, we was, kind of precedent on the outside zone and going lateral before we go vertical. But Kayley, he has a whole different approach to the run game. He likes a lot of duos, counters, tight zone. And, periodically, he likes to throw a few tosses in there. But, like I said in the earlier interview, Kayley kind of knows how to cater to the guys on the field and our skill sets. So I feel like when he see me in the game, he keeps my shoulders square because that's when I'm at my best, I'm my most dangerous and I'm my most comfortable. So that definitely is some truth to what the commentator was saying. I feel good. Hopefully I look good out there, man. I'm just glad to be back out there.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a shot at Bobby Slowick. I think it's just 2 different methodologies, and that this one fits Damian Pierce better. And Nick Kayley is just by virtue of his play calling all throughout training camp, both in practice and in the this is an offense that he wants to be about blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
That he wants to win physical battles, and he wants his running backs to always, as D'Amico says constantly, every time he talks about running backs, he talks about running behind your pads. Like D'Amico, who's so good at kind of simplifying things for players and just letting them understand what the assignment is.
Yeah.
I think they want those 2 extra yards you get. keep it from being instead of 2nd and 10, it's second and 7, and you can work with that and just above all else, just keep moving forward. And that's what the run game is going to look like. And then the next test is, all right, you get into the regular season. Okay, which of these guys are? It's one thing to bully people in the preseason. It's another thing to bully people in the regular season when all the starters are out there. That's the next big test.
Yeah, and I think Damian ends up making the team in part because I don't think Joe Mixon is going to. My gut tells me Joe Mixon isn't going to start the season healthy. We haven't even seen Joe Mixon like out at practice. Like he's been persona non grata. And for people who, if Damian ends up making the team, for people who are confused about that, maybe, hey, Jawar Jordan's looked better. Damian hasn't practiced at all. They kept Damian around last year when he was not a scheme fit at all.
Yeah.
My guess is that there's a big part of them that does want to see what Damian looks like fully activated in this scheme.
And
something that fits him better.
The two guys that have been injured and haven't done much in training camp are Damian Pierce and Christian Harris. Those are the two guys on either side. And about, okay, what exactly are we going to see? I don't think either of them looked nearly like the most impressive versions of themselves. And Christian Harris got about 13 snaps in the game. And he did, wasn't awful, but also didn't really show up and do some of the things that we've seen him do. Didn't necessarily have any opportunities to go sideline to sideline. I mean, his range is one of the things that's really impressive. Didn't get tested in coverage all that much. But you're almost taking a baseball mentality at this point. I think the coaches are, where they know what the upside of both these guys are. They know that they're coming back from injury. And now it's just a matter of, okay, hey, we got Lance McCullers coming back into the fold. Let's see how he does. Is that the name you wanted me to use?
Yeah.
Is that the name?
No. Use Javier. Oh, no, wait.
How about Jordan? Okay, we got Jordan coming back. As Jordan goes, so will go my optimism about Christian Harris and Damian Pierce.
There you go. If you're looking to feel good about Nick Kayley and how this team is being coached, this was Damian Pierce when we asked him about pass protection by the running backs. It sure does look like you guys have been more on point with that here in the preseason than you were at the end of last year. What about that, Damian?
Wholeheartedly agree. Well, for one, it starts with Kayley and Cole. Cole is like our offensive line coach. So those two guys do a great job of, making it clear and concise for everyone, not just the running backs, everyone involved in pass protection, from the quarterback to the O-line to us, and then even the receivers being dialed in on their hots. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to those guys. And then just to add, being more concise on it, our running back coach, Coach DD, does a great job of making sure we're mentally and physically prepared every day, whether it's drills, whether it's film, whether it's just walking and talking. That's probably the most we spend our time on in the running back room is pass pros. Because, DB has this thing, he says, we know how to run the ball. We wouldn't be here if we didn't know how to run the ball. So just make sure we protect the ball and protect the quarterback. So we spend a lot of time on that, and everybody's done a great job of buying into it and just, putting our pride and joy into it. We're very prideful about pass protection. We're very prideful about keeping 7 off the dirt because, when 7 is clean, we have a great chance of winning the football game.
Of the things that have jumped out in the preseason, if I could have a wish list of the things I would carry over into the regular season, if that's not at the top of the list, it's pretty damn close.
The pass protection.
The improvement in the pass protection.
Right. Now, that one I looked at as, I don't think Damian was trying to take a shot at Bobby Slowick, but I interpreted it as a shot at Bobby Slowick. And that my biggest complaint with Bobby was it always seemed like he was hell on wheels on the whiteboard. When it came to actually coaching things, I never got the sense that guys were being taught or coached properly. Whereas this is, hey, what's the most important thing? Keeping C.J. Stroud healthy. Let's spend time on it. Let's be sure the offensive line is working with the running backs on pass protection and all those things. And it showed up. I mean, if there's one thing I'll take from this preseason where I won't say, well, it's just a preseason, it was very clear that I remember had impressive moments in pass protection, including your young guys, your rookies, and that's not normal, especially for your younger running backs. Usually you're cajoling your running backs to give a damn, your young running backs to give a damn about pass protection.
Yeah.
And that's my most rock solid indicator in my mind that Kayley might really know what he's doing, because that was very, very impressive. Whether it was preseason, regular season, whatever, that was impressive.
Here's one more from Damian Pierce. Of course, he was brought back pretty slowly from his injury. He finally was able to put on the pads within the last week, got in at the joint practice, and got 7 carries in the game on Saturday. Was it difficult watching off to the side while guys are competing at your position?
For sure, because, especially in the deep running back room we got, as a competitor, it kind of sucked. And, I had my moments of, mentally going through, damn, I want to be out there so bad. But just looking at the big picture and looking at the end goal of what I want for myself, it kind of brought me back to earth. And with that end goal being, when I get back to the field, I want to be dominant. I want to be explosive. I want to be the me that I know I can be. And not prove anybody else wrong. I just want to prove. I'm more so focused on proving myself right. The last few years, I kind of just let everybody get to me. Rightfully so. This is NFL. Everybody look at what we do. From the moment we report the camp to the last game of the season. But just being on the sideline, focusing on the main goal, and just getting back healthy so I can get back to my brand of football.
He said that he maybe let everything get to him a little bit, and I thought he was talking about kind of just chatter by the media
noise.
or fan base or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It reminded me a little bit of Arian Foster, and that Arian went through on a much bigger stage and under more scrutiny, got so much love as a young player, and then all of a sudden started to see the flip side of it, and it wears at you, because once you let people in, then all of a sudden they affect you, because you're taking in all the positives, and then all of a sudden, wait a second, these people that said they loved me are now saying unkind things about me. Yeah. It's a little bit of a shock to your system.
Yep.
So I like that Damian kind of got to go through that and learn that lesson, maybe without it being quite as drastic. That you just gotta focus on the guys in the building and try really, really hard to just. I mean, it's nice to appreciate the nice things people say about you, but you always got to remember that largely that's not actual love. That's not actual respect. That's you helping them win their fantasy drafts.
No, well, and you know who's really good at parsing that out. At least he's by the talking the talk is C.J. Stroud. Because he'll say all the time, they'll love you 1 minute, and then the next minute, they hate you the next minute. Sports hates you.
I think he knows that academically. I think all young players these days go through you got to get genuinely callous at some point.
That's why I said talk the talk. He says the right things. Yeah.
Well, CJ went through it to the epitome at Ohio State, and now he's getting it on the flip side. Where now I get the sense from a lot of Ohio State fans, the ones who will. Heart rate. It is that
all 5 of them.
Boy, a lot of these Ohio State fans sure do seem to love C.J. Stroud a lot more now than they did when he was at Ohio State. Especially if they're also Browns fans.
Yeah.
They're looking at it and they're like, well, sure, I might have criticized C.J. a little bit at times back when he was in Columbus, but of course that's all neither here nor there.
He's not the one losing to Michigan anymore. It's somebody else doing that. Although they won the national championship.
C.J. had an indoctrination into it earlier about being careful about all the praise.
For sure. Text message, Sean, you had a great take on Woody Marks looking a lot like rookie Damian Pierce, and by that logic, Damian Pierce should be the one who gets cut in 2025. My take on that, I think I had it on this show, and I know I had it on the postgame show, was that if this team were not as good as they are, if they were like the team in 2022 that Damian Pierce was on, I think Woody Marks would be getting a lot of that same Damian Pierce love that Damian was getting in 2022, when for some reason he was behind Rex Burkhead to start the season. Right. Woody Marks has popped in practice and in these games. I think Woody Marks, especially if Joe Mixon is hurt, I think Woody Marks is going to be a much bigger part of this team's offense than people anticipate early in the season.
But he's also a different type of running back. So that's where I think that Woody Marks is almost in a separate category than Damian Pierce, that because of his catching ability and everything else, and he's a smaller guy. Right now, you look at Damian Pierce as, all right, this is your class. Right now we have 2 other classic all-purpose backs, Joe Mixon, who might not be playing in week 1, and Nick Chubb, who has looked good so far, but you still just can't. You can't expect that he's going to get 25 carries in a game, a few games in a row, and be just fine. He's still coming back from his knee injury. He's an aging running back, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So for where the team is right now, I think they're kind of in separate conversations.
Do you think Woody gets touches in Week 1 again?
Yeah.
If Joe Mixon is hurt, do you think Woody gets touches?
Yeah, especially. Yeah, I think the classic simple thing is, okay, at the very least on passing downs, Woody Marks is the guy you want in there because he's shown that you can count on him as a pass protector.
Yeah.
Usually the thing that keeps guys like Woody Marks off the field is, all right, well, great, he's a receiver, but because he can't pass block and because maybe he's not that good of an actual runner, then the defense, it's easy to, the defense can just treat him like another slot receiver or something. Where Woody Marks, because I think he's got genuine value as an all-around runner, and because he can pass protect, there's no reason not to play him early on.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next. We'll dig deep on the weekend that the Astros had. What did we like? What did we not like? They're up by 2 games in the AL West. We like that. We'll dig into the Astros weekend in Baltimore coming up next. Get you a new luxury vehicle at West Point Lincoln. President's Award for 5 straight.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Ball just on the Detroit side of the 50. Slovis steps up to the center. Eli Cox takes a knee, and it is over. The preseason comes to an end with a dominating performance by the Texans, 26-7. They go 2-1 on the preseason, and look forward to the opener, September 7th at LA. Let's go. Houston, ready for the Rams.
All right, Mark Vandermeer on the call. Final call in the final preseason game on Saturday. 26-7 win over the Detroit Lions, and now we wait and see over the next day or so, Seth, who makes the cut, who doesn't. We'll dig deeper into that at 7 o'clock today. But I would expect we'll start to see, although you pointed this out, we didn't see the names come out of the Texans till the day of the deadline last year.
The vast majority of the cuts last year were made a few hours before the deadline, but there were leaks here and there.
Yeah.
I can't remember which or what, and sometimes when you're trying to, some of the guys that you think might have some trade value, you leak that out on a Monday and then the other part too is, if somebody, well, the waiver wire doesn't start until the final cuts are complete, so We'll see.
Graham Mertz, I guess, was the big story in that game, which, he's battling with Keaton Slovis to be the emergency guy at this point, but it was one of the best preseason performances I've ever seen.
It really was. It came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Look, Graham Mertz threw 3 interceptions in his debut. Did not look interceptions were his fault per se, but it wasn't great. He hadn't done much. And then he comes out there looking like a more athletic version of Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Don't listen, everybody. Don't say that I'm making a comp to Tom Brady with him. But by preseason standards, that was about as good as it gets.
Both drafted in the 6th round, Seth.
Right? Good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's better than Tom Brady. I thought the one notable thing about that performance is that he got really good pass protection. So the offensive line, which was a lot of guys that might not make the team or definitively going to be backups, they did a better job in pass protection than in run blocking in that game. I'm not alarmed about the run blocking or anything, but it was notable that, Graham Mertz did a good job by and large of making use of a good pocket. Even that very first scramble he had, it wasn't like the pocket had broken down or anything.
No.
And he actually had a nice clean lane to run through because the pass protection had held up the middle. So, that was a very impressive. I feel right now like with Graham Mertz, it's almost like you've got the first 2 numbers of the Powerball. Yeah. You're like, oh, all right. This is intriguing.
Right.
I know by and large, most times I'll be let down, but let's see what happens here.
Ah, crap. 18.
Yeah.
All right, so the Texans win on Saturday, and now we'll wait over the next day or so to see who ends up making the 53, who gets brought back on the practice squad. We'll dig deeper into that at 7 o'clock today. The Astros take 3 out of 4. Took the first 3, couple of slugfests that actually made me more nervous. I walked away from the 10-7 win on Friday and the 9-8 win on Saturday actually feeling a little bit worse about things than I.
Oh yeah.
The bats woke up. Okay, that's great. But a third of your starting rotation right now, 2 of the 6 that you're going to trot out there during this, they got a big stretch coming up where they play 22 of 23 days here. They're going to, I would imagine, especially if you have starters that are only going 3 or 4 innings at a time, you're going to go with 6 starters. Lance McCullers and Christian Javier are not good right now. They're bad.
Yeah, and Lance McCullers is. I saw this stat and I didn't fact check it, but it sounds right that he's leading the league in pitches per inning. So I'm not. You know what? Sounds about it. It sure does feel like it. And neither of these guys have done anything that you feel you can trust. And the pitching staff, after being able to hang so much of your success earlier in the season on it, they've had the 8th worst ERA since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So they're running on fumes until some of these starters start looking the way they're supposed to be looking.
Yeah,
if half of them can just start looking like credible pitchers, then please.
Yeah. Things I liked. The bats woke up. You won 2 slugfests. That was good. Christian Walker is in a bit of a groove right now, so that's good to see. And especially if Yordan Alvarez reportedly coming back for the 15 in Corpus over the 4 games that he played in. He played Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and yesterday. He had 2 hits again yesterday, a couple of doubles, drove in some runs. Didn't hit a home run in Corpus, but that's fine. He was making a lot of hard contact, so that's good. I mean, it's Jordan. If he's making hard contact, eventually several of them are going to fly out of the yard. I did like, if I'm going to bring up Javier and McCullers, Seth, and how concerning they are, then I would be remiss not to bring up that Spencer Arrighetti was scaring me in the first inning yesterday, but seemed to straighten some things out. He took the loss, but he pitched into the 6th inning, and he had a stretch there where he retired about 12 guys in a row in the game. So Spencer Arrighetti had an outing where I feel better about him. I just need one of these. I need one of these from Christian Javier. I don't know what Lance is going to be, because Lance has had a stretch this season where he looked like the old Lance again, and then all of a sudden he didn't.
Yeah.
He gets a foot injury, he gets a blister, he comes back, he's throwing 90 pitches in 4 innings. I feel like this is the McCullers we're going to get. I feel like if the playoffs were to start this week, McCullers definitely isn't on the playoff roster. And so that's where we are right now.
When I tried to tell you that, hey, Seth or Sean, it's all cool. The trade deadline acquisitions for the pitching staff are the guys coming back from IL.
Right now.
Those are some horrible trades. Horrible trades. So far, this is the exact opposite of the Kikuchi trade, whatever that.
It is.
These are horrible. The trade for Christian Javier off the IL, the trade for Lance McCullers, not hot so far. Arrighetti, there's hope.
Yeah.
Arrighetti, there's hope.
Yeah.
The one positive from this, I did those series. You saw 3 pitchers that you hadn't seen before, and they worked you over. You come into this series a week later, you make some tweaks, and then they score 20 runs on 20 hits in the 15 innings that were worked by those 3 pitchers.
Yeah.
So, okay, and bring Jordan back into the mix. That just it brings the stress level of the opposing pitchers up that much higher. So Christian Walker is looking a lot more like himself as of late. That I feel good about that part of it.
That's the thing about Jordan coming back. Well, for one, he's a left-handed bat, which this team just does not have many of or any of. I mean, Jesus Sanchez bounced back nicely this weekend. But one, he's a left-handed bat. At a very basic level, there's that. But the thing about Jordan, like when Jake Myers comes back, you can look at it and go, okay, Jake Myers was hitting 306 or whatever. Whoever they've had in center field was hitting 250. He's 50 points better. That spot in the order gets better. Yordan Alvarez is a hitter who at his best transforms the entire lineup, or at least the couple of guys ahead of him and the couple guys behind him. It's not with Yordan like the guy batting cleanup was doing this, and now you're getting a better guy. Like Yordan is so good that pitchers have to be careful with the guy in front of him, and then it's a benefit to the guy behind him because more guys are getting on base.
Right, yeah, and it's not even just and it's not just him, knocking runs in or anything. It's the pitchers
the
having
mere
to
presence.
adjust. It's the fact that you're going to see more lefties. The Astros right now have the best OPS in the league versus lefties, but it doesn't really matter because they also see the fewest left-handed pitchers in the league.
Yeah.
So, by virtue of bringing Jordan back, you can start telling that.
Yep. All right, 53-man roster, the final debates. I think there's about 14 names battling for about 6 spots. We'll try and net it out in the most radio-friendly fashion. We've got acknowledgement. We've got a ton of acknowledgements to get to at 7:20 on the show, so we'll do that at 7:20. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first, I was telling Seth during one of the breaks, man, if Christian Walker could have had one more total.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All of our coaches, it's important for me to get input from everyone. Our position coaches, special teams coaches, we're all in this together. So it's not just ultimately the decision will come down between myself and Nick. Again, it won't be a rash decision because we've been thinking about this for a while, and it all works itself out in the end. And I know we'll have, whoever those 53 guys are, we're going to have 53 tough guys who are mentally and physically tough and ready to hit the season run.
I feel like, Seth, if you either have a really good team or a really bad team, those are the ones where there's very little controversy over who's making the squad. The bad team, it's like, all right, it's one of those things like, all right, well, these, it's hard to even find 53 guys to put on the roster. When you have a really, really good team, and I think the Texans have the potential, especially the offensive line that we've seen in the preseason, is the one that we're getting in the regular season, acknowledging that there's room for improvement that they're putting out there. I think they've got a chance to be a really good team. As a result, as we're doing sort of like this roster puzzle here, I think some like the average Texans teams through the years, it's felt like, okay, there's like 10 or 15 spots. I don't know what they're going to do here. There's maybe 5 spots on the team right now that are up for grabs, I think. At most 5 or 6, if we're looking at the back end of the roster here.
The running back room, it gets really interesting. Mm-hmm. I think the offensive line gets interesting. I think the Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs, I don't think either of those guys will get cut. If one of them did, I think it would probably be Juice Scruggs. But that's I think both those guys are kind of in a boat of they're still relatively young, and they want to give them a go in this system to see how they do.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of guys so far in training camp look like the better version of themselves when operating in this Nick Kayley offense. And the running backs though are the one that's probably giving me the most fits because it also includes guys that are fullback, British Brooks, running back / fullback / tight end. Jakob Johnson is a fullback / tight end. So you've got that third tight end position too. That do you keep Irv Smith? Do you keep the rookie draft pick? Do you keep the guy you traded for? It's just, those are very hazy for me right now.
Yeah. I think offensive line was one of the easier ones for me, just because I do think Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson and Blake Fisher are all making the team.
Yeah.
I think there's like 14 or 15 guys I think that are battling it out for like 6 spots, and it's not even like Irv Smith is battling Harrison Bryant for the third tight end spot as much as Irv Smith, and I'm just using him as an example, is battling Tommy Togiai or Jamal Hill or guys like that for the 52nd and 53rd spot. Like oftentimes these decisions come down to not who is the best of these tight ends, let's say. It's do we want to go with 4 tight ends or do we want to go with 6 linebackers? Mm-hmm. And so that's what it boils down to. Like the names that I have here, the wide receiver room, do you think they end up keeping 7 wide receivers like they did last year where they kept 6 wide receivers and Steven Sims, who was listed as one but was really the return guy for the team?
I know. I think partly with what I've seen out of Nick Kayley, it's that they're focusing a lot on the core of the offense, using a fullback, using multiple tight ends, and because of the Joe Mixon injury and the uncertainty about that, I think you end up keeping a normal number of wide receivers, and you end up having just maybe one extra running back / fullback / tight end.
Do you think Tommy Togiai makes this team?
I think he does. And the thing about Tommy Togiai that's interesting is that I think there's a little bit of it's a classic thing that Pete Carroll would do in his defenses, or does in his defenses, which is you've got a very aggressive mindset up front. Your defensive linemen are just firing off the ball, but sometimes that can hurt you. So what you have is you have one more of a plugger that can line up head up on the backside guard and almost play like a linebacker behind the really aggressive penetrating defensive lineman. And I think Tommy Togiai fits that bill. I think that he's just so strong. He uses his hands really well. He's not all that athletic by defensive tackle standards, but he just flat out gets the job done. And a lot of the stuff he does really well, it's kind of stuff that you would see more in of a gap control defense. But there's a place for that on this team. So I think it's just hard. He just consistently produces, and he imposes his will physically. That part of it, I think D'Amico's got to love. That, all right, he doesn't get upfield real fast, but he just bullies dudes, and he tosses them around. So I think he makes the team.
They like him a lot. What do you think happens with Danico Autry? Is keeping Tommy Togiai impacts Danico Autry's situation? For those who don't know, Danico Autry has been on the PUP list for the entirety of training camp so far.
Yeah.
And hasn't gotten on the field all that much since he became a Houston Texan over a year ago.
I don't think it affects – you can keep 5 defensive tackles pretty easily, so I think it's more of a Kurt Heinisch
well, let's list them. Hang on, let's list them. Because you got Mario Edwards, Tim Settle, Foley Fatukasi, Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai. That's 5.
Right. That's 5.
Yep. So I was saying, how does it impact Danico
Autry? I look at as an end.
Oh, okay. So you have
it's Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yep.
Then you got Darrell Taylor, Danico Autry, and Derek Barnett. So Dylan Horton is not, unless they might decide, all right, we gotta keep some of this youth around. We might lose Dylan Horton and Solomon Byrd if we cut him. So maybe it's between Derek Barnett and Danico Autry and Darrell Taylor. They make a decision between one of those 3 guys.
Well, and I guess and I guess my point with Danico was less about tackle and end, and that they can still keep him on the PUP list and kind of kick the decision down the road for kick the can down the road for 4 games.
Yeah, that's
what'll be interesting to me because they're among the bottom 5 in cap space right now. Cutting Danico Autry does give you some dry powder for salary cap purposes. You save several million there. So I think that'll be an interesting one to see.
For anybody that hears that, that's not like a drastically bad. The Texans are fine in terms of cap space in future years. It's just right now they're operating a little bit. You like to have a little bit more cushion in case somebody gets injured or a trade comes open.
Trade deadline, absolutely. You want that dry powder. Do you think Jamal Hill ends up making this team?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think Hansen. I think Jake Hansen they trust more, and they end up sticking with him and hoping that Jamal Hill, at least to begin the season, is a practice squad guy.
Do you think that Arthur Millette makes this team?
That's a great question, Sean Pendergast.
He's flashed a little bit.
Yeah,
and he's a vet.
I don't think so, and it's not because I don't like him. But again, I think there's a lot of guys that are not going to make this team that are going to get picked up elsewhere or that are 100% going to be on the Texans practice squad. Level amongst cornerbacks right now. That's what I'm concerned about. There just aren't enough veterans that I feel really good about, and I think there's a guy out there that the Texans are going to trade for or would like to trade for. I think that ends up squeezing some of these younger, promising guys off.
Tremont Smith, D'Angelo Ross, Arthur Millette, Miles Bryant, Jalen Mills. I guess sort of Jalen Reed, although he's been hurt too in camp. 6th-round pick. Like I almost feel like Jalen Reed. He's shown he's practiced so little, and he's a 6th-round pick that if they were to waive him, they would easily be able to bring him back on the practice squad right now.
Yeah, yeah. I guess when we were talking earlier about how a lot of the guys you have in the secondary right now are guys that have been on the team before when we were kind of worried about the depth of the secondary.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the depth chart from September of 2022, from September 1st. 2022.
That's some Google.
That's Tremont Smith.
Some Google skills right there, man.
What's that?
That's some Google skills.
Our lads.
Oh,
but like Tremont Smith, your backup cornerback. MJ Stewart, your backup safety.
Yeah.
There are guys those guys have stuck around because they like them for a certain reason, and I think they make the team probably for those same reasons. But I think you got to be constantly looking to upgrade some of that.
D'Angelo Ross has been on this team since 2022. I looked it up on his Wikipedia page. I'm like, how long has he managed to stick around? And he has stuck around, not only been here since 2022, but managed to survive a coaching change, to D'Amico Ryan. D'Amico likes him, obviously.
Yeah, that's the one thing that identifying cornerbacks in the draft, but it does just feel like there should be better depth. If you're that good at identifying the actual starters and what have you, and maybe this is just the hazards of always like, hey, look, your backup secondary is you're never gonna feel as good about it as your starters. That's just flat out the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, and especially when your starters in this secondary are these guys.
Yeah.
Like your starters are elite in this secondary. All right, so a few names kind of kicking around right there. We'll see. It'll all hash itself out, as D'Amico said. It'll all work itself out over the next day or so. The two big stories from around preseason over the weekend nationally, it appeared. One, Micah Parsons at the Cowboys game on Friday. They were playing the Atlanta Falcons, and Micah Parsons was laying down. He was the only Cowboy that wasn't wearing his jersey. Like, even the guys, even the starters who weren't playing were wearing Cowboy gear. Micah Parsons was in regular, like, civilian sweats, laying down on a medical table while the game was going on. Almost looked like he was taking a nap over there. To which Brian Schottenheimer, the new head coach of the Cowboys, had to answer questions about that, saying, hey, I'm going to talk to Micah about this. But this all appears, Seth, to be woven into the current contract situation with Micah Parsons.
It's hard because Micah Parsons is just kind of a free spirit to begin with. So there's a lot of things you could look at that Micah Parsons does or says where any of this contract stuff, you might think, is he trying to send a message? And you realize, oh, no, it's just Micah Parsons being kind of goofy. I don't know.
This doesn't feel extreme to you?
Not wearing the jersey is the big one. That feels like that's like you're very clearly not like one of these things is not like the others.
That's big.
It's very conspicuous.
That's bigger than laying down on a medical table during a game while a game is going on and everybody else is standing on the sideline watching the games.
Yeah, because he wasn't riveted by the Sean. Not everybody's watching the game on the sidelines during a preseason.
No,
game.
I understand it. No, I get it. No, humor me here for a second. Like, not standing there and laying on the medical table is a little much. Would you admit that?
No, I feel like it's one of those things that gets noticed because people are specifically looking to see what Micah Parsons is doing on the sideline.
Yeah.
So if I had seen it and it was just some random older veteran or something, I would have like, it was just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't, but you combine it with him not having the jersey on, then it's something different.
That's interesting. Okay, yeah. No, I know everybody's not interested in the game.
It's like every now and then when they catch somebody taking a whiz on the sideline and they make a big deal out of it. I'm like, that happens. Well, it used to happen every single game. Now they got the medical tent.
Yeah.
So they're still doing it. They're just doing it inside the medical tent.
Yeah, gotcha. The other thing was Shedeur Mania lasting all of 2 weeks in Cleveland. Well, it's still lasting for a lot of people, Shedeur Mania, but in terms of him being even reasonably close to a discussion of being the starting quarterback for the Browns, that ship has now sailed.
And it's reached the peak of idiocy when it comes to people's conspiracy theories because there's certain on a comment that got a lot of traction that one of the reasons that they're blackballing Shedeur Sanders is because he's a Christian. And I'm like,
that's the first I've heard of that. I didn't see that.
Dude, when people that's when you know it's a crossover hit because those are people who aren't actual NFL fans that just somehow somebody they heard it from somebody that like, oh, well, yeah, you know what they don't like about him is he's a Christian. This notion that there's like 6 Christians in the NFL as opposed to, the reality of it is it's like you're working in a Chick-fil-A when you're working in an NFL team. You can't walk 3 feet without stumbling over somebody's Bible or something. Yeah, it's very, very religious workplace.
I guess just to get people up to speed on what exactly is going on in Cleveland. So this is what happened this weekend is that Joe Flacco started the game against the Rams. Was very, very good. Dylan Gabriel then came in and went like 11 for 19, and he looked solid. I think threw a touchdown pass like Dylan Gabriel looked good. In came Shedeur Sanders with the threes, and he was 3 for 6 for 14 yards and was sacked 5 times, including this 23-yard sack that you're about to hear right here.
Sanders being pressured, spins away again, keeping the play alive. The fans love it, but that's one of those plays where maybe he's got to roll out and throw it away, huh?
Maybe, you think? I mean, the line of scrimmage, was the 46-yard line. He got tackled at the 23. So the other thing we should point out is that with 2 minutes to go in the game, with the Browns trailing 17-16, Kevin chose to bring in Snoop Huntley, who, by the way, was cut this morning. Chose to bring in Snoop Huntley, the 5th quarterback on the team, to come in, and he actually engineered a game-winning drive. They kicked the field goal. They win the game. So the things that people were most upset with, the Shedeur fans were most upset with, were one, Kevin Stefanski put Shedeur in with the threes, and he wasn't calling the plays that he was calling for Flacco.
He's not calling the same plays.
Gabriel.
He saved the good plays for Gabriel.
That's number one. And number two was replacing Shedeur, not giving Shedeur a shot at redemption at the end of the game. He brought in Snoop Huntley, who's not even going to make this team.
Yep. The Snoop Huntley thing, I can see where people would raise an eyebrow at that. There is part of it that you do try to be a place that allows guys a chance to play in the preseason game so other teams can get film on guys. And it's more of an indicator to me that, they'd already made their decision about Dillon Gabriel, which people out of Cleveland have been saying for a couple of weeks now. That they like Dillon Gabriel more so than they like Shedeur Sanders right now. So it's not like Shedeur was going to have a chance to earn his spot on the depth chart or whatever. He's going to be on the team. So the Snoop Huntley stuff doesn't bother me one bit. I think though, where I think it's the thing that's bothering me is I don't have an issue at all with the way they're handling Shedeur Sanders, but I also don't like leaning into that one really bad scramble as somehow the evidence that obviously he sucks or something like that.
No, of course
There's
not.
plenty of young quarterbacks who do the same thing. It is part of his scouting report that he holds onto the ball. If you watch long, he just makes something out of nothing. So it's something that he does need to continue to work on. But it's the sum total of everything the Browns have watched during training camp and the OTAs and everything else. And Dillon Gabriel has worked with the ones more. I mean, people bring up training camp stats and completion percentages and what have you. Yeah, part of that is that Dillon Gabriel has been going against the first-team defense a lot more than Shedeur Sanders has. The biggest thing that you brought up that makes the most sense, Sean, about the conspiracy theories about Shedeur is exactly what would be the motivation for the NFL at large to have some kind of campaign against Shedeur Sanders. He's not that big a deal. No. Like, in terms of, there's nothing he does controversially that's different than so many other young players in the NFL. I don't understand I don't even get why there's conspiracy theories that the NFL wouldn't want Shedeur to get drafted high or to be playing or what have you, because there's nothing unique about him when it comes to things the people don't like his personality. I forgot about how so few guys with unlikable personalities
He's
have been drafted.
He's the first unlikable guy to
be
drafted into the NFL ever.
So it cuts it off at the knees. It doesn't make any rational sense. Now, if the Browns made the wrong decision, possibly, sure, I could go with that. But you're also, in trying to paint the Browns as the demons here, this is a team that was the only one out of 32 teams that drafted stupid, because as soon as they don't make Shedeur the starter, they become enemy number one in people's minds, where it doesn't make any sense at all. You're somehow more angry at the Browns than the 31 other teams that didn't draft Shedeur Sanders.
Well, and this is where I feel bad for Shedeur. And by the way, it is turned some otherwise intelligent people into saying some of the dumbest things. I saw a Twitter account yesterday. The Browns made a bunch of cuts yesterday, and this person said, "Oh my God, look, they cut 4 of the offensive linemen that were playing with Shedeur," as if that was a morsel of the conspiracy theory. And I'm like, yeah, that's what teams do the 2 days before the deadline, is they cut third-string offensive line. Sorry, he's third string. And I feel bad for Shedeur in all this, because you know what Shedeur hasn't been doing? He hasn't been fueling any of this. Shedeur has handled his business, by all accounts, and from everything I've seen with my own eyes, very, very well. What the Shedeur-aholics are doing right now is they are making it harder for Shedeur to stick somewhere else if the Browns decide to move on. I can tell you this right now. If the Browns wanted to keep 4 quarterbacks, with Shedeur being one of them, but they're worried about wasting a roster spot on keeping 4 quarterbacks, put Shedeur on waivers. Nobody will pick him up with the way all these lunatics are acting right now. Do the other 31 teams want this sort of drama in their building right now with Shedeur? I feel bad for Shedeur. The people who are out here pumping up this conspiracy theory stuff are doing Shedeur Sanders 0 favors right now.
Right. And no, so much of it, I mean, there's people out there, there's actual non-football fans weighing in now too, but but some actual football fans saying that it looked like the offensive linemen weren't trying as hard when they were blocking.
I mean,
the guys fighting to make the team, just trying to feed their own families.
Right.
And this isn't an exaggeration with those guys. They are literally trying to feed their families.
Yes.
They're not, a lot of those guys that get cut today are never going to get a job in the NFL again.
Correct.
So they're literally trying to feed their families. Because they're somehow involved in this vast conspiracy to keep Shedeur Sanders down.
Yeah, it's wild, man. All right, let's do acknowledge me. Let's get to these. We got a bunch of acknowledgments we need to do. A whole bunch. We got some football. We got some baseball. Some local business. It's all good. Let's start with Nick Kayley.
Acknowledge me.
Texans offensive coordinator. This just looks like a much better coached offense through the preseason. Preseason's done now. This looks like so far the first step, which is the implementation, the installation of the offense, and getting a bunch of new guys on the O-line. This thing looks like it's moving in the right direction. You know who loves him some Nick Kayley? Rob Gronkowski. This was Rob Gronkowski. I think this was with Edelman on the podcast. Yeah, this was Gronk talking about Nick Kayley.
Who's the offensive coordinator?
The offensive coordinator? Shout out to Nick Kayley. He was my tight end coach for a couple years here in New England, and he FaceTime called me out of the blue a couple weeks ago, man. And Nick Kayley brings the absolute juice to the table every single day on a daily basis. He loves the game of football. He's a smart coach inside and out, knows all the tricks and traits to being a great coach. So I'm excited about him. Actually, I'm more excited about Nick Kayley being the offensive coordinator and seeing what he does with this offense with C.J. Stroud and the other guys. I got Nico Collins, who's one of my favorite receivers in the league. Big guy. I love my big guys. You know, I just relate to them big time. Big guys that can move and make big plays, and Nico Collins is one of them. So I'm looking out for Nick Kayley big time, and I think he's going to strive and be excellent. I think that's the right fit for him as well to be a first-time offensive coordinator.
I just love Gronk's delivery.
Well, that's you know what though? That was more of that was like polished TV Gronk.
Yeah.
You could tell, I think he was working from notes a little bit, but not in a bad way.
Right.
It was almost like he was getting ready to do his Sunday hit on the pregame show.
And still not super polished, which I love.
You're right, but in a way that it's still endearing.
I love it. That's what I'm saying.
He let the emotion come through.
Yeah, no, I think
more
it's
so
great.
than trying to. The first year he was on there, it felt like they would try to put an orangutan in a suit or something, and it wasn't a good fit. Now I think he's found a good balance there.
Yep. And I love what he said about Nick Kayley. I love that Kayley's just popping open his phone and FaceTiming Rob Gronkowski for no reason a couple weeks ago.
There was another former Patriots player podcast a few months ago that had some really good words about. It was Cole Popovich. And,
yeah. That was
Rob Ninkovich?
It was Ninkovich. Yep, sure was. Yeah. Yep.
The Kayley so far, and I said earlier in the show, one of the things that's most encouraging for me is being so good in pass protection.
Right.
We heard Damian Pierce earlier talk about how much Nick Kayley and then Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, works with the running backs, and it just sounds like a different environment there. That's something that I don't take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Because it's the preseason.
Yep.
It's very, very clear that the running backs are much more capable, smarter, dialed in on pass protection this year, and that is 100% a reflection of coaching. So it's a really good sign.
Woody Marks.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge him for his first, albeit a preseason touchdown, but his first career touchdown.
2nd down and 4 at the Detroit 9. Mertz under center, Marks in the backfield. Berrios motioning around. Here's the give to Woody. Over left guard, across the 5. He's in! Touchdown, Houston! Woody Marks, power running into the end zone. Good blocking on the left side, and the Texans are back in front of Detroit.
I'm just saying.
That's going to be a hot key.
I am just saying.
Ben? Is it a hotkey, Ben? Yeah, there we go.
We got Primal Andre on that one.
That's the only reason I'm acknowledging this right now. I wanted to play that. I wanted to play that
play. Couple notable things other than Woody Marks on that play. Austin Deculus buried his guy. Yep. So good job, Austin Deculus, on that play. But also Braxton Berrios had a couple of blocks. He gave a shove to a defensive lineman and then worked up to the second level. Mm-hmm. But the only thing I could think of was if that were Tank Dell out because he's a tiny wide receiver down in there on goal line blocking in the
Nobody
corner.
gave a crap about Berrios.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. It's that's where the one thing that I would stick up with Bobby Slowick was, I mean, he's a football player. Like, you can't just. If you want him on the field, you can't. You're going to have to use him at times. You can't just let the defense know that. Nope. Whenever Tank Dell or Braxton Berrios or anybody tiny is out there, they're just going to be aligned wide. Yeah, just don't even worry about them.
All right, let's keep it moving and acknowledge me. Brian Abreu.
Acknowledge me.
He's done a really nice job. He's done a really nice job as the closer of this team since Josh Hader went out with a shoulder injury. In fact, he came in. Those two slugfests, man, Brian Abreu should have never had to pitch in either of those games. The Astros scored 10 runs and 9 runs, and they've got Abreu coming in games against the Orioles to have to close him out. But back-to-back nights, Seth, he had a multi-inning save on Friday, had to get 4 outs, and then he came in on Saturday and saved that 9-8 game. A game they were up 5-0 in the first inning, and snap your fingers, and Christian Javier's giving the whole thing back by like the 3rd inning of that game. But Brian Abreu deserves acknowledgement. He has been outstanding since becoming the closer for this baseball team.
There's no margin for error here on this either. It's the Astros currently have a 2-game lead in the division, and they just
I don't know how they're doing it, man.
Are they running on fumes? It doesn't feel like they're running on fumes. It feels like they're running on the wrong. Feels like
the bullpen is absolutely running on fumes. The bullpen is the bullpen. They're bringing in different guys every day that I've never heard of before.
Those aren't fumes though. That's bad gasoline.
Okay.
You don't even have the right guys out there or anything. You're in a high performance vehicle running on 87 octane. They just don't have and then I include in that the starting pitching.
Yeah.
Because those guys they're not themselves, or they're not the best version of themselves.
When I think of running on fumes, I'm thinking of just like being nearly on empty, and the bullpen's just taxed.
Yeah,
forget about the names. Like, they're just getting overused and overworked. So
it's multiple things.
Yeah.
They're running on the fumes of a lower octane gasoline.
No doubt about that.
That's a problem.
That's
a problem. You've got guys that shouldn't.
That's 2 problems.
Guys that you don't want to lean on, and those guys are tired.
Right. Yordan Alvarez.
It's like me running a mile. You're like, hey, who are you going to have run the mile for the Sports Radio 610 intramurals?
Yeah. Seth
Meister. It's going to be Seth.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going to be Seth. But no, wait, there's more.
Okay.
He's hungover.
I'm going through our roster. You might not be the worst choice, actually.
Actually, yeah.
I mean, what are we saying?
Speak very highly of our crew.
We will never win a team decathlon for sure. Yordan Alvarez, quick acknowledgement here. 2 for 4 last night. 2-run double for Corpus. 7 for 15, 4 doubles at AA ball. Get this man back to Houston now. However you get him here. Uber, train, private jet, get him back to Houston. And that's the word on the street is he's back in the lineup for this. As long as he came out of last night feeling this Colorado series. So that's good. Thumbs up.
Everybody, if you see him driving back, just go ahead and give him a nice wave.
There you go.
Yeah. Give him the Yordan wave.
That's right.
Which is like a 2-handed something like
just
take
Seth,
your hands off the wheel briefly.
Doing it on the YouTube for you guys right there. Ben DiNucci,
acknowledge me.
Journeyman quarterback and master self-deprecator. He got let go by the Atlanta Falcons. I like this. Ben DiNucci was on the Cowboys last year. This is just funny to me on Twitter. And this is, if you're a journeyman, this is how you should treat it, man. All those trips to the airport, all those flights to go try out and work out for teams. When you get cut by the Atlanta Falcons in training camp, this is what you do. You post a picture of your airport bar beer and you tweet, "Not many beers better than the airport. I just got cut from the NFL for the 7th time beer. Trust me, you wouldn't understand."
Very few humans would understand that.
I want him on this team. I thought that'd be funny, man. I'm a big airport bar guy, Seth. I'm a big airport bar guy.
Good move by him, not like tweeting out the 7th and 8th and 9th beer too. If he, that's what happens sometimes with these NFL cuts. They'll cut you and they'll get you to the airport right away, but it's the flight. They're sending you home on Southwest.
Yep.
And maybe AirTran back in the day or whatever. So you end up having some time at the airport.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful. Because you got to be really careful because you might end up having to work out with another team the next day.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. Keep it between the lines, Ben DiNucci. Let's go. The Aggies.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledgement for nothing having the Aggies because they're getting Buc-ee's products at 3 locations on campus this fall. The first place outside of the actual Buc-ee's locations to carry Buc-ee's products like the Beaver Nuggets, and I would imagine there'll be some of the big brick Rice Krispie treats with the Fruity Pebbles in them. Some of the stuff, maybe even some of the sandwiches they have there. Who knows? But 45 different Buc-ee's products are going to be sold on campus at 3 locations for the Aggies. Good for the Aggies.
Smart way for the Aggies to start branching into that side of the business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was licensing, bro. I guess they're producing them and then just selling them elsewhere.
Yeah, man. Well, Buc-ee's are Aggie-founded, but I think the founder of Buc-ee's is an Aggie, so that would stand to reason that they get the first dibs on campus of those delicious Buc-ee's products.
Are you nervous that Buc-ee's might be starting to stray too far outside their core business?
Outside of what are they going to take their eye off the ball a little bit?
Yeah.
Should they stay? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah.
Why don't we have Payne and Pendergast products, licensed elsewhere? Why can't we be licensing billionaires, Sean?
Ben?
Like so many of these other celebrities.
Big book of business ideas, Ben. Become licensing millionaires.
Billionaires.
Right. Billionaires. Yeah, sorry.
Jeez.
Seth wants to run before he walks. Yeah, billionaires. All right. Funplex.
Acknowledge me.
Closes after 40 years over there on the southwest side of town. Brandon Scott tweeted that he could do a documentary, Seth, on the times he spent at the Funplex through the 40 years. Might need the texters to weigh in on that, and we're only on here till 8 o'clock. Memories text in. They called it an amusement park in the article about this.
They called it an amusement park, and in the title they call it a theme park, which I've got an issue with the Houston Chronicle and saying it's either one of those things. It's I don't know what you call it, but it's one of these really cool. It was like one of the original Dave and Buster type places, but even with more. It offers roller skating and everything else like that. But it's all indoors. I don't think you're an amusement park or a theme park.
No.
Unless you've got roller coasters and whatnot.
Roller coasters, carousels, I would say, are a big part of amusement parks for the kids out there. Yeah.
But whatever it is, indoor entertainment complex.
Apparently it was a big part of Houston's fabric these last 40 years, and to that we memorialize Funplex. All right, last one.
I'll tell you what, with places like that, I know from personal experience with family members who have run kind of roller skating rinks and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, you got to be. The biggest pain in the ass is keeping the bad eggs out.
Keeping the drug dealers out.
Kid, the kid that, the 27-year-old disguised as a 16-year-old that wants to distribute a little bit of something to the kids.
Yeah.
Get them hooked. The pusher man.
Yeah. The pusher man. It's true.
It's hard to keep a place going that long. You got to be vigilant, man.
Yeah, got to.
Yeah.
All right, Jaden Rodriguez.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, his dad, Nick, is a P1 listener, and he DM'd me, and he said, hey, he wanted an antibodies for Jaden Rodriguez. I said, no. We're gonna acknowledge him. Freshman year, college baseball career. He's a pitcher at Cedar Valley College. Went to Summer Creek High School. So we acknowledge Jaden Rodriguez. Young man, best of luck on the beginning of your journey. We thank your dad, Nick, for being a P1 listener. I love this, though, Seth. They live in the same neighborhood, this family does, as Tyler Milner and Sean Bijani. So that's, that's 2/12 of our, producer / on-air lineup here.
And one of them is the guy that we would choose to run the mile for us in the intramurals, and Sean Bijani.
Definitely Bijani, yeah. T-Mill looks like he could. Like, he's not heavy or anything
he
like
does,
that.
But he also has the look of the guy that's going to stop halfway through for a cigarette break or something, He doesn't smoke, but it wouldn't surprise me.
He looks like he would. All right, so here's the question I have. And again, hey, Jaden, congratulations. We're acknowledging you for sure. Best of luck. What a great time to be alive, man. Freshman year, headed off to college to play ball. Who would you rather have as your neighbor, Tyler Milner or Sean Bijani?
This is no offense to Tyler here, but Sean Bijani, because of the old saying, good fences make good neighbors. And
Literally.
Sean Bijani literally builds fences.
He does.
So I would rather have him. I would want Sean as a neighbor because he would build a brand new fence, which would mean that I don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'd have a beautiful fence on his side of the lawn, and I'd be like, okay, cool. My work is done on that side of the.
It's tough for me. It's the same thing I thought of right out of the chute. Not so much that I need my fence repaired or anything, but like, boy, if I ever decided to actually fix something on my own, he would have all the tools in his garage that I could borrow. I wouldn't have to buy them. Now, my guess is that Tyler Milner probably throws great parties as a neighbor. swimming pool in his backyard, which I'm not sure he does, then it would be Milner. Then the problem is I would have a swimming pool, and I would be afraid that of the two of them, Tyler would definitely be the one that I would find in my pool when I got home from work or something like that. I had a neighbor like that in my first house in Tomball. We put a pool in the backyard, and for some reason our neighbors thought that it was okay for them, like while we were doing something on a Sunday morning, to just waltz into our backyard and use our pool. Yes.
They just started using your pool?
Not for long, but yes.
Oh my God. What the hell?
Yeah, man.
The adults or just the kids?
Yes.
The adults just waltzed over like it was a community
Brought
pool.
their family over there. We came home one morning, me and my ex-wife, and they were in our pool.
And what did they say when you walked out? Did they?
How you doing? Yeah. So I let them have their day.
What the hell?
I didn't want to make a scene in front of the kids, so I let them finish up their swimming, gave some glares that kind of gave the impression, and then later in the day I walked over and said, "Look, I just want to draw lines right here. That's not going to happen again. Like it's not."
Okay, this is one of the weirdest things I've ever heard somebody do.
100% true. I'm not making it up.
What did they end up being an issue in other areas of being a neighbor, or?
No, they were actually decent. He was one of these Bijani have a bunch of tools in his garage guys.
Yeah.
So he did have a use for me, but not enough to where I'm giving him membership to the pool I just put in my backyard.
He must have, you know what? Maybe he grew up in a neighborhood where it was kind of like one of those older bears and everything, and the neighborhood kids would all just kind of use each other's pools and stuff.
Yeah. Not a bad guy. But that's not happening. Yeah.
But even then, if you don't know the people, to just start, wow.
Yeah. Asking to borrow something from somebody is different than literally walking onto their property and borrowing their swimming pool.
That's like, can I have a cup of sugar? And while I'm at it, do you mind if I urinate in your pool?
Right. And they had little kids, too, so they were probably peeing in the damn pool now that I think about it.
Wow.
I'm retroactively angry from 30 years ago.
Fascinated by this guy. I want to interview him. Let's get him on.
He's still... You love doing this. When I bring up some janky person from my past, let's get him on the show.
I need to find out what became of them.
He may not even remember. It was 30 years ago. But it's a true story. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Tuesday Pettycast preview. We got a couple of them here. Yeah, that's coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, football is back, and Underdog is the best place
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a quick preview of tomorrow's Pettycast, which we'll do at 8 o'clock on Tuesdays. Imagine you'll hear this one. This was Jerry Jones. We didn't get to listen to Jerry Jones with Stephen A. Smith until after the show on Friday. Jerry Jones has been making the rounds lately, talking about this Micah Parsons contract situation. Takes another shot at David Mulugheta, like a direct shot at David Mulugheta here with Stephen A. Smith.
In the spirit of not doing the old mother-dad deal. How many times have you seen the little rascal so clever go in there and mama told him, you're not going to get it. And goes in to daddy, who only sees him after 5 in the afternoon, wants to love him, and says, you can have it, son. You can have that before dinner. And he goes back in and says, Mama, Daddy said I could have it. That's the old mom, dad, been around since the beginning of time. I'm not going to go for that here. That's what's happening.
You're not going for it?
I'm not going for it. No. But we've had a very, very strong negotiation. Now, by the way, frankly, it wouldn't have made any difference what the negotiation was. Guess who has to be comfortable for this to work?
Micah.
And who else?
You.
Hello. There's not room for a third. There's not room for a third. This will be a good one.
It's just, it's wild.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, but that's like this. The whole thing is, every time I hear Jerry Jones talking about this, he talks as if the agent isn't involved in any other NFL negotiation, that somehow this is a unique situation where there's an agent involved.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like he's trying to appeal to idiots or people who are easily duped or whatever. There's nothing he has said about this makes any sense.
No.
He's acting like an agent being involved in the negotiation. That's exactly the opposite of what actually happens in the real world. It's so strange.
Did you understand the analogy? I mean, I get what he's saying about the mother and father dynamic in that situation. I have no idea how that is analogous to what's going on with Micah Parsons. None.
It's almost the only way that would make sense is if it were Micah Parsons himself that were trying to play off the mom and the dad, which I don't think Jerry Jones is accusing him of. And I
don't know what that was.
I had to remember the whole Little Rascals dynamic and whether there was an episode where that. I don't remember that being a big part of Little Rascals.
No, I mean, like, I
don't think the adults were never really around, were they?
No. I mean, I understand the strategy of a kid doing that. I did it many times myself. I just don't understand where it fits into this Micah, Mulugheta, Jerry Jones dynamic. All right, so that's number one. Number two, Pettycast preview here as we work towards the top of the hour. Boomer Esiason on his popular morning radio show on our sister station, WFAN, was talking with his co-host, Greg Giannotti, about Ring of Honor weekend in Cincinnati. Boomer Esiason is one of 8 members of the Cincinnati Bengals Ring of Honor, so they like to bring those members back for the induction of the new members of the Ring of Honor. But Boomer revealed on his radio show, this is kind of how the Bengals handle business.
If you are traveling in for the weekend from out of town, we have secured a block of rooms at the Resonance Cincinnati Downtown Hotel.
Wait, hold on. A block of rooms. Usually when people say a block of rooms, it's like a wedding thing, and you have to go on there and say, I'm part of this party.
Yeah, but this is why they sent it. So the Renaissance Cincinnati Downtown Hotel at a preferred discounted rate.
Hold on.
So I can book my group rate for the Ring of Honor weekend. Rooms are limited, so please book directly for early and the best rate. We'll look forward to hosting you in the jungle for an unforgettable weekend. Don't hesitate to reach out to me or another guy on the staff with any questions. Thank you, and Houday.
Houday?
Houday.
Who they think they are, making you pay for your own hotel room? That's what I would say.
You think I'm an elitist if I say no to that?
I do not, Boomer. And Boomer, I should have set that up better. He was reading off of an email from the PR crew or the logistics crew from the Bengals.
This is an interesting one, and I got to go back and watch the whole part of Shannon Sharp's podcast. Him and Ocho Cinco, Chad Johnson, we're talking about it, because obviously Chad Johnson knows the Bengals, and that's where Chad Johnson, when he goes back to do alumni type stuff, it's with the Bengals. That's his team.
Yeah.
And it sounded like Shannon Sharp has played for two teams, the Ravens and the Broncos, and they do everything top-notch, first class. And I think that the gist of it that I saw was Chad wasn't – it didn't sound like the little snippet I saw, it sounded like he didn't know any different, but he never really thought much of it. It's strange to me that Boomer must have other issues with the Bengals right now for him to bring this up.
Yeah, teams, not just the Bengals. He's a little like Chad Johnson that way.
Yeah, so I don't know. The Bengals do a lot of things cheap, so it doesn't surprise me that they might have guys paid for their own rooms. But I also don't know how far out of the norm that is. There is, because this is one of the things that keeps me from buying an NFL team, Sean. It's like there are all these little, when you start dealing with the former players, you want to do right by your former players, and yet the total number of former players gets pretty large.
Yeah.
So there's only so much you can do. I can't crush the Bengals for this. I don't know what the standard is or what most teams do. I'd have to know, how good is the discount? Am I getting like 10% off, or am I getting an actual discount? Do I get more of a discount with my AAA than I do with my Bengals discount?
AAA, that AAA, CAA choice on the Marriott website. Yeah.
You know what keeps paying? My NFLPA discount for rental cars. Oh yeah? It's nice. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's times where I've thought about just like, I might just rent a car instead of owning one anymore, because it's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be
The only downside is that I get flirted with by the attendants a lot on my way out. They're like, hey, are you an NFL player? I'm like, no. Oh, I say my husband is, and then and that's usually the end of it.
There you go. Yeah,
with 95%.
It ends the conversation with many people. Yeah. I'm a little sad. We're getting a lot of Funplex texts and texts on who people like better as a neighbor, Tyler Milner or Sean Bijani. We'll have to save that for tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll bring it back up. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies.
Sir, we are done. We are out of time. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. It's a Texans Monday, and that's coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Kirk Holmes.
Oh, Kirk Holmes. My goodness. Can't forget Kirk Holmes. I'll tell you what. You want stability.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Ball just on the Detroit side of the 50. Eli Cox takes a knee, and it is over. The preseason comes to an end with a dominating performance by the Texans, 26-7. They go 2-1 on the preseason, and look forward to the opener, September 7th at LA. Let's go. Houston, ready for the Rams. Can we please do that this weekend? Can we play this weekend, please? Although there's going to be a college football fiesta this weekend, so you're going to have plenty to watch. And there was some stuff to watch this past weekend in the college game that was kind of cool. I watched that Hawaii game because I was very interested in how General Andrew Luck would do as the general manager of Stanford. And Frank Reich.
General manager, head coach, defensive coordinator, Andrew Luck.
Yeah, he
was controlling everything in the press box.
Oh, really?
Everything. Oh, not the press box, in the coach's
box. Yeah. Well, great. And they lost. So there's that.
To
Hawaii. Yeah. At their place.
No offense, Hawaii's a tough team to beat in Hawaii and has been historically.
Very distracting trip.
However, especially when you start off with a 10-0 lead, you have a 15-play drive to start the game, kick a field goal, sack the quarterback in the end zone after the returner. How about this? The Hawaii returner, we'll get to the Texans in a second. Hawaii returner lets the ball bounce, then waves fair catch, catches the ball as it pops up in the air at the 1-yard line.
I missed special teams practice that day, Coach. I was absent that day that we went over that.
Next play, strip sack, touchdown. Stanford's up 10-0. Loses 20.
Goes special teams practice in all the meetings is Tremont Smith. Had a nice return in the game against the Detroit Lions.
Yes, Tremont Smith.
Yeah, we did not have
Tremont Smith.
Oh, because I know Kugler had a
rough
moment.
Bad.
Well, because Powell wears a number 11 and he just joined the team that week, and that happens.
And they look similar from our distance.
It's 11, and it's a guy running with the football. It's sometimes tough, In fact, I had my head on a swivel for that one because every time an 11 would go back for the kickoff return, I thought they could insert Powell here. I don't know what they're going to do. It's preseason. They could go with a heavy rotation. Maybe this Powell can return kicks. I don't know. Solid. Let's put him on the roster. Those guys, Powell, Winfrey, and Cephas, the law firm of Powell, Winfrey, Cephas, had a hell of a day. And I wrote that we haven't seen a power trio performance like that since Rush in their heyday. Those guys were smoking hot. They went for like 140 on 11 catches and a touchdown. 3 guys. Cephas was, he joined the team 2.5 weeks ago. He was with the team last year in camp. And this completely different system now. So he rejoins 2.5 weeks ago. Those other 2 guys, 1 week, and they combined for 140 and 11 and a touchdown. That was fun to watch. That's coaching, and credit the players, obviously, but to get everybody on the same page for that stuff, impressive.
Cephas was really good. He was really good in practice. It was funny because on the first fade route on the other side, the first one on the right side, I started talking about Cephas, and I said I'm pretty convinced that Quintez Cephas is one of the 10 best athletes in this building today. Like, he is a hell of an athlete. Like,
that is a statement.
Well, look, God can run, he jumps, he can. His hand-eye coordination was incredible. And so I'm talking about Cephas and talking about what a great athlete he is. And I talked about, he mossed a DB in practice and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm saying that right as Mertz is throwing that ball
and he mosses
to the other side. And he mosses him, and then he goes, was it like that in practice? It was like, it's the exact same guy.
Yeah.
He went up over the same DB in practice and in the game. It was the same dude.
Now I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah. No, I don't. But it was just a cool moment because then it was almost like just set up. It was like, was it like that? I was like, hell yeah, it was, because that's the same exact DB he mossed.
Yeah, that was.
He looked good.
Johnny. And they were catching. It wasn't just like wide receiver screens. No, they were running downfield and running deep crossers and stuff.
Exactly. It was really cool to watch.
You started Graham Mertz in this game.
And looked good.
Keaton Slovis. And those guys looked really good together. I mean, a combined, what is it, 32 of no. Hang on a second. I'm not going to do
14
that.
to
25 of 32. 25 of 32 for 256, and the pick was a weird one. It was a deflected, weird.
Oh, yeah, Quintez was trying to catch it, and David Tyree it to his helmet, and that didn't happen. Can I say something about Graham Mertz, though, first?
Please.
Because I've heard this
Even though this isn't the big story of the game. But
I know. It's just a burr up my saddle because it just kind of goes to show that sometimes when all you see is what happens in the Minnesota game or in a preseason game, your opinion is that's it. I just saw those 10 reps and I'm done.
Yeah, Mertz is done. Career over. Thank you.
Right. So Minnesota broadcast, and I pointed it out during the broadcast, all 3 interceptions. One was tipped. One, you had 2 receivers in the same spot. And then the first one was one of those receivers that was in the same spot as the other guy doesn't stop and get himself open. He runs right into the defender, so Graham tries to back shoulder him back into the hole, and it gets picked off. So I've heard people say, well, it kind of came out of nowhere for Mertz. No, it didn't. Mertz was good the entire camp. If you read my Harris Hits, you'd know Graham Mertz was kicking ass the entire camp. He had a bad day against Minnesota, and then as you get into preseason games, the reps get all kind of wonky, and then he starts against Detroit and looks really good. And I was like, well, this came out of nowhere. No, it didn't. He's been throwing the ball like that pretty much all camp long.
Yeah, we saw it.
He just really didn't have opportunities.
Even in rookie minicamp on air, I was saying he's throwing the ball well. He puts it on target. It's very accurate, and he has the Gator all-time completion percentage record.
Yeah.
And he has the consecutive completions record still for Wisconsin.
Yes.
So 2 different schools, he's got these notable accuracy-type records, which is interesting. And look, we're not starting Graham Mertz, by the way. Headline, we're not going to do it. But we bring him up because it shows you, when you follow these training camp stories, it pays to follow along and read your Harris Hits and listen to the shows that we talk about these things. We've been talking about Mertz, and they played a hunch. You know what? I think Mertz, with better talent, maybe elevate him a little bit, give him a start here, see how he does. I think he's going to play well, and he played well. That was cool. But the story of the game.
So Minnesota game, you said it was Ariante Ursery.
Yeah, the Minnesota game, the story was Ariante Ursery.
The Panthers game, you said it was?
I thought it was the running game.
Yeah, the running game.
Yeah,
okay,
the offensive line
I'm curious to see where this one goes.
And it's going to be the same hit played again because we play the hits here, Johnny. This is Hit Sports Radio.
Right.
And we're going to roll this one again because it's the running backs, my friend. That's the story of the game. Damian Pierce getting action was great to see. Also, Christian Harris getting action was great to see. Derek Barnett, Foley Fatukasi. Yeah, the starters didn't play, the would-be starters, but those guys are key contributors, if not starters, that I just mentioned. And, I mean, Harris obviously is going to start. So Foley's going to start a lot of games for this
I wouldn't say obviously for anything.
Well, I would say,
but they're going to make impacts.
He's going to play a gargantuan amount of snaps if he's healthy. And
be healthy.
Yeah, please. That's the most important thing. But I thought the running backs, again, this did it for me because you were running behind a line, and we talked about it. The guys who they were sitting, okay, that's one thing. They had, 8 available linemen in the game?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Not a big number.
You're going to get a lot of Austin Deculus at left tackle.
Great block
Eli Cox at center after Patterson gives away and all that other stuff. So those guys, you have to credit them and credit the coaching, credit all of it. Popovich and Nick Kayley and all of it. And the guys calling the plays for the Texans, it was Jerry Shaplinski. And also Gerard called the plays.
First and second half, they called the plays.
Yeah, so I mean that was really cool. And on defense, you had Stephen Adegoke calling the defensive signals, and you had Rod Wright. And to the pick. I mentioned that in the highlight, I think, because I was thinking about that.
Steven dialed up a blitz on the first series.
Really?
The first third
You
down,
mentioned that on the broadcast.
6 guys.
I did the rewatch.
Kyle Allen, I was like, well, I guess we're not staying in base today.
Yeah.
They threw a number of blitzes, and obviously the interception was a blitz, and nobody blocked Jackson Woodard. So
you know what? Go for it. Blitz.
Well, here's the thing. It wasn't a complicated blitz. In fact, it might have been the same blitz, just with different personnel. It was not crazy. It was not kitchen sink type stuff. You weren't throwing 7 guys at 5 blockers or anything like that. So it was something that the Lions should have definitely picked up. But I look at the weekend in a sense as a weekend. I mean, kind of the whole thing, Thursday through Saturday, getting to joint practice against the Lions, getting to see your ones against their ones. I talked about I was on with Sean and Seth on Friday. I talked about it in the pregame show. Titus had a really good day, I thought, at right tackle, especially against Aiden Hutchinson. They did some really good things. I thought the start of it was we came out very slow. And it was interesting because getting in the production meetings, as D'Amico was talking about it, I think he maybe said it in the presser too, and I think he said it to you as well in your pregame interview. When we started slow, it was like we kind of were sleepwalking off the bus a little bit. Yeah. And then something clicked. I don't know what it was. Competitive, juice popping. I don't know. But all of a sudden, they turned up the screws on both sides. Because early in that practice, and you were kind of split in the middle, I just spent the day with the offense. Because I felt like if you watch the offense, and this is, I think, first part of practice, and you're like, oh, that's not going well. Let me go watch the defense. And then you get stuck with the defense. By the time you get back to the offense had already kind of turned it up a little bit. And I think you kind of got a bad read of it. So I just stayed with the offense. And so I would hear the crowd,
which is a bad thing.
Yeah, it was a bad thing.
Yeah.
But then as the day wore on,
got quiet.
It got a little quieter, a little quieter, a little quieter. You didn't hear as much of that going through. And then as I'm watching the offense, I'm seeing them more and more productive. The red zone, which at times over the last couple of years, we'd settle for field goals in the red zone. So it was good to see receivers getting separation, making plays, X in the back of the end zone, Christian Kirk to the pylon, guys making plays. And then Saturday, you go out and you dominate their backups. And I said this in the broadcast. What does today prove? It proves that you've put together a roster 1 through 70. 70, I'm thinking they'll keep Hagai. I hope they do, because he's got some promise as the IPP player. So you get 70. It feels like any of 54 through 70 could step up to the big roster on game day if they've got to play and go be productive, and there's not going to be a drop-off.
And they will. Johnny, that's great. That's another big story in this game, your depth. We've seen it at times in preseason games, but this felt very consistent. Mm-hmm. Look, the Minnesota game, if you don't have those picks, which I get it, if you don't have those picks, it's a completely different situation. Well, yes. But if you didn't have those picks, that game's a lot closer, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, the last two have been dominating performances, 40 points in each of them, but you dominated the opponent, and there was no question about it, and the game was not as close as the score would indicate and all of that. But back to the running backs here, because Pierce gets the start. I thought Sean said this well. You look at the box score, it's like, I don't know. It wasn't a box score game. You run for 150 as a team in a preseason game. That's solid, especially since your long run is 18. Yep. So that means you're just chipping away. But you do have to look at some of those. If it's 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1 and you run for 2 yards, that is a very successful running play.
Exactly.
And it's a 2-yard gain, and that hurts your average. There were numerous instances like that. Mm-hmm. So I don't look at the yards per carry average of, say, a Pierce or any one of these guys and write headlines about it. What I'm writing headlines about is continuing to move the pile forward. There were a couple of L's in that, in the running game, but for the most part, you had W's, you had wins, you had gashes, you had a score with Woody Marks, who looked really good. I mean, he reminds you in a way. I think the excitement level of him reminds you of what you saw in Damian Pierce in 2022 in the preseason, right? The excitement level you have for Woody Marks. What can he really do in a regular season situation? Sure. How can he help you? When are they going to run him? How are they going to run him? How does Pierce fit in? And that leads us to the conversation of the day. Because no cuts, I haven't checked it since we started, but no cuts have leaked yet. I don't think they've cut anybody yet officially.
Not that I've seen.
I don't think so. I think they took yesterday to... Look, it's Sunday morning. I bet D'Amico went to church and Nick, and, they met in the afternoon, and this is what I'm betting. I don't know this. And today you're going to see some activity because there is something scheduled for today with the team, I think, a meeting or something, like regular Monday stuff, right? Yeah. And then they're going to have tomorrow maybe off and then reset and let's go. Wednesday, you practice with your 53-plus practice squad and you go.
You got to be down to 53 by 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we'll be live and we'll talk about it, and we'll have the 53-man roster, the initial 53-man roster. The initial is the key word here because it is going to change like an amoeba. It's going to be like road construction where, all right, we have these cones set up, and this is the path, but the path is going to change. And not drastically. This is not like some teams are going to have roster turnover of 5 to 10 people after their initial 53. This is not one of them.
Yes.
There will be 2-3 spots.
It shouldn't be. You're right. There's going to be, and that's where we've gotten to with this roster, and that's kind of why I thought Saturday was such a positive, because your depth being what it is, you're going to have players that get snatched up by waivers, or if they're vested veterans and they get cut, they're released, they can sign with other teams, that kind of thing. You've just built this roster. Nick and D'Amico have built this roster to a point where there are players on this roster that other teams are going to want. You're going to want them to come back on practice squad if they don't make the 53, but it's making those cuts. And, again, when we were discussing this in 21 and 22, wasn't quite that way. We were wondering, who's going to be the second linebacker? Who's going to be who are going to be the two starting defensive ends? Who's the third? Who's fifth or sixth defensive end if they're going to keep 5 or 6? And it shows.
Some teams are talking about their starting quarterback.
Well, some teams are carrying 4 and have no idea who it is. Cleveland Browns, but outside of that,
wait a minute. I got to stop right there.
They're keeping 4.
I posed this question to you before the show.
Yeah.
If Graham Mertz was available to the Cleveland Browns, where is he sitting on the Cleveland Browns depth chart?
He's
this
before
morning?
Both of the 2 rookies.
Yeah. And
before Shedeur's
Pickett,
got a third line in front of him, man. You can't even have a conversation about Shedeur Sanders. You just can't.
No, he's not as bad as that. He's not as good as the first game. He's somewhere in between. He's got to continue to develop.
You couldn't have a conversation about Tim Tebow. You can't have a conversation about Shedeur Sanders.
You're right.
Neither one.
You're right. He's one of those. He's Tebow in a very different way.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, for different reasons.
You just can't have that conversation about either one of them. Yeah, but Tebow sucked. Well, yeah, maybe Shedeur sucks. I mean, we don't know, but it's such a polarizing discussion with people that are bringing things into the conversation that have no business being there. To your point, Graham Mertz right now, if you started looking at the rookie quarterbacks and went, who are the most impressive? All the way through, who are the most impressive?
Well, Ward seems to be impressive.
Yeah, Ward's been fine. He's made a couple
the number one pick in the draft.
Yeah, he was.
He better be impressive.
He better be. That doesn't always guarantee the case.
But
it's taken Bryce 3 years to get to this point.
To me, I hope he takes 3, 4, 5 years to develop and ends up with another team in the NFC. That would be good.
And the only reason I'm cheering for him in some sense is because he's from West Columbia.
Cane too, and
he's a Cane.
I love my Canes, but
I know. But he's only there 1 year. He kind of rented the Canes, and they kind of rented
strange era, because how am I supposed to cozy up to Carson Beck as a Canes fan?
You're not.
Jeez.
You're not supposed to cozy up to him.
These guys are mercenaries now.
Look, Ohio State fans are ready to sell Will Howard down the nearest river, and then he won a national championship, and then they finally were like, okay, I guess he's a Buckeye. I mean, there were times at Ohio State
Ryan
where
Day down the river.
I mean, they sold CJ down a river. Jeez. He was a 2-time Heisman finalist. He carried him on their back against Georgia in that awesome playoff game, and yet they wanted him gone somewhere. I mean, like, they're the worst fan base in the history of mankind.
Okay.
The worst.
Back to the running backs.
Okay, back to running
I
backs.
really feel the ADD kicking in this morning, and I don't know, I have to counter it somehow. But the running backs. Okay, Johnny. And everybody, all the media members coming out with their projected 53s, and I get it. You got to do that. It's fun. It's fun to do. The thing we don't know is Mixon, but there's an assumption with most people doing their 53 that Mixon is going to be on some kind of unavailable list.
Correct.
Right? Either IR, PUP, something. He's not available week 1. I would love to have him, come out of the locker room today, hit the weight room, do everything in there, practice this week, get ready next week. Bam, you're playing against the Rams, Joe. And you know that if anybody could do it, he could.
Right.
But it just doesn't feel like it. So we'll just put Joe to the side for now. But even doing that, it doesn't make things any easier. You're going to the running back room. J.J. Taylor has already gone prior to last week, despite some people thinking that he was still with the team. But I understand it's hard to keep track of all these things. That's why you got to listen to Texans Radio.
Constantly moving.
So here's the deal. Pierce, I'm going to list them, okay? In no particular order, because I think it's important. Pierce, Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, Daria Gunbowale, okay? There's 4 right there.
Right.
Now, what do we do? Are you going to keep those 4 guys and wave goodbye to British Brooks, right? And have a fullback, Jakob Johnson, or maybe British Brooks is your fullback and Jakob's gone. But I feel like we're in a world where both Jakob and British are not going to be on the team, which makes me sad. So something's going to make me sad either way. You might not even keep 4. You might keep 3 and a fullback, and then the tight ends come into play. But I think you're going to keep 4 running backs. I just have that feeling.
Okay.
Like pure running backs, not fullbacks.
Do you want to ask John Harris, sideline reporter, who loves these dudes when they come in this room? Okay. I'd like to keep everybody. I love everybody. I don't want to see anybody go. That's just the way of the world. All right, now, you want to talk to GM John Harris?
Yes.
Okay, you're keeping 4. You're keeping Nick Chubb. You're keeping Damian Pierce.
Yeah, I was just going over the guys Saturday. So
Nick Chubb, Damian Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, Woody Marks. Those are your 4.
And so Jawar is sprung free.
Yeah.
And so, Jawar, who had 55 yards on 13 carries and looked good.
I know. So
looked like he could help a team.
Guess who? Well, let's just use the first team on the waiver wire. And that is, hey, here's their running back depth right now. Just tell me.
Oh, boy.
And this is where it gets dicey in some sense, because the first waiver claim, the Tennessee Titans, we're going to have guys that they're going to be interested in. So here's the running back depth in Tennessee. Tony Pollard.
Okay.
Tajay Spears is hurt.
How hurt?
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't care. Khalil Mullings, rookie from Michigan, former linebacker turned fullback, linebacker, running back, whatever. Julius Chestnut, Jordan Mims, Jamar Jefferson. Now, I'm pretty familiar with those guys.
Chestnut is one of those.
Jawar Jordan steps in and becomes the number 2 for them. At a minimum, number 3.
Really?
Yes.
Well, what can I do? Jawar, that ankle doesn't look good to me at all.
Exactly.
You're walking funny.
Jawar's walking through the locker room, and all of a sudden, hey guy comes over and steps on his toe and says, hey, coach told me to do that.
Sorry.
Jawar's got turf toe. He's on IR. I mean, we joke about that.
I was watching the U.S. Open yesterday, and Djokovic, he's they're between sets 2 and 3, and he's gassed.
Yeah.
And he's got a toe problem, and he has the trainer come over, and McEnroe's like, they're going over the footage before he went down, and it's like, McEnroe's like, because he's stretching his arms, he's like, yeah, that doesn't help your toe.
Yeah.
so that's the point here. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, Johnny.
Yeah.
Come on, Jawar.
Take one for the team. I don't want to lose Jawar. He's been really good, and we noticed.
I don't want him ending up in Tennessee.
Exactly. And I'm just using Tennessee as an example. Now, maybe Tennessee doesn't put a waiver claim on him. But I look at, no, Jawar Jordan's better than these guys right here. And that's going to happen for a number of guys that get waived. They're subjected to Tennessee right off the bat. And Jacksonville's not far down the list.
Yep.
And
they study you more than anybody.
That's right. Exactly. Because division team, et cetera. So I think that's what makes it up. But those are the 4. Unless you make some sort of deal today with one of those running backs, and I know there's been a lot.
Let me ask you a tough question.
A lot of rumors or talk about Damian being traded, all that kind of stuff. I know this just watching him, and it was funny because I was kind of standing watching practice one day and talking to somebody, and it was like, if he keeps his shoulders square, i.e., what you do in a gap scheme, which we've talked about with Damian for a while. He's better because his vision's a full vision. And I said this on the broadcast, when you're running zone, sometimes you don't have that full field of vision. If you're not comfortable running a zone, you get tunnel vision, and that's the worst thing you can have. Some guys with zone, like Arian Foster, when he ran zone, even though his shoulders weren't squared to the line of scrimmage, he had vision that could get him back to where the cutback lane was. I don't think Damian ever got there with a zone scheme. I think in a power scheme, when he's squared to the line of scrimmage, he can see the cut and make the cut and go. And I think that's why it probably just wasn't a fit. And
well, that's what it looks like.
What's that?
That's what it looks like.
Exactly.
When you're watching it from the end zone, it's just a cut within.
He sees it.
Yeah.
He sees it. And when people want to ask me the last couple of years, I'm like, he just doesn't see it. And he said it with Sean and Clint on the postgame that Sean and Seth played this morning. He talked about he just had in this scheme. So you don't want to give up on that because that dude's explosive when he gets the ball, but you know who's also explosive when he gets the ball? Woody Marks.
Yeah, so...
And how many footballs do you have to go around on September 7th?
I got to ask you a really important question right now.
Okay.
Because we all know how important Dare is to this football team. Was it ever in play that one of these other backs, these rookies, whoever, could step up and do what he does for this football team besides kicking field goals? Was it ever in play, or was Dare a virtual lock to make this team coming in? Was it a factor for any of these guys to possibly take his spot? And is it still?
I don't think this year.
Okay.
I think in their minds, they maybe looked at Woody and said, hey, what Woody gives us or would give us if we project forward would be third down back type stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe he ends up one day becoming the number 2 complimentary back to somebody. Maybe Woody ends up being the number 1. I mean, Woody looked fabulous this training camp. And so if I had to go start Woody Marks against the Rams,
start him.
If I had to start him,
you'd feel okay.
I'd feel great about it, actually.
Wow.
Pass protection's really good.
Yeah.
Runs the ball with, some vim and vigor, and he's gotten his confidence. And I thought it was interesting in the production meetings. We asked him about that, and he said, one day we were in practice, and there were a couple guys that were just saying, hey, man, we got your back. We got your back. Just go. And it was like, from that point, it was like a switch flip for him. And then you started seeing, I think, kind of the real Woody Marks. And really, honestly, we haven't even seen the real Woody Marks.
Right.
The guy caught 83 passes at BC State.
We haven't seen that part of his game.
And that's a brilliant part of his game. So I think in their minds, they looked at it and said, hey, maybe down the road, Woody can give us that.
He had that one,
but you can't. Daria Gumbawale has to be on this roster.
He had he had 3 catches in a game, and he's capable of having 7, 8,
Who,
9.
Woody?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
But, a lot of guys to throw the ball to. Mertz had that one where he was going to his left and kind of stepped up to the line, and last moment just shot the ball to Woody, who took it for a little gain. And that one popped out to me for both players. Like Woody, head on a swivel. I'm ready for the ball at any time.
Yep.
And Mertz, I am looking for somebody to get open. Yeah,
Right.
I can run it. I've proven that. I can run it a little bit, enough to move the sticks. But I'm going to look for a guy who's open, and he found him. That was cool. All right, we have a lot to get to. Andy Kalu is going to join us. He's on the broadcast for the preseason games. So his work is done. No, he's going to help us out this year on Texans Radio. Andre Ware is going to appear as well, and we'll talk quarterbacking among many other things and sprinkle in some college football because it is a huge week. And John McClain, the Hall of Famer, coming up later on in the program at 9:30. All right, it's all happening here on Texans Monday. We're brought to you every week by Houston Methodist. It's been the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans from the get-go, and they are here to help you with virtual care visits. How about that? You can have a Zoom medical call, and it's really effective stuff. Urgent care centers, you've probably driven by one as you're listening to this program. And anything you need to know about Houston Methodist, go to houstonmethodist.org. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Eating Medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, and the Texas Lottery are awarding grants up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the Inspire Change Grant. If your organization is breaking barriers, driving social justice, or creating new opportunities in our community, this is for you. Fuel your mission, grow your impact, and be a force for change. Apply now at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's inspire change together.
What's up, Texans fans? Still chasing that next bucket list worthy experience? Your search ends here. The official Texans Legends Cruise, presented by Seaside Events, is sailing June 26th aboard the MSC Seascape, departing from Galveston, Texas, and headed to Mexico for 7 unforgettable nights. Imagine exclusive beach events with Texans legends, autographs, once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences, and nonstop memories at sea. And the best part? You're not just watching from the sidelines. This time, you're part of it. Book now at TexansLegendsCruise.com. Over 75,000 stampeding fans returning to NRG Stadium for the 2025 Houston Texans season.
These last few months have been grueling without football,
and we can't wait to welcome you back home. On Monday, September 15th, your Texans will be taking on the Buccaneers for our kickoff presented by Hyundai Home Opener. Get tickets before they're gone. And
Now, back to Texans Monday.
3rd and 8 from the 47. Allen in the gun. He's going to be sacked. Brought down at the 40-yard line. Nowhere to go. Tommy Togiai wrestles him to the ground. You know, I was watching that highlight on the Texans Twitter feed, X. Are we going to say that forever? Twitter X?
I'm just done. I'm just saying Twitter from now on. Screw X. I'm just saying Twitter.
That's good. I don't know.
Twitter.
You know what? That's something really he could do to make himself even more popular to some and even more to others. Change it back to Twitter. Everybody would be happy.
Yeah, it's Twitter.
Fine.
What
it's
is
great.
X?
Nothing. Anyway, on the Texans X feed, they had that highlight, and I was like, why don't I give that a little time? I love Tommy, and I want Tommy to not walk out of this building. Tommy's going to be in this building.
Tommy has to be in this building.
And I've got a lot to discuss this morning. Man, I have a lot to talk about, but we have Andy Kalu on the line. It's not but, it's and. We have Andy Kalu on the line, who did a great job in the preseason broadcast booth with Johnny Harris and Kevin Kugler. ND, we thought the story of the game was, again, running the football, the running backs. We could talk about Mertz. I think that's a 1A type story. But what did you make of what you saw Saturday preseason finale as we head for cut-down day tomorrow at 3?
You know, I saw a lot of guys competing. And like you said, with Mertz, I saw a guy that if they decided to go with 3 quarterbacks, you have a young developmental type guy that you're going to keep on the roster. But, again, that's a luxury that too many teams don't get, is to keep 3 quarterbacks. But I just really like the way they finished the preseason. I like the aggressiveness of the play, because you feel like that's just not the players out there. That's just the culture of that entire team. So it just felt good finishing the way they did.
Andy, how tough is this weekend as both a player that could be cut and versus a player who's locked on the roster but is seeing some of his boys get cut throughout this weekend? How tough is this as a player to kind of get through this before you can kind of get to the first week of practice for week 1?
It's funny you asked that, John. I was talking to my son, who's at Baylor. Now he's at that age where guys he's played with are on the bubble. They're trying to make teams. And I told him, man, these next few days are the worst and the best days, you know, these guys' lives, because some guys are going to be over. You know, and you're always going to think to yourself, if I get cut, someone else will pick me up. I'll go to the UFL, get more film, and get back into the NFL. So you never have that. That just hard end, you know, that hard stop. Yep. But for many guys, that would be the last time that they play. But the cool thing on the positive side, you're going to have some guys who weren't drafted, who were drafted 6th, 7th round, and they end up making the team. And those are joyous stories. So such an emotional roller coaster when you look at the big picture of cutdown day.
Okay. Mark, I'm going to let you have a second.
Yeah.
But I want to build on that. Talking about 6th round surprise, 7th round surprise. Nick Caserio has made deals at different points throughout his career as GM, and they got a 6th round pick back, or they have a pick swap, a 5th and a 6th, those kind of things. To Indy's point, you never know when that pick swap is going to end up being the player that comes here and stays for however long. I mean, Henry To'oTo'o is a 5th round pick. Jarrett Patterson was a 6th round pick. Those guys have started for this team. So when there's a deal made today, even early tomorrow, that we hear about where Nick has traded a player from this roster and gotten a 6th round pick for him, that's not something to scoff at. I mean, that's a victory in some sense. That somebody that probably would have been cut ends up being a player down the road. Hey, man, this guy ends up being a player for us for the next 4 or 5 years or more that we end up getting on late on day 3, because in training camp of 2025, this guy was a pretty good player, and we got a trade out of it.
You know what? I'm so glad you bring that up, John, because, and I know you're going to feel me on this, you being a football nerd. That's why I never quite understand when people kind of turn their nose up during the draft when we get to the 4th, 5th, 6th round. Because if you look at a roster, I don't know the exact number, and I don't want to tell you anything false, but there's more guys on a roster from like 4th round and below. But, you know, there's a stat, something like that. And those are the guys that you get value. If you look at the roster, you could point out 4, 5, 6 guys that are either starters or contributors that were drafted after the 4th round. So, no, if you could pick up those 6th round picks, I never quite understood the thought during the draft. Oh, just trade away that 6th round pick. It doesn't matter. Or just waste it on a kicker. You know, it doesn't matter. Like, there's some gems, in my opinion, that you could find in the later rounds. And when it's all said and done, it's a numbers game. You know, the more you bring in, some guys are going to fail that are higher picks. Other guys are going to succeed. So I'm all for getting as many picks as possible.
Wow, it's interesting because, like in a sales organization, you have the 80-20 rule. 80% of the stuff is sold by 20% of the staff, and those are your key salespeople.
Yeah.
And the rest of the staff, you're like, all right, you guys do whatever you do. But on a sports team, especially an NFL team, those 80% who aren't making the money that the 20% are, because the 20% are going to make 80% of the money, roughly, those 80% have to do great jobs for you. Otherwise, you're not going to win as a team. You're just going to have this lopsided situation. Andy, I want to give me two of your favorite defensive linemen not named Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter. Easy pickings, and I know you love Will Anderson. You have actually said, and I'm going to out you off the record, that you wanted to adopt him, but we won't tell anybody. But other than those guys, who impresses you on this D-line? Because I'm looking at tough decisions there, especially if they want to keep, and I think they do, 6 linebackers. If they want to keep 10 DBs, this gets really tough at the end of that D-line group. So give me 2 or 3 of your favorite guys.
Well, I like those inside guys. You know, Fedekasi, we did not get to see a lot of him during this preseason, but the 11 games he started last year, you understood why he's been around in this league for as long as he has. And again, another guy that was either drafted late or even undrafted, if I'm not mistaken, Tim Settle. Like, I think Tim Settle's a dog. And when I say dog, I mean in a good way. Like, that's one of those guys you just want to play with. Sheldon Rankins. I really like those 3 guys interiorly. So when you look at the Will Andersons, Daniil Hunter, they're going to get all the press, as they absolutely should. But a lot of those sacks they're getting is because they're beating the tackle around the edge, and those guys in the middle aren't giving the quarterback any room to step up. So I just really think those interior linemen, the Fedekasi, Tim Settle, Sheldon Rankins, those are guys that don't get their due. They're kind of like offensive linemen where they do the grunt work, and the teammates, they appreciate it, but they don't get the press clippings.
Indeed, we were talking about earlier, obviously Graham was really good. Graham Mertz at quarterback on Saturday. We saw 3 preseason games together. Keaton Slovis threw it pretty well for this team, and Davis Mills is definitely, and he's thrown it well throughout all training camp. He's thrown it as well as I've seen him. How would you go about handling this quarterback situation going forward with these 4? You'd love to be able to keep 4, but then you have to kind of get creative. Do you want Mertz exposed to waivers, Slovis out there? How do you go about this quarterback situation with 3 and 4? Do you keep 3? Do you keep 2? How would you do it, GM Andy Kalu?
Unfortunately, because I feel like you're going to have to carry an extra safety and an extra running back due to injuries to some guys that you just know you're not going to cut. So I'm thinking you have to keep 2 quarterbacks. I love Davis Mills as your backup quarterback. And with Graham Mertz, you put him on practice squad. And if somebody signs him to their active roster, you shake his hand and say, you know what, you earned it, go make that money. But you know, with every scenario, the rainbow situation is, oh, yeah, let's keep this guy, let's keep that guy. But the reality, you only have 53 spots. You're going to have to keep an extra running back and extra safety. So I don't think the Texans have that luxury, in my opinion, of keeping 3 quarterbacks. Now, Nick Caserio gets paid a lot of money. He's done an awesome job over the years. So if he figures out a way to keep 3 quarterbacks, more power to him. But I think what Mertz did this past weekend, he just allowed everyone else to notice that, hey, if you need a number 2, check out this film. I might be that guy.
We said GM Andy Kalu, not Mertz's agent Andy Kalu. Jeez, what are you doing to me over here? I need Mertz on this football team now because, and look, but I liked what I saw. And
hey,
here's
prisoner
the thing.
of the moment, let's go.
Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, prisoner of the moment is a great way to put it. Because, Andy, I look at what Mertz did, and I'm looking around the league saying, he's better than that backup. He's better than that backup. It's not just now. It's what he can do for you in the future because – they draft all these rookies, and you want to catch lightning in a bottle somewhere. And I'm not saying he's the guy, but he looks pretty good to me. I think if you let him go, you expose him, somebody might take him. And by might, I mean will. I think that he's got a good chance to get scooped up by one of these teams that's not so thick at the quarterback position, certainly as a number 3 maybe. So I feel like I got to keep him on the roster. But you already shared how you felt about that, and I get it. And you mentioned this. the running back position, Johnny went over the numbers because you had what, Johnny? Chubb, Pierce, Dare, and Woody. That's four. That means Jawar goes. What do you think of Jawar? And that running back room's so crowded right now. We assume Mixon might be on some sort of unavailable list, IR, PUP, whatever. But what are your thoughts there at that spot?
No, to me, that's the tough one. And real quick, and I know you weren't saying that I think Mertz is, just go ahead and let him go. I think he's played well enough to make it somewhere else, which also means that you might be able to get a draft pick for him. If there's a team out there, and my electricity went out and it came back on, so that's why you hear that annoying sound in the background.
It's not that bad. We've heard worse.
I promise I do put the batteries but as far as the running back, you didn't even mention a name that I really like, and that's British Brooks. Like, that's the guy that I can just see him behind that starting offensive line. I can just see him playing with ones and having success if they open up holes. But isn't that the case every year? Going back to Jonathan Grimes, I don't know if y'all remember that name, listeners. Yep. I know y'all do. But I remember thinking Jonathan Grimes, oh, man, this is going to be the greatest story in the world. For some reason, it seems like the running back position is that one position where there's always going to be 3 or 4 guys that are let go that you can envision them playing a lot for your squad.
Yeah, British Brooks is one we've talked about, but we haven't. So I'll go to that realm. Jakob can play fullback, and he's a true fullback. I don't know how much Jakob could play tight end, because a lot of times when you're thinking about what are we keeping at tight end, you bring in the fullbacks, you bring in the tight ends, and you kind of like, British Brooks does tailback pretty well. I think he could play fullback, and in fact, in one of the practices, I remember seeing him at fullback. So it was kind of going back to that thought of, well, maybe he can be a fullback. And then on special teams, you could argue he was the best special teams player this team had. He had he had a rock-solid tackle against Minnesota. I'm with Indy. I just wish that's a guy that I could keep around in some way, shape, or form. But my numbers get squeezed so much. To Indy's point, safety, you probably got to keep an extra one because you don't know the health of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And then running back is one you don't know how it's going to play out. But when you're talking about a guy, they got to be able to do multiple things for you or be a specialist in a particular area. Like maybe you're a pass rush specialist. I don't know, but that might be, the thing for British Brooks. The one for me, ND, is linebacker. And that's the one I'm like, man, you got Aziz. He got a little minor thing, but I guess he's going to be okay injury-wise. You got Henry, you got Christian, you got EJ Speed. And I know you and I talked a lot about EJ. You pointed out the first game, and then he was tremendous. How would you look at the linebacker situation with guys behind him like Jake Hansen, who was pretty good in preseason? You've got Jamal Hill. You've got Nick Neiman. And then you got the 2 rookies. I think linebacker gets pretty tough as well, especially because those guys can all be pretty good on special teams. ND, what are your thoughts?
That's a very tough one, and it just goes to show how many great players, great in college, don't make it in the NFL because we're naming some guys, whereas Casey Osai, whether it's Jake Hansen, Woodard, who's shown up on film during the preseason, but they're not going to be able to keep them. I actually think, John, it's easier at the linebacker position than some of the others. And when I say easier, because they have so many good guys in depth, the biggest question is going to be how are you going to get EJ Speed on the field? How are you going to get Henry To'oTo'o, Christian Harris, all those guys on the field together, or are you going to have to do different packages? To me, Jake Hansen, if healthy, you leave him on because of what he does with special teams. And every time he plays, if somebody goes down, he's very solid. He's a solid player where, Jake Hansen has to start because X player is down, so there's going to be this big hole. So I think Jake Hansen is a must. Then Casey Osai, with what he does physically, if he could just learn, be in the system, be on practice squad, but be in that playbook and really fight for a spot next year, I think that would be the ideal situation.
Andy, what is this week like for players? I know it's different from when you played because the practice squad was a very different thing. It was 10 people. I think the number changed while you were playing throughout your 12-year career. You were in the league for a long time. But anyway, it's different now with the 16-player practice squad. There are more job opportunities than ever and opportunities to get elevated to the active roster than ever. But what is it like when teammates of yours might be getting cut, when you might be getting cut, What is this week like for players?
It's tough. I mean, and again, and you mentioned it just depends where you are in your career. So in my 12 years, the first 3 years, I'm sitting right now looking at my phone praying that I don't get that call. You're praying that your phone doesn't ring because this is cut down day. And then you're kind of anxious. You get excited as it gets closer to Tuesday at 3 o'clock. But then if you're a guy that you know you're going to make the team, you're feeling bad and you're looking at the waiver wire. You're kind of getting online, seeing which one of your boys got cut. And then when it's – and you have a feel. I hate to admit it. There were times when – and look, this is coming from a guy who was cut his second year, but there were times when I wasn't going to get cut where me and the guy right next to, we were trying to determine, okay, who's going to be the 53-man roster. And we're putting a list together, and a guy walks by us, and we're like, nah, he's cut. And we're, trying to play GM. But then when it happens, we feel bad. We feel bad because it's like we know the work that they put in. So for a guy like the guys we've mentioned, the Brooks, the Jake Hansons, they're thinking to themselves, hey, I did all I could. And I can't control certain things, so now it's in God's hands. It's not in my hands anymore. But when you don't get that call after the deadline, man, Mark, it's such a great feeling. Like, you just feel this relief. You feel the weight that's been lifted off your shoulder. But what sucks then is the 51, 52, 53, you're never really comfortable. You're never really comfortable. So you're always looking over your shoulder. You know that every Tuesday, every NFL team's bringing in about 20 guys to work them out as they try to improve. So just depending where you are in your roster. But for the guys that end up making it, that were on the bubble, it's a beautiful, beautiful feeling.
All right, ND, thanks so much for the Texans Monday appearances so far, because you'll be on every week. And also the preseason broadcast booth. You did an outstanding job. Thanks so much for doing that.
Man, thank y'all, everybody. That was a blast. I really enjoy it. And now it's time to just be a true fan and talk to y'all every Monday. I'm looking forward to it.
Sounds good. ND Kalu joining us here on Texans Monday. Coming up, Andre Ware at 9. Before that, let's get nerdy on the roster. Roster nerd stuff on here from Damian Pierce as well. We'll try to squeeze it all in here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Kroger, you never compromise.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Mertz under center, and here's Dare getting a carry over the right side, outside, 20, 15, 10, inside the 10, brought down inside the 7-yard line. He's showing you he still belongs on this football team. Dare Ogunbowale getting the Texans a 1st and goal. All right, Ben, the producer, who's great at his job, picked that highlight. It's like he read my mind, Johnny. Getting nerdy about the roster. You look at Dare Ogunbowale, there might be an upset in the running back room, and I don't know what it is. Is it Pierce gets traded? Is it Dare doesn't make the team after all? Dare gets traded. Or is it just simply that Jawar doesn't make it and Joe's on some kind of IR list and we just go with 4 or we go with... So that's the most likely. Like Vegas would have that as most likely to happen. I'm not going to give you numbers. I'm not Sean Pendergast here. He's really good at that stuff. But I'm looking at this saying that's a possibility for an upset. And by upset, I mean not making people upset, but, this happened. Yep. It's like a, 7-point underdog coming out with the win that Pierce gets traded or Dare gets traded or doesn't make the team or something weird like that happens. Yep. Because when you look at a 53-man roster, there are 2 big wild cards here coming in. One is we don't know the health of Joe Mixon. Correct. You feel like it's probably IR or something like that, some unavailability list. But CJGJ, he doesn't like that acronym. He doesn't like that. Doesn't like the initials. He likes CD.
Deuce. He likes CD Deuce.
Yeah,
CD.
He likes that. So CJ Gardner-Johnson. That's the one we really don't know about. Is he available week 1? Is he not available but on the 53 and he's available week 2, 3, 4, something like that? Is he on an IR or PUP? We don't know that at all.
Well, even if he is ready for week 1, you still need an insurance policy and extra safety just in case.
Probably.
My guess is if he's ready for week 1,
he's playing.
Then he's good and he's playing. So you don't have to. You would feel good about that. You don't need the extra insurance, if you will. But at least he's been playing throughout camp, and he had that injury at the Greenbrier, and it's been a short amount of time. Who knows? With Joe, you have no idea because you haven't seen Joe since the Chiefs game.
Yeah. And he run. Now, can he carry the ball 30
Well, here's the thing you got to be careful with Joe.
What?
Joe might have...
He'll play with a foot dangling from a
He might
tendon.
have one good foot and the other one, like you said, dangling, and he's like, I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. I want to play.
Yeah.
I think they have to hold Joe back. So I think that, and hopefully that's maybe part of what's going on, is they're maybe having to hold him back a little bit till we know, and this is why I've said, until he's 100%. In my mind, I really don't want to see 28 until 100%.
Yeah.
He is that good to go. Locked in. There's nothing. He's as good and fresh as he could possibly be.
Especially with the guys you have.
Yes, exactly.
Tight end's pretty easy with Schultz, Stover,
Are you
and
sure?
Irv, because Harrison Bryant makes
Are you
it 4.
sure? You said tight end's easy.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
I can't see a team without Irv at this point because Irv's an inline blocker.
Trade for Harrison Bryant, who could be one of your more downfield
Can he block
threats.
as well as Irv? You tell me, John Harris.
No,
GM.
but he runs a lot of better routes downfield than maybe any of your other tight ends. You see that route he ran to get the DPI?
Yeah.
He's in line. He starts out, loses him at the line of scrimmage, basically, stacks him, and gets a DPI down the field.
That was nice.
I mean, no offense to Dalton or Cade, but I don't think either one of them run routes like that.
Okay, so you're thinking that he makes it. You just traded for him. Now, it's not like, you're giving up John Mechie, and maybe Mechie doesn't make the team.
So here's my rule.
Yeah.
I've thought of this rule because I know this happens all the time on social media or whatever the case might be. Oh, that guy can't make the team. Okay, well, if you're going to tell me a guy can't make the team, he's going to make the team, tell me somebody who won't. So if I tell you Harrison Bryant's going to end up making the team.
And you keep 4. I don't have 4 right now.
Right.
But I might just have these Mertz-colored glasses right now thinking Mertz is going to make the 53 because you want to protect him because you did invest in – well, the draft choice wasn't exorbitant, right? But I don't know. I don't know if – like we talked about it. I don't know if I'm ready to let go of Mertz right now after what I saw. And the upside of Mertz, not for this team necessarily, but, hey, see, quarterbacks are worth a lot. You can trade them for stuff later.
See, I think Irv and Harrison need to be on the team. But that being the case – I think you have to carry one less defensive lineman.
So now you're down. I got 10. So now you're down to 9.
What, defensive lineman?
Yeah.
See, that number, I don't.
You don't think 10?
Well, I don't know that Nico Autry is going to be ready to go. So I think I could go with 9 because I know who my 5 interior are. I know
Okay,
my
so
5
you-
interior are solid.
And then you go with the 4 outside, but
And you go with
Bird
4
is
outside.
not on this team then.
I know, but that's like I'm
tough.
saying. You don't make that trade for Harrison Bryant. And look, I know it's Metchu's probably not going to make the team for Harrison Bryant, who probably wasn't going to make the Eagles roster.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm watching Harrison Bryant run routes in that Lions game, and I know it's the game, but I also saw him in practice too, and I'm like, look, you know how much I like Cade, and you got to have Dalton on this roster. And by the way, Dalton was fantastic with Shelby on the sideline. That was one of our best interviews.
Yeah,
one of the best
great.
interviews. It was incredible.
You gotta put
She
that
was
on
really,
YouTube.
really good. Yeah. So that was great. We may play it tonight on All Access tonight. It was just a really great interview. So Dalton and Cade. But Harrison speed that even they don't have, and I don't know how you can turn that down to have a downfield weapon that plays tight end.
All right, now I'm more confused than ever.
So I'm going 90 linemen. I'm keeping 4 tight ends.
I'm keeping 75 guys on the active roster.
But don't tell D'Amico.
Filing a petition with the league.
D'Amico's going to be mad at me that I'm taking away one of his defensive linemen.
Oh,
'cause
he's
you
going to
know
be.
He's going to be really mad.
He's going to be upset.
Yeah, and he's gonna be
But I
sitting in
think
the
you could
seat a little
sneak Solomon Bird onto the practice squad. No,
I'm hoping because you got to keep him around. His progress in year 1 and year 2 has been great. You want to keep him around.
What about Dylan Horton? You could probably get him on the practice squad.
I think
you
you
want.
could get him on the practice squad.
Yeah, okay.
I
And
think you could do
continue
that.
to develop him.
Yep,
Give him
exactly.
a little mulligan here.
Same with Bird.
Okay. See, we're solving all the problems, sort of. Not really. Andre Ware will join us next. We'll talk about everything we are discussing relative to this team, putting together a 53-man roster. Deadline tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central. And we'll have Texans All Access tonight. John McClain at 9:30 as well. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio. Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
To Woody, over left guard, across the 5. He's in! Touchdown, Houston! Woody Marks, power running into the end zone. Good blocking on the left side, and the Texans are back in front of Detroit.
I'm just saying.
That's going to be a hot key.
I am just saying.
Did you say that's going to be a hot key
in the
right
call.
in the midst of it?
In the call, yeah.
Okay. So, Ben, I'm gonna give you a challenge. I don't know if you can do this, but I know on In the Loop.
What?
They use
the hotkeys.
They have a hotkey for me when I was talking about Woody Marks.
Oh, that's.
Okay, so that.
Wait, play them back to back, Ben.
Okay, so that.
That is too good. Andre's on the phone too. This is Andre.
Yes, sir.
Wait, that is hotkey heaven right there.
My intent was that Woody Marks was basically setting happened to me. I'm sure you guys in your daily travels, fans approach you and you have conversations all the time. Mm-hmm. But I'm gonna bet you haven't had a fan approach you and tell you that they've listened to you for 22 years. So big shout out to Sidney Evans. I saw him in the gym this morning and we had a nice conversation, but 22 years he's been listening to us. So thanks a bunch, Sidney. That's huge.
That's nice you could shout out the name because that has happened to me, and I never shout the person out. So I'm really sorry now to everyone I haven't shouted out to about long time listening to Texans radio.
Yeah, all I get is, well, where were you the first 8 years, Johnny? That's what I get.
Exactly. Where were you, Johnny?
Hey, it's not where you were, it's where you are now, Johnny.
That's true. That's true. And I get to be back with the crew starting Sunday, September 7th. So as much as I love being with TV, I'm back with the fam on Sunday.
Yeah,
so
but I watched the TV broadcast, and it was awesome. You guys were great.
We had
you guys did a great job. It was fun to watch. And but you didn't have this, Johnny. You didn't have this in the booth. Ben, hit it again. Because see, you didn't have that.
It's my first time hearing that. And normally when I'm on the sidelines, I hear those things. So I would be like, "Oh, okay, we got to keep that." But I didn't hear it until just now.
That is an Andre Ware legendary hotkey. I don't know if it replaces the "Oh no" though. That was. Yeah, see,
okay. Oh no that's my fault because that was the game against the Colts. And I remember they were blitzing us, and I remember saying, "Oh no!" And then I hear Andre say it right after me, and I was like, "Oh no!" I planted the seed in Andre's ears for that one. It felt terrible.
What game was that against the Colts?
It was a game against the Colts. I think it was one we ended up winning, which I would say was Thursday night, maybe.
Doesn't sound like it was going that well. When Andre
not
said,
at that.
We recovered from the oh no.
That's
quick
good.
with it, but you remember the wow a long time ago? That
yes,
almost
I
sounded
do.
like a cat meow.
Oh, my gosh, Benny. I don't even know if Ben has that. It's been a while since we played that one, but Trey became a tease at that point. It was good. It was good. Anyway, all right, Trey. Yeah. No, that wasn't the one, though. That's a wow, yes, but it was a wow where it became a meow at some point. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, Dre, let's start here. The big story I thought the other day was the running backs, and it's created an issue where one way or another you're going to have to let go of somebody you really like because there's just not enough room in that room with all these running backs, and we haven't seen Joe Mixon yet. We don't know his availability, but Chubb didn't play the other day, and everybody played well, and it was a big running back offensive line party against the Detroit Lions, and that was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was. It just kind of shows you the depth of the team. And I kind of said this, I brought this up on Saturday, that for everybody to kind of go in the game at that position and understand pass blocking. And, you hear it all the time that you can always hand the ball to guys. They can always run with it. There's some that are going to be able to catch it out of the backfield better than others. But where guys get on the field the fastest, especially young players, is if you can protect the quarterback in pass protection. And every one of them to a man can do that. And I think that's hats off to Danny Barrett and the job that he does. I sing his praises because he's such a good football coach. All these guys respect him. He's made them better by understanding the playbook. And when you understand what it is that you're supposed to do, you can go out and fire on all cylinders. You can play at 100% rather than kind of playing at about 75, 80%. And so he's done a heck of a job with this. The competition, you sense it, it's there. Woody Marks, he had something to prove when he went in the game the other day after Damian Pierce. And then Jawar Jordan. I mean, that's a name that we just kind of take for granted. Smaller back, excellent out of the backfield, but he is super in pass protection and runs between the tackles at 185 pounds. So don't count him out as well before this thing is all said and done.
Yeah, it's making it really tough, Dre. We've talked about this running back position, and when you think you've got it nailed down, it's like, hey, did you forget about British Brooks? Like, oh, dang it. Yeah. All right, what do I do with British? I mean, he's one of your better special teams guys, and we know the last few years Frank Ross has had incredible special teams, and a good reason for that is the continuity, but also some of the studs he's had on special teams. So I'm going to go to the position you play, quarterback. Graham Mertz, 14-16 the other day in his first real extensive playing time, I mean, even through practice. Since the Minnesota game, he had 3 interceptions, which weren't on him. What'd you, A, think about Mertz, and B, Dre, what do you do with the quarterbacks? We know CJ and Davis are 1-2. Do you keep 2? Do you keep 3? If you keep 3, who do you want to keep? Would you like to keep all 4? I don't think you can. Somebody's going to have a sprained toe today, walk in the hallway, so maybe put them on IR. What are your thoughts about what you're going to do and what they're going to do at the quarterback position?
Yeah, I think every team, when you start trying to round out a 53-man roster, and I'll kind of go here first, there are going to have to kind of take a gamble on. And by that, I mean, you're going to have to put them out there to hope, sit there with your fingers crossed for 24 hours that they clear waivers. And I think Graham Mertz is that guy. You'd love to bring him back on the practice roster, but you got to expose him first in order to get him on the practice roster. I think they have 2 solids, and C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills as solid as there is in terms of starter and backup as there is around the league. Davis Mills is much, much improved, and you feel really good about if you have to go with him with it in terms of a stretch of games. But with Graham Mertz, he's a draft pick that they spent a 6th-round pick on, so he's going to get the benefit of the doubt, I think, over Keaton Slovis because there's an investment there. But I also think they're going to have to expose him in order to bring him back. If he's there after cut downs, he comes back and he's on the practice roster or as your 3rd quarterback. But there are guys on the roster, and he's not the only one that they're going to have to take a swing at and put him out there and kind of subject them to the waiver wire and who, if somebody wants them, if somebody's hurting at that position, or bring them back on the practice roster. And I think if it's going to a practice roster somewhere else over staying with the Texans, where you just spent months learning this offense, this is where you're going to come back to.
What do you make of these receivers? Now, I'm not saying any of these guys are going to make the team. They might make the practice squad, but Powell, Winfrey, Cephas, they combined for 140, 11. And this was on short order, Dre. Cephas was in camp last year, but the system is different. He comes back 2.5 weeks before the game, and then the other guys get back or get to the team that week, and they go out and put up the numbers I just described. And it wasn't just dink and dunk. I mean, they were making plays. What do you think of that performance?
Yeah, I was very impressed with Powell, Winfrey, and in terms of him blocking. Cephas had obviously a pretty good game as well. And I think, with the addition of the expansion of the practice roster going to 16, one of those guys gave themselves a chance, whether Cephas or Powell. Powell came in, picked up things. He made plays, not only on offense and catching the ball as well as blocking, but he made some plays and a tackle or 2 on special teams. So when you can affect the game as a receiver in those 3 areas, you give yourself a chance. And then he came in on such short notice and was able to do exactly that. I think he's got a shot. So he and Cephas, practice roster guys maybe, but they certainly did themselves well on Saturday.
So we've had a lot of quarterback movement in the league over the last, 48 hours or so. I'm going to ask you both this because we got to see it Thursday in practice, and then we got to see it Saturday in a game. After Jared Goff, how bad is that situation in Detroit, Dre and Mark? Dre, you go first.
I've got more confidence, I think, in Kyle Allen than maybe a lot, and it's just because sometimes it's finding the right mix and chemistry. And I alluded to this on the air. I think John Morton is a heck of a football coach, and he's now their offensive coordinator, as well. Mark Brunell being their quarterback coach, and then you got Marcus Tuiasosopo, who is just kind of an offensive assistant but has played the position. And I talked to Kyle down on the sideline before the game, and he's just like, this is like quarterback heaven for me. He understands better. He operates better, and it's just finding the right place at the right time. I think that's set up for them. Would they love to go 17 games with Jared Goff and not have to ever play Kyle Allen? Absolutely. Is it realistic? Probably not. He doesn't have a big injury history, but if they had to go a game or so with Kyle Allen as their quarterback, I think they'd be okay. Hendon Hooker, he has had the job taken from him. He was the quarterback going into the offseason and into training camp, the second guy, rather, in the pecking order. And Kyle Allen has just leapfrogged and outplayed him in the preseason, and is I would imagine, is their backup at this point in time.
Interesting point. I think Kyle Allen on this team right now would do better than Kyle Allen on this team in 2022. Right?
I agree with that. With that, yes.
So that's certainly worth watching. But we've got a long way to go here, and hopefully for them, Goff stays healthy. I'd love to see them again, because that would mean we're playing them in February.
Yes, that would be very nice.
That would be very nice indeed. Dre, thoughts on the defense here? No availability of him come cut-down time tomorrow at 3. I mean, this is one of the X factors, the variables that factors into if you put together a roster, let's say it's approximately 25 defensive players, 25 offensive players, that's really going to create some interesting situations in the secondary, his availability or not. And the D-line as well. They keep 10 or 9 guys. If they keep 9, you're cutting some interesting names. But I think the big headline here is you are pretty thick. Now, you could use some depth in the secondary at corner and maybe at safety if C.J. Gardner-Johnson's not healthy. But overall, defensively, this is as good a defense as maybe you've ever put on the field, and they've had some good ones here.
Yeah, there's some playmakers across the board, and with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you just don't know. We won't have to wait long, though. We'll know tomorrow for sure exactly where he's going to start the season, or if he's ready to actually start the season playing. If he is available and ready to go, and there's still some extra time before that Rams game, I think he's going to be just fine. They'll be fine in the secondary, and Petrie can slide over and make some plays there. MJ Stewart, I think, has been another solid addition on the back end, along with Bullock, who's a playmaker. Stingley and Lassiter are ball hawks. I think guys that may be the 51, 52, and 53 may be in trouble. And I say that from a depth standpoint, because you mentioned it at corner. There's going to be teams. If you're the last couple of guys that make this roster, you could still be let go, and then they pick up guys off the waiver wire to add that depth in the secondary, whether it's at corner or at safety. So there are going to be some guys that make it and feel like, whoa, they'll exhale today, but then once the waiver wire starts to present itself, there still may be some movement.
We need Austin Brinkman to be healthy, by the way. That's a different discussion, too. But I'll ask you this, and maybe it fits into this that I'm about to ask you. We've been talking about, the depth is good. We've been talking all the good. So let's bring it down a notch, because all three of us have a concern, maybe a couple, maybe more than a couple, but we at least have a chief concern about something.
I know exactly where you're going before you finish your question, but go ahead.
What is your one concern heading into week 1? Like your chief concern? There might be a couple that are kind of buzzing, but you're like, man, there's one right here in front of us. What's your major concern, each of you, going into week 1? Dre, was that the question you were thinking I was going to ask?
It's sort of, pretty much. And I think it's the inevitable. It's the guys up front. How do they play? Because you haven't seen if it's Cam Robinson at left tackle or Ursary, who's at right tackle. I mean, it's a mixture of guys, and the chemistry up front needs to be there with those 5 more so than anywhere else on this football team. I think CJ has blended well with new receivers, the rookies, and had some per play from the tight end group, and there's some consistency there. But it doesn't work unless the 5 guys up front do their portion of this and hold up front. And you haven't had. If Cam Robinson's going to start at left tackle, well, it'll be the first time they're all out there together this preseason or to start the season, and that's kind of not where you want to have it happen. So I get agitated sometimes when you think guys can go and they're not, and then they pull the bet move on you and so on and so forth because your position, every one of them is important on this team, but none more important than the 5 guys up front.
So what was the question you thought I was going to ask you?
I can't say that. I cannot do it. I thought you were going there, but I'm not doing it.
Okay. All right, Mark, what's your chief concern going in?
Well,
Trey's a good one.
You guys hit on it because I think, and I could be wrong, it's pretty easy to name 9 offensive linemen who make this football team. But it's not easy to know exactly how they're going to line up.
That's right.
I don't know if we still know. What did they do in the joint practice? It was Robinson left, Ursary right, correct?
No,
Wait.
Titus was at right.
Oh, Titus was at right. I'm sorry. Titus and
Ursary had left, and then Cam was at the left with the 2s.
Cam was at the left with the 2s.
Right.
I'm not sure that's it. I think it's entirely in play that Robinson starts at left tackle, but I could be wrong because Titus could play any one of 3. I think it's also in play that they move him back to left guard. I don't think they will, but I think that's a possibility.
Could.
So the whole thing's a big mystery, and Dre's right. They got to get the chemistry quickly because you're going on the road to play against a tough team that knows how to get after the quarterback.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, on the road against them, look, they're on off. It's one of those things. Rams will be on offense. It'll be quiet for them. I don't think that building gets exceptionally loud. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Whose house?
It's
House, baby.
Yeah, see, I knew it because they're going to throw that out there, and Mark's going to be describing the action. Dre's going, Coog's house. Coog's house. Yeah, I don't think that building gets
a reaction now. I mean, it's just part. It's in my DNA. You hear that, and that's an automatic response for me. And most
true. Yeah, that's true.
I would imagine the Texans will have a pretty decent throng of fans.
I would think so.
Week 1, L.A.
Yeah, there are a lot of great games.
The Texans fans travel well, man. Everywhere we go. Now, what I want to see is that the game in Seattle. Let's see who's really committed when you start talking about going way up there.
And on Monday night,
8 Pacific time kick.
That part.
It's
or is it 7 Pacific time kick?
It's 10 Eastern, so it's 7 Pacific.
Yeah.
10 Eastern, and that game nationally is on ESPN Plus. Not ESPN, ESPN Plus.
If you're traveling for that one as a fan, you're essentially taking off maybe 3 days. Day to travel, day of the game, and obviously the day after because you're not coming right back out. So you want to make that's a mini vacation, so to speak.
Right, you'll never catch a red eye out of Seattle after that game. So you're staying Tuesday and coming back, and you might be. You're right. You might be taking a red eye Tuesday because those West Coast trips are just awful to get back from.
Those are 2 places though on the West Coast that aren't bad to be staying in LA and Seattle.
It's true, but
pretty nice. I'm just saying it's pretty nice.
I just think that 10 Eastern start is
That's gonna be
weird
rough.
for the league.
That is rough.
Do you think people are going to sign up for ESPN Plus to watch that game?
I don't know, but remember,
Des Moines?
locally you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, locally it'll be on over-the-air TV. I believe it's on ABC 13. Anyway,
does
Dre.
this have a negative body clock effect, Mark? We used to talk about that a lot.
It's going the other way.
It's going the other way. I usually think not, but they might have other ideas, so we'll see how they handle it. Dre, I got to ask you about this because
late.
It is so late. Well, we're going to get back at like 8 in the morning, but we'll just suck it up. It's a privilege. So anyway, we are the home of the Texas Bowl, all right? And so we talk a little college football here, and I know that you're vaguely familiar with the subject, Dre, on ESPN Friday nights usually. But we've got a little ditty this Saturday, and it's time. I mean, here we go. It's college football season.
It's here.
Do you have a game this weekend, or are you off this weekend?
I do. Actually, this weekend I'm on Saturday to start the season, and I'll be up at A&M with A&M hosting UTSA.
Nice.
So that'll be a fun one. That's one that I can drive to and then come on back to the house and watch everybody else do their thing. With it normally would be Colorado hosting Georgia Tech, but I'm going to have Colorado. It's never made sense to have us on Colorado 2 out of the first 3 weeks. So there was a little shuffling in the schedule for us. We'll have Colorado right on the campus at U of H after week 2, and that's a trip to Louisville. So A&M, Louisville, U of H are the first 3 weeks.
All right.
Oh, so driving to 2 to 3, man. That's nice.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. The third week, I don't even have to leave the city because I think the Texans have the Titans at home that weekend. So that's going to be a fun deal.
The one I want your opinion on is the Texas Longhorns at Ohio State, Saturday, 11 Central. Let's go. What do you think?
I think it's a tough football game for Texas because you are replacing 2 offensive tackles that went to the NFL. I think there's another 1 or 2 offensive linemen that are being replaced as well. You're replacing a lot of players on defense. Running back, your top receiver, and Golden is gone. So just, plugging Arch in and thinking, oh, it's national championship time, doesn't work. I saw that with Sam Bradford, who was a Heisman Trophy winner, get hurt when Oklahoma one year replaced 4 offensive linemen, had all skill position players coming back. He took a beating in the opening game against BYU, ultimately lost that game. He was out of the game. They knocked him out with a shoulder injury because they just kept pounding in the offensive line. The chemistry just hadn't developed, and he took a lot of punishment. Sam Bradford, it happened with Arch, but I'm saying you got a lot to replace around him. And last I checked, no quarterback is Superman without the 5 guys in front of him holding up. So and that game's on the road. So if you're asking me who I'm picking to win it, I'm going to go Ohio State. From the simple fact that they're at home, they're replacing a lot, including the quarterback, but it's a home game for them, and that in and of itself is the reason I'm picking them.
All right. Well, we'll find out what happens, and we'll watch you Saturday, my friend, and get ready for the Rams a week from Sunday. Thanks so much for joining us.
Appreciate it, guys. Enjoyed it.
Andre Ware with us every Texans Monday. And also, the Hall of Famer John McClain joins us next. Let's get into it. What happened with the Texans, what's going to happen in the next 24 hours plus, and what's happening around the league, because there are some intriguing stories. It's next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Detroit at the Lions 11-yard line with Hendon Hooker in the shotgun set. Getting set to work here. Hooker to throw. Here comes the blitz. Hooker downfield and intercepted. Taken across the 20. Mills to the outside right 15. And still going across the 10. They're going to say he stepped out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. Jalen Mills with the pick as the blitz was sent by the Houston Texans. Rod Wright calling defensive plays this half. He dialed that up on sudden change, and the Texans get the ball right back. Well, that was an elaborate call, but it was a preseason game, and I wanted to get Rod Wright's name in there because he sent the kitchen sink, and the Texans got the ball back on the bad throw. Jalen Mills, a.k.a. the Green Goblin. That's his nickname, right, Johnny? The Green Goblin for Jalen Mills?
Yeah, he used to wear his hair. He used to dye his hair green. I don't know if he still does, but he used to wear his hair green, and when he was with the Eagles.
Johnny, I want him on the team because he's got a nickname, the Green Goblin.
Well, he's been
as a
pretty good
play-by-play announcer, I like the Green Goblin on my football team. Darn it!
He gives very, what's the right way of saying this? I get kind of Quentin Demps vibes.
Oh, like he could end up with 7 or 8 picks.
Well, yeah, I would like that. But remember Quentin Demps in 2015? He came back. Now Quentin was coming back to the Texans, but Quentin got here like the 3rd or 4th week of the training camp.
Yeah,
and you're like, okay, this is good, and then. Each and every Bills game Monday night, he's making big plays throughout the year, and the next year he had, 6 or 7 interceptions.
Good dude. Great to visit with him when he comes back on Legends weekends and things like that. Okay, a legend himself, John McClain, joins us right now. General, good morning. Your thoughts, preseason finale. It's all in the books now, and a lot of water under the bridge, but the roster gets set at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Initial 53-man roster. Your thoughts coming in.
You guys mentioned Quentin Demps. First thing I think about, only player I've ever seen go to an interview in a suit. Remember on Hard Knocks, it showed him in a suit in Rick Smith's office when Rick signed him. And every time I think of Demps, I think about that. Everybody makes such a big deal about the roster 53. It doesn't mean that much. 16 of them can be re-signed to the practice squad. You know there are going to be guys put on the list. I don't think we'll see Joe Mixon for 4 games, maybe the season. Nobody knows. But and to me, that's the biggest question mark going in the running game. They had 150 yards. And D'Amico Ryans has to like that. But on the defensive side, you take away a 25-yard run by Hendon Hooker, the quarterback, and they had 47 yards, I believe. And where last week, to me, of all the impressive performances, the most encouraging was Blake Fisher, who was great. He didn't play in this one. And this week, they don't need Mertz. But my goodness, Graham Mertz looked good. Who are not big fans of his, and they're like, wow. And those new receivers, Powell, and I know Cephas was around last year, but they were impressive, especially Powell. So the running game, the run defense, just the defense overall. The coach has got to be so pleased with what went on in that game. Yes, it's backups, but the Lions have backups, and one of the most talented, if not the most talented roster in the NFL, and the Texans just waylaid their backups.
Top-heavy roster. Very star-laden, not a lot of middle class, I would say. Okay, this one's actually for both of you because we all have hot takes. Whenever Mark has one, Ari's great, the sizzle fires. General, what is your biggest hot take for this Texans roster in 2025? Do you have one?
That we will not be seeing Joe Mixon anytime soon. I know there's people still acting like he could play in the first game. You guys know he's not playing in the first game. We haven't seen him since last season. So that means you've got Chubb would be great, and he can continue to at age 29 to look the way he looked in preseason. We all know Woody Marks is going to make the team. Marks had some good runs too, especially a 9-yarder. And he got the ball on I think 3 catches. I want to see him get the ball more in the open field, receiving running back in college football last year. So The hot take for me is we won't see Mixon anytime soon, and I wonder if Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and Nick Kayley are satisfied with the running backs they have.
My hot take is the initial 53 will have only 9 defensive backs on it, and they'll grow it to 10 and remove a linebacker or a running back, and it's going to hurt a bit. It's going to hurt a bit. We're going to have a reaction.
That whole getting rid of a linebacker thing.
Well, Johnny, something's got to give here.
I know.
Something's got to give.
I understand.
The other hot take possibly, I guess it's not really a hot take if I don't stand on the table and deliver the take.
Yeah, give me a Woody Marks bang the table. Oh! Give me one.
Okay, so
yeah. Give me one.
All right, I'll give you the O, but not the
Okay.
Okay, because the O is a running back you like is not going to be with this team. All right, and I can't tell you who it is.
I don't
it's
like
Pierce,
that one.
It's
I don't
Dare,
like that one.
It's somebody,
Yeah.
and I don't even like saying it because if I leave Jawar Jordan out there, you were giving me the running back depth of the Titans. In general, what about them? Because Jawar Jordan, if he's on waivers, the Titans get the number 1 pick. Johnny brought this up. You look at the Titans running back depth, they are picking up Jawar Jordan before they even know about it. They're putting in the waiver claim right now just in case.
Well, we don't know who else is going to be available around the NFL. I think at least 2 backs are going to be on the practice squad, Jordan, and British Brooks, fullback if he has to. Will Jakob Johnson be the fullback? Will they keep 4 tight ends? I think they'll keep 3. But because of the practice squad, most of them will be back. Also, the toughest cut's the defensive line. Will he try to sneak a couple through waivers and bring them back to the practice squad, or will he try to trade them? Because those are guys, there's a lot of guys in the defensive line who've started for the Texans or other teams, and they have a way when they come here and get the kind of coaching the Texans have of making these guys like Sheldon Rankins, Tim Settle, Foley Fotokasi, those guys come here and they play better here than they have other places. So it doesn't mean they're going to excel somewhere else, but as we've talked about since the offseason, the defensive line to me is the most difficult cut based on talent. Now, the backup running backs, are they really talented? No, or they wouldn't be backups. But those guys have started in the defensive line. They're deep, they're talented. And the other thing is you got to have a lot of offensive linemen because of injuries. We've seen that every year. And those backup linemen look good. You got guys like Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs who've been starters for multiple games. They're going to keep 4. They'll have to keep 4 offensive tackles. So the line has looked good. Now we'll see how they look when the Rams run a bunch of stunts at them.
They will.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's
better
gonna
get ready.
Well, that's gonna. You already know the matchup. that's the matchup right there. General, this came down, and I'm going to make sure I ask this properly, unlike how I did of Mark earlier today.
Oh, yes. Jeez.
Bill Barnwell has an exercise where he comes up with, I think it was like 10 to 12 trades that he is suggesting for teams throughout the league. Now, I don't think I saw the Texans in any of these, but one of these he had that included the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts get a 4th-round pick in 2026, and the Steelers get Anthony Richardson, quarterback. What would you think about that deal? Who says no to that deal? 4th-round pick to the Colts. Steelers get Anthony Richardson. Do you think it has possibilities, I guess. What are your thoughts about that?
No chance whatsoever. Anthony Richardson is not a Steelers type of quarterback. Never has been, never will be. Now, if he gets moved and he ends up with, say, a backup with the Chiefs or the Rams or somebody with proven quarterback coaches, that'd be the best thing could happen for him. Let him sit, watch, learn. But then who do they have as their backup there? I haven't paid any attention beyond the first 2, and there's no guarantee Daniel Jones is going to play well. They had the only 2 starting quarterbacks with ratings of less than 80 last year on their roster, and they'll be a prime candidate to get a quarterback next year. But as far as him going to the Smith Arthur Smith's never had a quarterback like that has had any kind of success when he was at Tennessee, Atlanta, or in Pittsburgh. That makes no sense.
By the way, the backup for the Steelers is Mason Rudolph, followed by Will Howard from Ohio State. I think he's injured or something. And Skylar Thompson, former Miami Dolphin. General, how are they feeling in Nashville right now? Preseason done. What they saw out of Cam Ward, high hopes, obviously, but what do they feel about the performance so far? I know it's ridiculously early. By the way, they open up the Broncos or with the Broncos. Where's that game, by the way? That's the biggest line on the board
Denver
for week 1 as it stands right now. That's in Denver. Okay, go on.
Yeah, it should be because some people are picking the Broncos to upset the Chiefs and maybe be a Super Bowl contender. I don't buy it. The Chiefs were only 15-2 last year, and I think people are just tired of picking the Chiefs. Cam Ward didn't have a touchdown pass. They've all got their fingers crossed over there. He doesn't have a talent at receiver. He's got Tony Pollard at running back, and that's it. No, their defense is suspect. So they could be the worst team in the league, or should be one of like the 5 worst teams in the league next year. And if indeed they end up one of the worst, because they have their quarterback, they could make a deal for a team that wanted to trade up and get one of the quarterbacks, and what should be a quarterback rich drunken for up there is improvement. They'd love to win 5 or 6 games after winning 3 last year, but mainly they want Cam Ward to justify the reason that they drafted him with the number 1 pick, which is to show people flash. You know, they don't have the talent the Texans had 2 years ago or Washington had last year, so I don't think their expectations are high at all, even though, of course, they'll never admit that.
General, what's your level of surprise the Browns ended up keeping 4 quarterbacks of the 6 that they had?
Well, they've said all along they're going to do it, but it doesn't mean that tomorrow at 3 o'clock they'll have him. What if somebody says, we'll give you a pick for Kenny Pickett? They won't, because he hadn't played because he's been hurt. Shedeur Sanders looked awful in that game. He looked like he's back at Colorado, holding the ball too long, going with the ball in the wrong spot, while Dylan Gabriel continues to improve. Gabriel is the backup quarterback. Wouldn't it be something if they cut Sanders and want to put him on the practice squad? Nobody claimed him, but they've been saying it. People got to believe it. They're going to be in flux at quarterback, I think, most of the season, because I don't have a lot of faith in Joe Flacco at 40 after he was benched last year, and in Indy, and how bad he looked against the Texans in the playoffs 2 years ago.
General, one more for you. College football, it's here, it's back, and it's a huge game Saturday at 11 Central. Longhorns at Buckeyes.
Wait a minute. This is the biggest game of the weekend. The biggest game of the weekend is Friday night in Waco, Auburn versus the all-black clad fighting Baylor Bears.
I forgot about that one. Yeah, that's the biggest one.
You better not forget about it again.
All right, but after that.
Longhorns are favored to be number 1 for the first time in their history. There's never been a quarterback under the microscope more than Arch Manning is right now. Can't wait to see it.
Okay, I want to ask you this. Johnny threw this one out at me. Anthony Richardson, you brought up the trade proposal by Bill Barnwell. Mm-hmm. But you also brought this up, and maybe the General can shed some light on this. Has there ever been a quarterback drafted in the top 5 who's done absolutely nothing in his career, really? I mean,
this is my Anthony Richardson question.
No, Ryan Leaf was a demon in college.
No, at any level. At any level. High school, college, NFL. Anthony Richardson did nothing at any of those levels.
Right. Like at Florida, he really did very little.
He was not good.
54% completion percentage at Florida.
Yeah. So has there ever been anybody drafted that high who's done that little in college and in high school?
Well, I can't think of anybody. John, you know somebody?
The only one I came up with, and it wasn't even top 5, the only one I could come up with was Kyle Bowler. That was it. J.P. Lossman. I know Teddy would agree with that. I mean, those are the only 2 I could even think of.
Okay.
Well, wasn't Lossman pretty good at Tulane?
He was okay. He was all right, but Ryan Leaf was tremendous in '97. Like in college, he was unbelievably good. He just showed his backside when he got to the NFL.
Biggest in history.
Yeah. All right. Okay, that's it then, General. Thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. We'll catch up later this week.
Guys, thank you very much as always.
John McClain, the General, joining us, Hall of Famer here on Texans Monday. Coming up, smoking hot players of the preseason. We'll close it out strong before In the Loop. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Slovis boots out to the right. Slovis throws to the end zone, and it's caught by Jackson. Touchdown. Slovis had to wait for the receiver to break free, but Daniel Jackson got it for 6, the rookie from Minnesota. I got to apologize to Keaton because we were going Mertz crazy in the first couple of segments of this show.
Yeah.
And, you know, like you would say, just played in this game. My gosh.
He played great in all 3 preseason
He's
games.
looked good all
Really good.
camp, really, and I think he can play. This is as deep as they've been at quarterback, maybe ever. I got to look back to verify that. I mean, there were times when it was pretty good here because when you had Schaub and Rosenfels here, that was really strong with your 1 and 2, and they put up numbers that. And before people eye roll me on that, go look up the offensive numbers. We're talking about a top 4 offense in this league with those 2 guys in 2008. Now, Steve Slayton helped out with that.
He did.
I loved him.
I love Slates.
Love
Slates is
Slayton,
great.
love Dominic Davis, love all those guys who did good things for this team, but we'll see what this year's squad does. Smoking hot players of the preseason. We have limited time here, but I'm going to say Woody Marks, absolutely, a smoking hot player of the preseason. As things went along, see, there you go.
You got multiple ones to play. Hey, Ben, tell In the Loop they play that one from now on. They can drop mine.
You drop yours on Woody Marks?
They can drop mine. They can play Andres.
Okay, so that.
Yeah, see, they can drop mine from now on. Now they have choices. Which,
I'll tell you what, Woody Marks ends up as a star in this league. Those 2 hotkeys are going to go down in history.
I know.
They'll go down in history anyway, so on this radio station.
I'm going to give you one, I don't want to say off the beaten path, but I think one of the best players throughout camp was Tommy Togiai. He was tremendous all camp.
He was so good that you talked about Kevin Kugler's flub calling Tremont Smith Powell because they wear the same number.
Right.
I literally said, because Tommy's the holder, for
Tommy Townsend.
Yeah, said Tommy Togiai with the whole Togiai just came out of my mouth, and that was a different kind of flub.
Right.
That was the kind of flub where you got to have your synapses checked in the neuro system.
Well,
I upped my vitamin B intake, Johnny, for mental clarity after doing that one.
Well, there's alliteration there too. Tommy Townsend, Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, it was like Tommy. It just came out, and Dre was like, "You said Togiai during the break."
Wait till we go out to practice, and Tommy Togiai's holding, and it'll be like, "Wait a second,
I'm a genius.
You manifested this to happen."
We never thought of that.
No. Just put him in there and then run power for a fake field goal. Hey, everybody, one of our defensive linemen is holding for field goals.
You know what they can do? They're good athletes. Why can't they freaking do it?
Oh, no, I think Tommy could do it.
A lot
I
of
think
these
Tommy's
guys
a great
can
athlete.
do it.
Tommy's been great.
But
so,
don't ask you to do it like in the middle of a game. You got to actually rehearse that. And don't ask anybody to long snap on short notice, apparently. But you know what?
I'm staying quiet.
Well, they'll work it out. They'll work it out.
They'll work it out.
Yeah, Brinkman got to get back healthy. That's something you've been taking for granted since 2010.
That's
and now
right.
it's got to get there for opening day against the Rams. And don't think that Frank Ross isn't up nights thinking about that.
And Austin was really good the first 2 games. He just was injured and was not with us in Detroit.
Yeah, hopefully it's minor and he can get together.
Right.
All right, limited time. We're on the way out here. In the Loop coming up next. We'll be back at 6. We have to rerun the Andre Ware stuff as well, some of that. And maybe some leaks come out throughout the day that we will react to. Thank you, Benny, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Your health is personal.
82 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. And, of course, Figgy Fig, scarfed out, looking good on Monday. How we doing, Figgy?
Doing pretty good, man. It's Monday. The preseason is over.
Hey!
So over.
Hey!
Figgy's looking silky.
Really?
Yeah.
That does look like a real good scarf that you have there.
Yeah, you looking silky.
It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent, yeah.
I need to get me one of those.
So I always intro it throws me into various places. Is Lopez off the hook?
How's that? Oh yeah,
because I mean there was a 4-game set over the weekend against the Orioles that the Astros won handily.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
So I don't have to go and get no more smelling salts, at least not yet.
Nah,
just for recreational purposes.
Yeah, unless you guarantee another lock.
Okay.
And another near perfect game happen.
All right, Lopez. I'm watching.
I'm going to guarantee a lock during passing thoughts.
Oh wow!
Okay. A lock during.
That's what we call in the business.
I don't know if I should be worried or okay with this.
Yeah.
A tease.
How was the weekend?
It was. I thought it was pretty damn good. How about
weekend.
you?
It was good. Great weekend.
Excellent.
Saturday, I kind of had the perfect day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that will come to us at some point during the program as well.
You know what? I think it will. I'll put it in there right now.
4 hours of radio that we got going here. Morning to all y'all. I see you, Champ Slice, Rob Torres, 832. I see y'all wishing us a good morning. Hope you are also having a good morning. Somebody said if we get swept by the Rockies, I'm blaming Lopez.
I didn't say anything.
I'm with you. I'm just looking for the next opportunity to force some smelling salts into his face. Get involved with the program. Wish us a happy morning as well. 713-572-4610 on the text line. And also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. 832, do the Texans keep 3 quarterbacks on this roster this season? Absolutely not.
No.
But
Hell
I appreciate the question.
I'm guessing one of those quarterbacks will be on the practice squad.
Graham Mertz and Davis Mills? No.
What are you doing right now? You're just starting it off with chaos, aren't you? Look,
you know, get
right.
I was kidding.
Right. That's just gonna be our constant. Like when your mama was like, "Okay, go give me my belt." Like it's just gonna be, all right, I'm gonna get that
smelling salts take.
That's right. That's what we're gonna do. All right, we'll try and get into what we make of this team now that training camp is officially over, preseason is officially over. We'll get into a 53-man roster. We'll do all of that, but we got to start coming off of preseason game 3 with some passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All righty. I will tell you stories. Hey, man, before the game even started, we had a definitive, absolute starting lineup on the offensive line.
Oh, is that so?
Definitive.
Okay.
Like, I mean, sometimes who's not playing tells you. We talked about this last week. Sometimes who's not playing tells you as much as who's playing. Well, can I give you the inactives on the offensive line?
Please.
Terriante Ursery.
Who?
Lakin Tomlinson.
What was that name?
Ursery.
Notice he just completely avoided that first name. You've been killing that first name all camp. He said Terriante Ursery. I love it. No.
Ursery, Tomlinson.
That's right.
Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, and Titus Howard. And, of course, Blake Fisher was as well, but that doesn't really matter as much. There's your starting offensive line. You got it. Done. Period. End of story.
Feel it. Yeah. I mean, like, at this point, they've had a lot of continuity over the last few weeks of camp. Cam Robinson, I think this creates a really interesting question because one of the questions I had the good fortune, as I try to often, watching the game up here at the studios with Sean Pendergast, with Clint Stoerner, as they're watching and getting ready to do post-game after it. And one of the questions that comes up is, who on this roster might be, like, tradable, especially if they end up being kind of
extraneous.
Yeah.
Cam Robinson is an interesting guy, especially if he's not going to be that starter. What are you paying him, $12 million this year?
Yeah.
You have him for
I told
1 year
y'all that
only?
last week.
You did. Figgy Fig
sure
was
did.
early to this. And is that now something that the Texans have to think about in the next day or two?
Yeah.
If they're going, hey, we feel good about Tay at left tackle, that's going to be there. Are you willing to move off of a offensive lineman that you can play as a capable offensive lineman in order to get off of that contract and maybe get some value off of it, but then get away from some valuable depth when you talk about offensive line?
I mean, it's in play. And programming note, if you're listening and watching us today, you really want to stay plugged in. It officially becomes the 53-man roster tomorrow, but we will be getting news today. We're already getting some from around the league.
You think so when it comes to the Texans?
Well, agents don't care what team you play for. I mean, they have players all over, and agents are going to want to get names out there. I think the example that I would give is the Dolphins. An agent gave information today about the Dolphins. Rosenhaus or whatever, that he's going to be released. We're going to get news like that. And
okay, I
Mike
can see
Hilton,
that.
cornerback. Dolphins have informed veterans cornerback Mike Hilton of his release per his agents Drew Rosenhaus and Robert Bailey.
You said Mike Hilton, huh?
Yeah, cornerback.
Let me write that name down for no particular reason. All right?
We're going to be getting information on the Texans and other teams around the NFL, so just stay plugged in. That's not a shameless, well, maybe a little shameless.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a shameless plug. The question I'll ask, though, is, aren't the Texans kind of notoriously tight-lipped? And then
yes, but the agents are not.
Historically, I think that they kind of wait.
Aaron Wilson is not either.
Yeah.
That is a great
If he find out something,
The
he's going to
agents
tell him.
are not. No, the Texans aren't going to release. Nothing's going to be leaked there, but there will be leaks.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to be more on the minimal side. I think the Texans do a good job of trying to keep things close
So we'll
to
let you
their
know.
best. Yeah, of course, as always.
We get them. All right, another passing thought here. There was an inactive on the defensive side that made me go,
Okay.
Henry To'oTo'o.
That made you go,
Yeah. You
Why
know
is that?
Really?
Because he's the starter.
Yeah. I thought we were past that.
No. We were assuming he was a starter, but then Christian Harris starts playing a little more.
Okay.
Christian Harris played, Now the reason he played is because he's got to knock some rust off. He's got to get some more playing time. But I don't think they deactivated Henry To'oTo'o to not let him be the starter from day one. Now, it could change, but from day one, he's going to be the starter.
Yeah, I was even thinking more how important he is. So that's what, even if he's not the starter, he's very important to this team. So that's why it wouldn't surprise.
Star caliber player, continuity with the Z's, and I subscribe honestly to the theory that Seth Payne has thrown out there that this linebacker core is going to be less of starters and second teamers and more of, depending on the feel of the situation, we might be doing mix and match pairs.
Sure.
And I think that they might throw out there a little bit more base this season than we've considered.
You mentioned that,
especially in a year where, or in a day and age where it feels like base is nickel. I think that they might throw out some more situations where you see
Old school base.
Aziz and Henry and Christian Harris out there at the same damn time going old school because they feel confident in their abilities, those linebackers' abilities to handle their business.
I almost made this a confession, but I think it fits with passing thoughts, and I know you guys have thoughts. Even though there was no real
I do be having thoughts.
Starting offense, I felt better about the offense. Even though there were no starters. Let me explain why.
Please, because I'm confused.
Graham Mertz, by the way, there's another passing thought within a passing thought. 14 of 16, very much looked the part. We mentioned him earlier. But even those third-team quarterback with second and third-team offensive, players behind him and facing second and third-teamers, the offense just looked like the calls were right, the calls were sharp. And what it really did, it said a lot to me about when it's run right, and you get good decision-making, good things happen. Even though, there was no C.J. Stroud, no Nico, none of the first-team offensive line, the offense actually gave me a little bit more confidence about what it'll look like with the first team.
And it feels like, without saying it, you're speaking not Nick and the way that he has his guys executing this offense. One of the things that I've tried to be diligent on, and I'll be completely honest, it's one of those things that, I'll keep front of mind and I forget, and I'm like, I was supposed to be looking at this, but every once in a while I try and check and see, are they getting to the line at the right time? Are they taking this up
line
to
of scrimmage?
Well, not even that. One of the things that we were frustrated at was Bobby Slowick getting the play calls in late. And it feels like, they're getting up to the line at a decent time. Now, there were some instances where they were taking it down It's damn near to zero, obviously, and you don't want to do that because that allows the defense to get a jump on what you're doing because you either get it off before the clock or you take a penalty so they know that they can jump and get an advance on you. Seems like they were, executing the offense pretty well, which
but
obviously you can
just
credit
the
Mertz.
concept on the edges with Woody Marks' run, the wide receiver making a block Berrios, the way you make the decision to go to the first guy as soon as he's open, you throw it. If not, you go to the next. Even though it was not C.J. Stroud and company, you had to feel better about how the offense looks.
I think so.
Yeah.
I would agree to that for sure.
All right, another passing thought. I don't know how the cornerback room is going to shake out, but I'm pretty sure D'Angelo Ross is not going to be in it.
Oh, so you've got him not on the roster.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't have a level of confidence once I get beyond cornerback 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the utmost confidence in cornerbacks 1 and 2, which is clearly Derek Stingley, All-Pro Sting, and then Kamari Lassiter, soon to be Pro Bowl, All-Pro type player. Like he has that kind of makeup in him. And then Jalen Smith has really impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that,
yeah,
Mike could be that cornerback 4 now because D'Angelo
Mike
Ross.
Hilton, did you write down Mike Hilton's name?
I did write that down, and I'll be writing down every cornerback name that I see come free, and I'll go look at their what was their passer rating against?
Yeah.
What was their PFF grade? Because that feels like that's the way that you're going to have to fill out this depth. I still got questions there.
The other thing is it's not common, but it does happen where the final preseason game does tip the scales. I think it tipped the scales in the wrong direction for D'Angelo Ross. I really do.
Sure, but he's one of those guys where he's been on the team, and this has been who he is, right? He has been, and I talked about it, right? We talked about it, rather. He's a guy who's around the play. He'll never be making it.
Yeah.
And that was one of those instances. Who was it that got him deep? That just had a half step on him, and then the ball was thrown right there in the basket.
Yeah.
And I heard it mentioned on the broadcast.
Missed a tackle, too.
Oh, yes, I forget about that.
Missed a tackle, too.
I know that he gets in there in, special teams, but I feel like there are a lot of guys that can do what you do special teams-wise. You can't afford to have a guy that even when he is covering, it's almost the worst of the two because, defensive lapses are one thing where he goes, okay, but when he's on him, he's covering him.
Yeah.
When D'Angelo Ross is covering somebody, they're still kind of open, and I say that, obviously respecting that he's still one of the best athletes in the world, even being amongst NFL players, but for the NFL level, he's definitely not making it. And if you're the mark cornerback-wise, I don't know if I want you on my roster. Yeah.
All right, here's the stone cold lock, Figgy. Stone cold lock.
All right, so I'm gonna need
Derek Stingley making the team, guys.
That's
a lot.
Here.
Do I need to go get some smelling salts?
Braxton Berrios is on the squad.
Oh, okay.
Period.
Okay.
Period.
How do you say that?
He can block. He's invaluable on special teams. He's made some plays offensively. I think Braxton Berrios, lock it up.
They did have Braxton Berrios lead blocking.
Yeah. You know what was interesting about that? It was kind of the same play that everybody went nuts about with Tank Dell. Why is he on the edge blocking? Braxton Berrios just did it. He's not much bigger.
That is one thing that this offense clearly has, and I've been trying to make sure that I'm not leaning too much in, or checking my biases rather. It's one thing I've been trying to do, and maybe we'll do a little bit of that because Damian Pierce talking after in the post game had something interesting that kind of juxtaposed. But condensed formations feels like it's going to be a decent amount of stuff, especially in the run.
I kept arguing that last year. People do it. This is an entirely different offense, and you still do that.
Yeah, man.
It happens in the NFL. It just happened that Tank Dell got hurt.
It's a trend in the NFL, just condensed formations as well, and it just felt like Bobby Slowick, they executed poorly. So maybe probably wasn't the condensed formations themselves, or it was more these boys.
Yeah.
These boys was not running them right.
Another passing thought here. Woody Marks, he's going to get significant reps at running back. What that number is per game, I don't know. But I was watching his game. What are the three things that you have to have out of a running back in this offense? Blocking might be number one.
And he's demonstrated that in a way that I did not even anticipate. He had a nice blitz pickup in this game as well.
That's what I'm saying. He does all three things at a very good level. Maybe not at the highest level yet, but he's showing it. Blocking, obviously finishing runs. He can finish a run. Woody Marks might get a lot more touches in real games than we thought.
This might be the preseason, though. This might just be that kind of
feel. He's done it all preseason.
I do feel good about him being capable if he gets those opportunities. It just feels like this could very easily just be a guy.
We'll see, but he does it all well.
He does, and that's the thing I'm happy about. Even if he ends up being kind of more of a depth guy, or if he's just kind of relegated to third downs in that area, I feel good about him being able to step in and do it. And that's really more of what we're looking at this time of year as you're building in 53 man. It's one of the things that kind of frustrates me because we do make a big deal about 53 man number 50, 51, 52, 53. And in all reality, those guys aren't impacting the game a ton. Really what you're just looking for is can they come in and do what you ask them to do, whatever limited things that you ask to do of them. And I know Woody Marks does not feel like he's around 50 or 52 a man on the roster, but he has demonstrated that he can come in and do those adequately.
Another few here for you. The toughest call in the building might be Jakob Johnson versus British Brooks.
Is that tough?
I think so.
I think that's easy. I go Jakob Johnson easily.
British Brooks can do a lot, man.
He can, especially special teams. He shows up a lot on special teams.
He had a good tackle on special teams. I want to say the first preseason game.
Special teams.
Damn near all of them.
Fullback.
They were raving about that tackle.
He's mixed in a little tight end, fullback, special. I think that's the toughest call in the building. Jakob Johnson and British Brooks.
I don't think that's hard at all. Every time you have fullback situations, Jakob Johnson's on the field, and I feel like this is going to be a team that utilizes the fullback. In addition, they feel comfortable with him doing tight end type
back in a position.
He can.
Yeah.
But
I think it's going to be a tough one.
What were you just talking about with all these running backs that you might have on this roster? I don't know that you need.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I'd be interested in can they or are they willing to have both of them on the roster?
Yeah.
But I don't think that they sacrifice Jakob Johnson for British Brooks. And I say that with due respect because I like what British Brooks is getting, particularly on special teams, being that kind of guy that stands out.
This next passing thought is one that I occasionally put in that is literally what I said in real time. So I'm watching the game, and I said this. Is there anyone not named C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson Jr. who's more locked up in his spot than Austin Brinkman? He's a lot.
Yeah. And to be fair, I think I need to give him a little credit. We need to give him a little credit because here's the thing. They brought in my guy Blake Ferguson off the street, and I don't know that he had one snap that looked good in these games. Austin Brinkman, we have not had cause to mention him because the snaps have looked pretty damn good. Like, though long snapper, their job is very simple, I guess, in theory or on paper, but being able to step in and do it immediately, I think that deserves a little bit of credit. I'm not going to go out and go crazy and do anything wild, but the fact that he's able to step in and do that consistently is a good thing inherently as we all get over John Weeks in this breakup type feel. The only question is he healthy enough to go?
Yeah. Two more for you. Is more of a question. Is the best thing that happened to Blake Fisher his sprained ankle?
Why do you say that?
Because he had one good game, sprained his ankle, and he played. Would it? I mean, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
because he wasn't good.
You're making it seem like it's a Kenyon Green type of situation.
Yeah, he wasn't good until the Panthers game. Then he sprained his ankle. And by the way, Austin Deculus and company, they struggled pretty. If there was any struggles on the offense, it was the tackle position.
Buddy,
yeah.
I hate to do that. I usually am a advocate for numbers only, no names. When I'm being unreasonably mean, maybe. Connor McDermott was out there struggling,
baby.
Bro. Oh my God! I was like, "Hey, brother, I appreciate you coming out, but oof.
I think that was a small. I mean, you want to be on the field, but I think it was a small part of Blake Fisher that went. Whew.
Maybe, but I think that he's definitely shown some level of improvement, and I think he would have continued to improve. Which again, how much improvement would you see from him? I think that's a question, but I think improvement every day is what this team has asked of him, and he's still close enough to when he was drafted and drafted with enough with a valuable enough pick that they're going to give him that opportunity.
Last one. Is the wild card in Tommy Togiai's status on this team the fact that D'Amico loves him? I think the answer is yes.
I think yes, but because of what he brings, which is consistency and at depth.
Interesting. We're going to talk about it later.
We've talked about it with you when you were coaching basketball. As a coach, if you're getting somebody up off the bench, the one thing that you want the most is exactly what you're going to get from them, right? Maybe you could say, "Hey, I want a really good player," but if you could choose between somebody that I know exactly what I'm going to get for him, or somebody that has a really high ceiling but also an incredibly low floor, which guy do you go to first? Which guy that you know what you're going to get out of him, you can game plan around that. I think that there is some value in Togiai being consistent. The only thing is it feels like he's going up against Folu Fatukasi, who is a starting caliber player when healthy. I know that that's the asterisk in there. So That ends up being an interesting conversation to have to consider. And we will have to consider that over the next couple of days as the Texans get ready for a 53-man cut down from the 90-man preseason roster. Excited to get there. And I see you, B-Sky, in the YouTube saying that we don't need to justify stupidity when it comes to tank inline blocking. I hear you. It's a trend in the NFL that I don't want to ignore is condensed formations. There's a lot of these happening. And so I also don't want to ignore what is a trend in the NFL and make it seem like there was an anomaly. It just feels like they were bad at doing it, which again, hey, Bobby,
it was B. Scott and I that argued about it, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's still wrong.
I think he's in the building. He might have to come see you.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Reaction Monday. Coming up next, we got to react to this as well. The Astros had a pretty solid weekend. We said it'd be a revelatory one. What did it reveal to us? 713-572-4610. Let us know what this weekend in Astros baseball revealed to you. We'll talk about it next.
Yes, Fakey Fake holding it down. You hear the music. Cougar football is back this Thursday for the Lone Star Stampede game at TDECU Stadium. The Cougs kicking off their season against Stephen F. Austin, 7 o'clock start. I'm super excited about this one. It's year 2 for Coach Willie Fritz. It's a big year for him, so we got to start the season off strong by showing up for this game. Pull up early. Tailgating starts at 4 p.m. And check this out. The Houston Livestock Show on roadies for some fun. I'm talking mini lasso practice, line dancing, coloring walls for the kids, giveaways, even Howdy is making an appearance. Plus, on the concourse, make sure you guys hit up the rodeo photo booth and you can walk away with 4 season tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. This is the game you got to come out to. Grab some tickets now by calling 713-GO-COUGS. That's 713-GO-COUGS. Or you could go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Let's start the season off right by showing up for our Cougs. Come early, be loud, wear red. It's Cougar football, baby.
The Texans preseason finale didn't All of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, series win for the Astros. Should have been a sweep if we're going to be honest. But, hey.
Hey, they faced a buzzsaw.
They sure did on Sunday. 3 games, 3 wins, a lot of offense in this. We came into the weekend saying that this weekend would be revelatory for the Astros. What did the weekend of baseball reveal to you? 713-572-4610. I got to admit, I've already seen my favorite text of the day. Everybody else is fighting for second on this day in the loop. Because from the 832, or rather, yeah, from the 832. You ready for this? That bullpen/pitching is shakier than a strip club on weekends with all that ass they were throwing out there on the mound. That is hilarious. But that felt like that was revelatory. Remember, we had the weekend of returned from IL guys, right? We had the weekend of reinforcements. Lance McCullers Jr. on Friday, Christian Javier on Saturday, and then Spencer Arrighetti on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, it's better than the other noise that you were making. What did the returns reveal to you?
I thought Spencer Arrighetti finally, he looked the best he has yet.
100%. Agreed.
And kind of battled. He was, as I said, he was, Trevor Rogers was a buzzsaw, man. I mean, that guy, I think it's 11 games with less than 2 runs allowed, earned runs allowed.
Is that good?
Like that. That's pretty dang good.
Okay.
So sometimes, that's the old tip of the cap thing right there. Pitching was a mixed bag, to say the least. But I thought Eric, he did find some success. It didn't translate to a win, but he did find some success. Christian Javier and Lance McCullers Jr., on the other hand, how would you describe their efforts?
I don't know if I have the word that immediately comes to mind there, but not good enough was definitely it. And in a way where I put them on the back burner. Right? Yeah. I put them on the back burner in my mind of guys that will help figure this out. Lance was just it was really
rough.
It was really rough.
But it was rough.
Yeah, I think again in the ways that we've been kind of framing it as who is the most likely to give you an answer as to who is your third pitcher. Arrighetti absolutely moved close to that. I was most excited about Arrighetti before anyways. Seeing those first 2 outings, was it 2 or 3 at this point?
3.
Where he did not look like he was commanding his arsenal very well. That was disconcerting. Okay, we're starting to see that command there. Yeah. And that makes me feel better about his possibility of sliding in there because he already felt like he was going to be that guy, as the guy who had pitched most recently and best most recently of those 3. He seems like he's sliding better into that form.
And I've been saying it, all along. I just want one of these guys, just one, to come through and show some consistency and be able to be that third guy. I think Arrighetti clearly is the leader in the clubhouse. I don't know about Christian Javier. Early on I thought maybe there was something there. Lance McCullers Jr. has the ways to go. Now, for the good news,
there's more
revelatory. The good news here is the offense came to life. The offense absolutely came to life. It wasn't just a fluke on Thursday, when they finally broke through. Faced a really good pitcher, but I think the offense came to life, led by obviously Carlos Correa and Christian Walker, with some nice moments.
Thanks for stopping by, brother. We've been waiting for you for a little bit. Last 7 days, his batting average is a 276, OPS of a 921.
Yeah.
This is the guy who you paid. This is the guy who you needed. And damn it if you didn't come right at the right time, because you need him to be a part of what you're doing here. Someone said on the text line, and they're not wrong. He was like, not the text line, on the YouTube page. Shout out to Retro Red. He was about a few feet away from having 4 consecutive homers.
Yeah.
In 4-day games. Of course, that's a hot streak of sorts. Is that going to continue? Probably not in that way. However, what does that mean if you get some facsimile of that continuing forward? That's going to be huge and give you another guy in that lineup that pitchers have to contend with.
Especially when, and the word is when, you get Jordan back.
You're off of if.
No, he's coming back.
Look at that. We done found some optimism in John Lopez.
I mean, he obviously showed he showed a lot in his rehab assignment. He'll be here, I guess, for tomorrow's game, if rumors and reports are accurate. And then you have Christian Walker heating up. Carlos Correa is on an absolute tear. All of a sudden, the lineup looks a little bit more daunting for opposing pitchers.
And it shows up in the game, in these games rather, where you score 7, 10, 9, and of course the Sunday was a little bit of a rough one, but you're going up against a guy who in his last 13 starts has a 1.42 ERA, I believe. I will forgive you for only managing to play 2 runs there. And so, yeah, that we saw, that real cold spell, seems like it's gone, and this is what you're going to need. Again, with the rotation, the questions that you're having with the rotations, the questions in the bullpen, which that's a conversation
and that's the roller coaster part, right?
Your offense definitely needs to be able to be the guys that step up and say, hey, we'll shoulder a little bit more of the load now.
Yeah, and that's the roller coaster feelings that you have right now with, guys picking it up, Arrighetti pitching, and then also obviously with with the offense lighting up a little bit, et cetera, et cetera. On the downside, what are we doing with the bullpen now? And what are your options? Because there are some severe questions.
I bet you feel a lot nicer about Craig Kimbrell now, don't you? You want to talk a little bit nicer to that man?
Not really. I'm forced to cheer for him, but it just seemed like even there, I don't know what to expect.
I mean, he came in 2 strikeouts in that 1 inning of work. Like he's going to be vital in what you do here.
Vital?
He's going to be vital. I hate to say that. Like it's not my optimal situation. But he's going to be vital. You need guys that you can trust in those situations. I mean, he closed out a game for you.
Yeah.
Like, he closed out a game for you damn near.
That's your closer right there.
No, he's not. I ain't saying that.
That's your closer right there.
I'm not saying that. But
at least for the rest of the season.
I mean, because
at least
Brian Abreu is still your closer for the remainder of the regular season.
He looked good. Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I hold my head high on is Brian Abreu, he can handle your 9th innings. And you have a few guys, literally a couple guys that you feel good about throwing out there around those situations. But you got to be able, again, we're talking about going back to the idea of guys coming off your bench, guys that you know what you're going to get out of them, rather than guys that have high ceilings and low floors, guys that you know what you're going to get out of them, and you need more of them because right now you just don't have enough.
You just don't have enough. Maybe there's some options. Maybe there's some options with McCullers Jr., some other options down there. They got some decisions to make with the roster now. They have some definite decisions to make with the roster.
And fair enough on the text line for me forgetting the summer of George that has happened. Jason Alexander, is he your 3rd pitcher and then Spencer?
I mean, he is for now, right? I don't know.
Was there anything else on the weekend that really caught your eye?
For the Astros, it was Correa. I think Correa, the defense that he's had, the plays that he's made. Keep in mind that he's just moving really to third base.
Defense has been
incredible.
Solid for him, yeah.
I think it's very good.
Somebody was like, Gold Glove next year, and I'm like, let's pump the brakes on it. But he's been good.
That were Gold Gloves plays.
He's been good.
Question. Yeah.
And that was one of the things I was worried about because it did feel like his defense was declining while he was at shortstop. But that's the natural move over to third base, and he's handled it incredibly well.
Plays and it's pretty wild.
Incredibly well. So I mean, look, I would say that more good than bad on the weekend, but there's still some things that remain to be seen. And if there was ever a get-right series, and maybe I'm jinxing us, and maybe I'm setting myself up for the smelling salts, it is the Rockies who are coming into town. Hopefully you can beat up on them because I think they gave up, was it 18 runs in their last series, something like that?
Yeah.
Like, can you get yourself back in a way going forward, and especially like you were mentioning, he had like a 467 batting average in his last 4 rehab starts and a 126 something OPS. There. So the bat looks like he's good. He is beating up on AA players, but hopefully he can join the Astros, hopefully on Tuesday,
I think he'll be
have that same kind of success.
I think he will be there.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What's a rejection that you'll never forget, good way or bad way, as NFL cuts are coming up? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Let's talk about it. Hey, man, it's football.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, inspired by getting right towards the NFL cutdown. Like, that's all we have left of preseason type stuff before we are into regular season mode for the 2025 NFL season. Couple weeks away from football being played. It feels good, man. But obviously the thing that does not feel good, and D'Amico Ryans has spoken on this, is have their ass off. Hey, we're gonna have to let you go. And rejection is hard. So let's all come together and just kind of have a moment together. What is a rejection that you'll never forget, whether it's a good way or a bad way?
Yeah, it could have wound up the best. Could have wound up where you're still bitter. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a person that rejected you. We know those are going to come in, right? It was so-and-so in ninth grade, whatever. No, but I'm talking about like real rejection. The first one actually is one of the best things, ultimately, that happened to me. The second one, not so much. but the first one, I can still hear exactly what Mr. Jordan said at Edison High School when I went in to my counselor and had the old junior year sit down. They used to do that. I don't know if they still do that. You sit down, everybody sits down with their counselor junior year, plans out, what your post-high school career is. I said, I'd like to go to college. I'd like to go to a university and study journalism. People like you, he said.
Hey, yo.
He said those words. People like you are better off not going to college.
Wow.
Damn. This was the high school counselor.
That's basically his whole job. He's like, hey, you want to go to college? Yeah. You should want to go to college.
His advice to me was to go into like trade school or work at Kelly Air Force Base like my dad in the warehouse and all this.
Did he mention cut grass?
Yeah. I mean, he was thinking
sell
it.
fruit.
I'll bet you he was thinking it. And I walked out of there and I was like, bleep him. Bleep
Lord.
him.
Have mercy.
Better off not going to college. Keep in mind, this was 1978, so there was a certain. So that one actually inspired me. So take that, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, hold that.
Yeah, you can roll over.
Said, why don't you start a landscaping business or something, man?
Here's the not so good one. I've referenced this a couple of times over the course of the years. So around about 2005 to 2007, ESPN would fly me up for a late night talk show that Stephen A. Smith did. I think I did like 3 or 4. They'd fly me up. They'd have a big ream of information in the car that would take me to the studios to go over everything we're going to talk about. So that was the show that Stephen A. did, and I knew Stephen A. a little bit from covering the NBA. That was called Quite Frankly. You remember the show Quite Frankly?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't remember that?
Nah, I don't.
Yeah, I remember that in real time.
Yeah, and so I was a guest on there.
Because he used to always say, quite frankly.
Quite frankly. And I was a guest on there for about 4 or 5 episodes. It was awesome. It was badass. You had your own, it's kind of like a spin-off of.
Can we find this on YouTube?
Maybe. I was on it. I was on it like 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
And it turns out, obviously, ESPN didn't do anything without something in mind. So I was assuming, and I found out later it was true, they were kind of like auditioning people to be regulars on Quite Frankly. Show got canceled.
Yeah.
Show got canceled. And there goes my opportunity to be a ESPN regular.
And now you here got to do radio with me. Ain't that rough? There's a couple of rejections that I was thinking about professional side without thinking about the other one, because I'm sure that's one that you want to hear more. So out of college, I was looking for obviously jobs to maybe host at some point, and I had a pretty good conversation with the PD, the program director that is, at a station in Boise, Idaho.
Okay, you could go to Boise. I could start in Boise.
Great conversation. I was like, not a bad area. Talking about Boise State football and all those sports at Boise State as well. And I'm so glad that I didn't, because ultimately I didn't get the job. One, the station flipped at some point relatively a few years after, but more importantly, I don't know how I would have handled living in Idaho, man. Like I lived in Kansas for a year, and I was like, this is pretty cold, man. And Idaho is much more north than that. And then also just I love being able to talk about all the things. I love being able to sprinkle in some Astros and some Rockets and college football and all this. You just mostly talking about Boise
Vandals,
football, huh?
baby.
Yeah. Maybe you get into talk about the Idaho Vandals as well, but yeah, it's like, hey, we are talking about this college sports, and I'm like, I'm kind of happy that I didn't end up in this.
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to, I guess yours, Lopez, when it comes to the media part. So for those who don't know, I didn't graduate high school, but I did get a GED and then end up going to a broadcasting school, which got me an internship with CBS Radio, which is now Odyssey. But anywho, I was up in Cleveland. I was interning. I was working the street team and all that stuff. And I've been wanting the production side of things. And I kept telling my promotion coordinator, like, hey, this is what I really want to do.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, cool, because the program director that was at that station was like, yeah, he was looking for people to run the board, and board operators, all that stuff. So nobody on the street team wanted to do it except for me.
Yeah.
So he went to him and said, hey, yeah, well, they calling me Edward during that time, and said, yeah, he want to run the board. He want to learn. And he said, I just don't know if he got it, man. What the hell do that mean?
What do you mean, got it?
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell do that mean? So they didn't give me a chance. They did not give me a chance. So I will say this. It was good and bad. So that was the bad part right there. They did give me a chance. So eventually I just kept working on the street team. Ended up moving down here and decided to, you know what, let me try to work my way up again, do the same thing.
Yeah.
End up getting a chance, and the rest is history. I worked my way up, and I'm here now.
Look at that. Look at
so
you.
I say that to say, if he would have gave me the chance, I don't know if I would have been down here, even if I was still part-time. I probably would have just tried to be loyal, stay there, try to work my way up to get a full-time position or something like that. I probably wouldn't have moved down here, because at this point, I'm like, man, I ain't got nothing to lose. I can't move up here.
Right.
So, hey, let's see what's going on in Houston.
It led you here.
Yeah, so I don't even know if it would be a Figgy Fig.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that Duke. Yeah, I'm calling him Duke. I ain't gonna say his name, but
shout out to that Duke. Some texts that have come in from the 832, fortunately, was rejected by Enron in the year that they were created.
Hey now.
Yeah. Or rather in the year that they cratered. Oh, so even better. Like if you would have gotten in there, you would have been had your whole thing just shaken up. Somebody said you'd have been a figment of our imagination. That's actually pretty good.
I like that. Somebody said, what the bleep is wrong with landscaping? Hey, nothing.
No, the crazy thing is clearly a counselor is supposed to try and push students to aspire for more education, especially when it fits. Did not sound like he was considering whether or not it fit. He was just like, yeah, you don't go to college.
I feel like every counselor at some point said, hey, you got to go to college, even if he felt like this person ain't going to do good.
Not back then.
Man, that's crazy. And I feel like you probably was a smart kid, too. Yeah, it wasn't like you was a bad kid and he tried to keep you away from.
Figgy, I was student body president and on the honor roll.
That's what I'm saying, man. So that's kind of weird to say, nah,
you should.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
It happened. Hand to God. I'll never. It inspired me. That's for dang sure.
Where the hell is he at now?
Dead, I hope.
Wow. That's aggressive.
I feel you.
Jay Foxman, a job promotion they were in line for at a certain oil company that they used to work for, never got filled before finally had enough and left. Look at you finding the will within yourself to say, I deserve better than this. Nah, that's absolutely a good spot. Somebody said, a woman here majored in sports communication in college, got rejected from jobs more time than I care to remember because women don't do speech. We've still got some room to go, but no, it really is. I want to say pretty quick, but obviously I imagine there'd be some women be like, yeah, not fast enough. It is kind of incredible how quickly we have, or how at least that shifted over time, and you have seen more women step into spaces where previously they wouldn't have been given damn near an icicle's chance.
And then the crazy part about it, when they do get the chance, it's all for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
So they just looking at them because maybe they like to look at them, so they give them that chance.
Yeah, you don't want just that.
Yeah,
where it's just, oh, she looks good.
It actually happened up in Cleveland. Some girl wasn't even trying to do that, and the guy said, "Hey, you want to learn how to run the board?" I'm just like, "What?" And that girl did a no call, no show at one point.
That's crazy.
Really? Yeah. So I'm like, "That's what y'all get."
Somebody said they tried to sell cars, or tried to sell a car rather that had been sitting in the yard for years. Had a guy coming by to buy for $1,500, even though it wouldn't start. And then, for expertise reasons, asked their stepfather, who was a mechanic, to be with them while they negotiated price. Stepfather obviously didn't understand the game plan, thought the car was a POS and that he shouldn't pay more than $500.
Yeah.
Your stepfather blocked you from getting your money.
Oh, man.
Cost you $1,000.
That's the word. Well, that was smart on the other dude, so he didn't get got.
They definitely didn't get got, but you didn't get your money off of that. There's a lot of them coming in. But all of that to say, man, there's some rejections that are coming, but they could be turned into positives, obviously. Yeah. And honestly, I think the Texans might have a space or two where they could make someone else's rejection into a positive. One of those, again, we were talking about the Dolphins, and he's a cornerback. Now, he's seemingly like he plays more of the slot kind of nickel, but I think that Texans might be on the lookout for those cornerbacks that are being released by various teams to see if maybe they could help their depth.
I think cornerback probably would be the priority just because it's such a premium spot. But there's no guarantee at nickel either. I mean, there are a couple of guys.
You think so?
Well, no guarantee.
Between Miles Bryant and
What's
Arthur
your
Millette?
confidence level on those two? Yeah.
I mean, clearly not.
Yeah,
clearly not Jalen Petrie.
Not that damn confident where I'm like, I don't even got to look.
Yeah, you didn't even have to say anything after you went.
Yeah, nah, you ain't set.
We'll talk more about that as we keep going here on the program. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL, where looks like one of the hold-ins of the few that we've been watching all preseason long, that one's been settled. We'll tell you about that and more next.
The Texans. Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We're watching on Cut Down, or rather watching all the cut downs in the NFL where I think that there could be some that are beneficial for making the Texans roster stronger. And then, of course, we're watching to see if maybe, just maybe, we actually get some information on Texans cuts. I don't anticipate that personally. Really, today, the Texans, it feels like they do a good job of kind of keeping things close. On the day of cuts, which, of course, 53-man cut down deadline is tomorrow, Tuesday. So we're watching all that space. However, a text comes in on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And this comes from the 832 saying, if the Texans don't plan on going with 3 quarterbacks on the final 53, why even waste a draft pick that is, on a quarterback? Mertz played well enough that some other team will snatch him off the practice squad. Then next offseason, when Mills leaves, the Texans get paid. They're screwed with no backup. All right, 832.
All right, you sound like you about to tell him something.
No, I'm just that is
all right, man.
I hear where you're coming from. First and foremost,
that's not what it sounded like.
Yeah. I think we need to start with the idea of this is a 6th-round pick, and I think that it is worth remembering and that there are teams that do this, that just kind of take a flyer on a quarterback periodically every couple of seasons late to see what they have, right? See what they maybe if they might strike gold. I think that actually Bill Belichick and the Patriots did this pretty consistently, just kind of take a quarterback. I think Mertz has been fine. He's been solid. The idea that you're going to put him on the practice squad and some other team is absolutely going to take him, I'm always hesitant about that feeling because it feels like the fan base of 32 teams say that about a player where, oh man, they're going to come and get our guy if we try and get him in the practice squad. I think that you're probably fine with Graham Mertz. I don't know the teams that are that hard up for Graham Mertz to come up off the practice squad.
I think the other thing is, have we forgotten already how difficult it is to find just adequate quarterbacks? You know, if worst case scenario happens, just to have a guy that can play relatively decently, and you know, you have to have those. You absolutely have to have those.
No, for sure.
And I don't think it's the end of the world. Let's say somebody do grab him.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the end of the world. I mean, if somebody gonna grab Slovis too, and then you just have no other quarterback, they could bring somebody else in to be a third quarterback or a practice squad quarterback. Yeah. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think he'll probably end up on the practice squad.
Yeah, and with all due respect to Graham Mertz, I do think that you could find the quality or the capability that he has brought early in another player. I don't think that he has been such a standout that it's like you have to remember what is a valuable resource in one of those 53-man spots for a quarterback that you should have no desire or hopes to see in a regular season game.
But worst case scenario happens, and you like to have a guy like that. By the way, he looked more than adequate.
He
looked good.
He looked cool this last game. But I mean, I don't know how the waiver wire works. If somebody picks somebody up, do they got to be on the 53-man?
Well, if you don't keep him on the 53-man roster, you would probably. I think he is the guy that you place on the practice squad that you try.
No, I'm saying
he's saying if they get picked up,
if somebody pick him up, he got to be active.
Yeah, he's got to be on their 53-man roster.
I just don't see. I don't see that. Yeah. Unless it's like the Saints or something like that, or the Browns want to get goofy and do it too. Yeah, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, let's go around the NFL now. I think that all of those are questions that I imagine that are being had around the Texans and maybe even with the Texans. We'll talk more about that as we go around the NFL. And I haven't seen this just yet, but I see soon, and I imagine that I'll see it here shortly. The possibility that maybe, just maybe, Kenyon Green will not make that Eagles roster. It'll definitely feel like a level of finesse. We'll watch for that space. But definitely that's something that we are seeing right now. One of the hold-ins that's been happening all through camp as we've been trying to figure out some of these teams, whether they're going to pay a certain player or not. Terry McLaurin, he will get paid. Him and the Washington Commanders agree on a 3-year contract up to $96 million. So that's $1 million less than what DK Metcalf was able to establish. So the 30-year-old wide receiver, Terry McLaurin, does get his extension, not for a lot of years, but he gets a good amount of money in it. How does this hit you?
Well, you start thinking about Nico Collins, and just the value that you got signing him when you did for what you did. Nico Collins, his contract doesn't even remotely now. The year terms might be different, but doesn't remotely hit the number that McLaurin did. I mean, Nico Collins, value.
No, 100%. We're one of the best wide receivers in the game, it feels like. But I think one of the things that's interesting for me, because I think we were kind of chopping it up at one point, is the decision to pay wide receivers at that rate, especially at that age. But with the Washington Commanders, one of the things that it's easy to forget is they're just an old football team. It's easily obscured by the fact that they have one of the young quarterbacks in Jaden Daniels that's been really good and that people are gushing over to the point of rating him amongst like maybe top 5 quarterbacks in the league, which is kind of wild to me. However, Will Ross, and I wouldn't necessarily understand the unwillingness to pay a guy when you have a lot of old guys on the roster. Just go ahead and do that. Like, you've already gone and committed on the idea that we have an old roster and we're going to try and do something right here, even though we're an ascending team.
Well, the reason is you have that rookie quarterback. I mean, I wouldn't. There's 2 ways to do it. When you have the rookie contract at the quarterback position, you do things like this. You go ahead and pay them and build it and take your shot. I mean, they are contenders, and that's largely because they can surround him with guys that are more experienced and good. Look what they did in the offseason on the line and everything else.
Yeah. And that's why I found it wild that they waited this long, but I guess deadlines ultimately help you make deals, and that one gets done. So Terry McLaurin, Washington avoids what could have been catastrophe. I can't imagine them going to a season where you're looking to Deebo Samuel to kind of have a majority of your kind of real and true wide receiver duties. They need Terry McLaurin in the worst way.
Big time.
And so good for them on making sure that they get something done there. With the other hold-ins, there aren't some good. There's not a lot of good for them, especially the Dallas Cowboys, where preseason game 3 provided more fuel to the fire that is Micah Parsons versus Dallas Cowboys in that hold-in situation. And the hold-in portion of it, this is the part of it.
Is it a hold-in or a lay-in?
Well, I think that's it. This is the part of it that I think makes it a little bit more untenable. With the holdout, that guy's not there. And, of course, the space that person leaves is notable. But you don't get images like this, which is during preseason game number 3 for the Cowboys. Micah Parsons was there because he's holding in.
But wasn't wearing a jersey.
Not wearing a jersey, sitting on the side. And sitting is kind of, laying on a massage table or training table on the side. And appeared at one point to possibly be sleeping.
At least closed his eyes. I almost downloaded that picture and tweeted, "Happy Monday, everybody," because that's what it looked like. He had a case of the Mondays on a Friday night and just completely checked out. This is the risk when you have a hold in and he's there and he's clearly sending a message to everyone. Now, Brian Schottenheimer said he was going to talk with him about it, et cetera, and Micah tweeted something along the lines of, "Well, I just did it for that wasn't the whole picture of me when I was there." Doesn't matter. Dude was laying down, half asleep.
Wait, do you view this as a negative on Micah Parsons?
No, it was a horrible look
for Micah,
for everybody, for the Cowboys especially, but for him. I mean. He said something like, "Well, I wouldn't disrespect my teammates like that." Well, he did.
What is more the distraction, though? The hold-ins, which he's doing right now, or just not being around at all, just holding out and just missing everything?
Well, this clearly, in this case, was a bigger distraction. No, I get it, and I'm on Micah's side, in terms of just pay the guy, et cetera, and they're going to have this leverage over him with the, by tagging him and all that. But there's no scenario in which you don't realize he did that for a reason. None.
Because he was tired of watching preseason football. That's why.
But, mates, he did. He absolutely did.
You view that as disrespect to the teammates?
100%. Dude was sleeping on the sideline.
What would you have preferred him to be doing in that moment?
Stand there. Don't be a distraction. Just stand there.
I think he was there to be a distraction, though.
Yes,
man. That's all it was.
The Cowboys are at fault here. It's a bleep show, the whole 9 yards. But you cannot convince me that was a good look or not a bad look
I wouldn't say it's a good look. Like, hey, go do this.
And it was.
However, I'm not going to go to the place where I view it to be a bad look for him.
It was a bad look.
I think the reason why this becomes notable is because he is in a hold-in situation. The team has not paid him, and so there's a lot of eyes on what is Micah Parsons doing right now. He's chilling over on the sideline. Well, he would be playing right now. I think that makes this a bigger deal.
It was a bad look. Everybody on that sideline, especially the guy that's embroiled in a contract dispute with Jerry freaking Jones, knows that the cameras are trained on him. 100%. He knows that there's always, at least one of those cameras was always on Micah. And what did he do? I think I'm going to lay down right here.
To me, this is just media mudslinging, man.
It's both ways.
Micah said, oh, you doing this? You doing this press run? All right.
Yeah.
I'm about to sleep on the massage table outside in front of everybody.
No, Reggie, the Cowboys absolutely are the worst here. They look bad. They've always looked bad. But you can't tell me that was.
You think the teammates should be upset with him?
Now that I
because
don't know.
if I was a teammate, I'd be like, man, that's between them two.
Yes.
I wouldn't take it personally.
No, but the rule or like the popular saying is like, hey, just don't get involved with other people's money.
Right.
So I think that's probably what the players.
I think you're right.
I think that's the interesting thing to me when you brought up Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the Cowboys, him saying that he was going to talk to Mike, and I'm like, about what?
No.
Right? Like maybe it's just like a gentlemanly, hey,
what are you doing?
Hey, try, I know where you are. I get where you are. Just try and, not draw attention to yourself, except that all seems to all filter back into we got this contract dispute going on. Like all of this is the negotiation, especially if Jerry Jones, like the chief negotiator in the media.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put this face on a little bit too.
Yeah,
Glad to not be in that type of situation, but that hold-in feels less and less likely. Of course, the Cowboys tend to do this thing where it looks impossible and they actually just pay the dude. How do you feel about some of the other hold-ins, like the Trey Hendrickson now? Does this, like seeing this one get done for Terry McLaurin, does that put you in a place where you think that those other ones get done a little bit sooner, or just nah?
Again, where does Trey Hendrickson play?
Cincinnati Bengals.
But it's an outlier. It's a different animal. I'd like to say it'll get settled. In most cases, it would get settled. Hell, I think Micah's going to get settled. If you ask me, the old, pick a side, it doesn't look great, but I still think it probably gets settled. I mean, he didn't help things, but I still, if I had to pick one side or the other, I think it would. But Trey Hendrickson, I don't know.
I don't know. That feels like there's a lot of.
You think Mike's going to get settled?
Not this. Not before game one. I don't think.
Figgy?
But it could happen.
I think it might be right before the game, kind of like how Dak Prescott. Kind of because I think I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that.
Yeah,
he was calling that man's agent the agent. That's wild. Wild how they do business around there. How do you feel about this particular part of business, where Bill Barnwell of ESPN suggested that the Pittsburgh Steelers could possibly acquire Anthony Richardson, notably quarterback 2 for the Indianapolis Colts, as a backup for Aaron Rodgers and possibly a future quarterback with maybe like a 4th round pick in next year's draft, is what he throws up there, saying the Steelers wouldn't be on the hook for an exorbitant deal as he's only owed $1 million in 2025, $5.4 in 2026, all of which is guaranteed. If the Steelers think there's a possibility of him turning into a viable starter next season, then it would be worth the risk of that pick. Are you with Bill Barnwell there?
I don't think he's worth the 4th round pick.
I'm with you there.
Man,
6th maybe. Because it has to be it has to be the ultimate flyer. It has to be like, and I'm with you because we were talking about this off air. You said he needs reps. He needs to play. I agree with you. But if you throw a 6th rounder out there, bring him in, maybe let him take some practice reps and stuff like that. But I don't think he's worth the 4th.
And here's the thing: he needs to play. There's no good reason to have him play at any point.
Yeah, he got to use this year to just sit behind somebody and hold the clipboard, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what
the only way. And they got to be with an organization that you could probably trust.
He needs the UFL.
That's honestly what I was going to say. Like if the NFL at any time
might be the last resort, to be honest,
where they really get true minor league football,
he needs the UFL.
He needs that. He needs that type of circumstance.
I think his agent just needs to go in there and say, "Cut me. We're not going to sign anywhere. We're going to go play in the UFL."
That ain't about to happen.
That's bad business.
Yeah, that ain't about to happen.
I'm just going to drop this $6 million that's available here in this guaranteed money to go test and see if I can make it happen at the UFL.
Yeah.
Like, that would be absolutely a bet on yourself and hope that the upper end of your ceiling could maybe be achieved.
But what if they're going to cut him anyway?
I don't believe that he can. Oh, you think the Colts have the possibility of cutting him? I
mean, it ain't going to happen.
I was going to say that's a tough look on everybody if they decide to just plain out cut him.
And you know why?
But even his agent said it's clearly not going to. Remember all that big to do he had?
That's right.
It's not going to work out here. Communication problems, trust issues, all that. Maybe if he gets cut.
You're not wrong. The problem is, what happens if you cut him and you are the general manager that drafted him, has been kind of flying under the radar for being so for a while, and your ownership just changed, and the new owner might not have any level of investment in you as general manager. Hello, Chris Ballard. Like he might be signing his pink slip by trading or cutting Anthony Richardson and tacitly acknowledging that I messed up again.
Yeah. No, I mean it's definitely one of the reasons that he's probably going to stay there for now unless they get a trade done.
Somebody said he needs to pull a Doug Flutie and go play Canadian football. Just go get you a Grey Cup right quick and then come back and see if you're better. And that's for NFL Top 100 as we're getting into the final spaces. And this is now this segment is now going to become, is Derek Stingley showing up on the list now? Because that's the last Texan that we're waiting for. We're into the higher echelons as we're getting past the top 20 or into the top 20, and the two for today coming in at 20. A wide receiver that I might be disrespecting with my general takes, but is very much a good one. We saw him on Thursday with the joint practice. His name is Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver for the Detroit Lions, comes in at 20, ahead of Nico Collins, huh?
Ahead of Nico Collins, for sure.
They kind of been joined by the hip a little bit, especially before Nico got his contract, because I think St. Brown got his contract first.
Yeah.
And we were kind of comparing the two a little bit.
I don't mind him being ahead of Nico Collins.
I
could see it. Yeah.
I really like Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I have to say this as a disclaimer because what I'm about to say on the back end of this will sound like I don't like him, but I really do. I think Nico Collins is what I look at when I look at defenses and I go, that defense is going to have to try and account for him. He's going to force the defense to do things. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's very, very good. He's very good.
You don't believe that?
I do wonder. I wonder how much defenses do that.
I think they do because he plays everywhere.
He does.
He goes. I mean, you're like, where is he? That's the first thing that the defense has to do.
Yeah,
Where is Amon-Ra?
I think the thing with Nico is, man, he just got to give us a whole full healthy season. I think once he does that, then I don't know if he have a conversation.
Yeah,
possibly, but that comes in at 20, and then at 19, quarterback for the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts.
All right.
He actually takes a four spot plunge here.
Yeah.
Because he was previously up at 15.
Of course he does.
The Eagle was just too good.
I feel like
they're too loaded.
I feel like I need to represent his public relations firm or something.
I think you need to.
I just don't get it at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the ways that people typically
but that's high. I mean, that's not like an insult.
No, but it is interesting. And I guess we will continue to see this unfold as we give you around the NFL. But the idea that he has a season where it feels like he proves himself again.
Yeah.
And he ultimately drops. I wonder how much of this is just dudes that are getting better and better, including a Derek Stingley Jr., who, yes, we have yet to see. I'm still holding out hope that he's top 15, like I said. And we'll see that as we continue the week. But Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Coming up, somebody said we have to pray for Nico's hamstrings. I will do that in the break, I promise. I will call upon the deity that is my preference. You do the same, and we will all meet together in fellowship and pray for Nico's hamstrings, and honestly, the rest of his corporeal form, the rest of his body being healthy for this season. All right, coming up next, preseason is officially over. So what's your confidence level in this squad, and what concerns do you still have? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about
Texans Preseason. Leaders 10. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, happy Monday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Preseason game's done with a game that, honestly, I was about to say, what was the final score on that one?
26 to what?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Who gives a damn?
Whatever you just said. But got a little bit more work, especially for the players for whom the next couple of days matter the most. The people on the bubble, the people for whom they're trying to find a roster spot either here in Houston or somewhere else. Speaking of, by the way, Kenyon Green has been released by the Eagles. So the Jeff Stoutland, he was not able to.
The pixie dust?
Yeah, unfortunately. Don't chuckle. I wasn't laughing about it. I was just making note of it. But again, some people are viewing this as
Nick Caserio, pick up the phone, Nick Caserio.
Oh God!
Oh no, nobody was saying that.
Call his agent.
Yeah.
Nobody was saying
Dang.
that.
Oh God.
Nobody was saying that. People were just saying, "Hey, look, did you fleece the Eagles and getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson or whatever?"
I didn't know you was gonna hit me with a "Oh God, no." Salute to Kenyon Green, man.
I mean, salute to Kenyon Green, but I don't know. I mean, would you be interested? Okay,
no.
Figgy?
I would.
Hell no.
I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't.
See, you don't like it when I turn it around now, do you? All right, so but preseason is over now with that game. Training camp over. We are a couple weeks away from seeing Week 1 NFL football in action, and we are being off and running. So, what is your confidence level in the squad? The only thing left 53 is that you go with. What's your confidence level, and what concerns do you still have now that we've put the offseason, the preseason, it's largely behind you, and now you're just headed towards football?
I think the biggest storyline of the preseason. Let's just talk about the preseason in general. All right, just what developed that gives you confidence, or maybe doesn't give you confidence. Makes you worry a little bit. I think we need to realize that everything we talked about with the offense, while it didn't necessarily go off the charts, happened. Like we came in like, ooh, I don't know about this offense. Nick Kayley's never called a play. This offensive line, bunch of new faces. How good are they? Brought in some older guys. Do they have anything left in the tank? Is Ursery a tackle? What's going on the interior? Who's going to play center? I mean, think about all the questions we had about this offense.
A lot of them.
Who's going to play wide receiver? Does Christian Kirk, we had this discussion, have anything left? Are there running backs? What's Joe Mixon's status? Like this,
we don't have answers on that one. By the way,
we don't have answers on that. And by the way, D'Amico Ryans didn't really give any update on Joe Mixon.
Not really. He just
availability.
didn't. Period.
Didn't say anything. But think about if you think about like all the questions we had on this offense, they were substantial. From the coaching on down. I think they answered them enough to appease me, enough to give me some hope that this offense is going to be good enough.
Very important caveat.
Yes, very important, and I'm glad you kind of raised your. But really, did we expect much more than this?
I don't think that you can expect much more, and we have been all of the understanding that you weren't going to answer all those questions in training camp and preseason anyways. You were going to need to have those answered in the regular season and probably a decent, at least into the bye week, right? We're at least going to have to wait till week 6 to get some level of gauge on what this looks like. And so I think confidence-wise, I will give the Texans some credit. There was a lot of question marks, and it feels like they have at least answered them on what feels like the low end. But then there's still a spectrum above that I need to find some answers on, rather. So I think that this offense and the offensive line in particular can be like top 20 in the league. How good can it be? And I think one of the big concerns that I actually noted was, can this offense answer in negative game script situations? And what I mean is, I don't think your defense will get you into this place often. However, what happens if they're behind a score, 2 scores, and does this offense have the capability of being in those circumstances? Because it does feel like this is going to be an offense that can pick up 3 yards, 4 yards at a time, can move down the field. We've seen them do that. Is this going to be an offense that's also capable of, damn, we need a score right now, let's go get a score right now, especially in a situation where maybe, and of course I think this defense is capable of keeping you out of this situation most of the time, but when you get against the best teams where you really want to be, I think those teams might be capable of possibly getting you to a place where, damn, you're down a score, you're down 2 scores. Can you get your offense to a place to rev it up and get
Sir, if I'm just being honest here, is no. I don't think this offense can be 2 scores down and is built to get back in that game or win that game. But the more complex answer is, how good is C.J. Stroud, in those situations in terms of being the clutch guy, the guy that can carry a team in those situations. Fortunately, I don't think he's going to be expected to do that a whole lot. But in late game situations when you're trailing, does he have that, in him in this offense to make those plays? I just think that short of playing a regular season game, which you obviously cannot do until you get to the regular season, right? Short of playing a regular season game, they about reached the standard that I was hoping for.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially with the 281 saying they feel confident. The offense has an identity. CJ MVP season incoming.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
We'll get to that second part at a different point, probably later this week. But the offense having an identity does matter to me because we came in with the acquisition of Nick Kayley and with the various pieces that you talked about, and there's a lot of places that they could have gone. Some people were right in speculating where it could be, but there was a wide berth of things that could have come out for this offense off of this offseason. And it does feel like they have an offense that is, or rather an identity that also feels sustainable for them. And I'm very encouraged by that it feels like Nick Kayley, as first-time play caller and first-time offensive coordinator, he is giving us check marks in all the places that very easily could have been like, I don't know. Now, of course, this is the honeymoon period. We haven't gotten to the things that ultimately will make you mad.
Right.
But at this point, I feel good about where you've gotten to, especially because of the number of times that you hear someone pipe up and talk about it and have that correlation between Bobby Slowick and Nick Kayley, and you see the juxtaposition. In fact, Figgy, do you have this audio here of Damian Pierce on the post-game show with Sean and Clint? Because he also had something where he was talking about the juxtaposition between Nick Kayley and Bobby Slowick, and I found it to be interesting.
Man, I'm one of the guys who like seeing the whole line of scrimmage. Nothing against Bobby, but we was kind of precedent on the outside zone and going lateral before we go vertical. But Kayley, he has a whole different approach to the run game. He likes a lot of duos, counters, tight zone, and periodically he likes to throw a few tosses in there. But like I said in the earlier interview, Kayley kind of knows how to cater to the guys on the field and our skill sets. So I feel like when he see me in the game, he keeps my shoulders square because that's when I'm at my best, I'm my most dangerous and I'm my most comfortable. So that definitely is some truth to what the commentator was saying. I feel good. Hopefully I look good out there, man. I'm just glad to be back out there.
Nothing against Bobby, but that's all.
Kayley actually be putting us in positions to succeed, man.
After that, you kind of knew what the rest of the answer was going to be. Nothing against Bobby, but we went sideways a lot, and that's not him. And the offensive line clearly, is I say thriving as much as you would expect in the preseason with this, and the running backs are benefiting as well.
Fair point to play out from another 8-3-2. Honestly, think this is still the foundation layer and that they layer more things on top of it as the season goes.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing how that plays out because you need it to be. Mm-hmm. I think that's the thing that in thinking back to Kingsbury, Cliff Kingsbury. That was the question for him when he was the head coach and ultimately the offensive play caller for the Cardinals was that you get halfway through the season and teams have dialed in on what you do and you haven't found the additional layers to add on top. So no, that's very much going to be a part that's necessary in any football team, but particularly with this team as they're installing and continuing to grow this offense. How do you feel about the run defense? And maybe off of that, the red zone, because red zone defense was something that was oddly enough a weak point of this defense. And I think part of it was because they were not great at stopping the run. So you get into those tight situations. And if teams can still get some run on you, then it opens you up to be scored on at times.
Yeah, that's not my biggest concern with this defense. In fact, I think, we've all known how good this defense can be. I think it's got the potential to be an absolute monster. Not just good, but really, really, really good, if not great. My biggest concern continues to be nickel. I find them mixing
nickel specifically.
Yeah, I find them mixing and matching at defensive tackle. I think they have some options, at defensive tackle as well that can certainly help them against the run. They have the linebackers, which is going to be obviously the most important part. Aziz Al-Shair, et cetera, Toa taking another step seemingly. I'm not so run defense as I am at the nickel spot behind Petrie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the physicality I think ends up being that's one of the things where if you can highlight it so much with Jalen Petrie, can you highlight it to a certain degree with any of the guys behind him?
Yeah.
Miles Bryant seems to come up and thud a decent amount. Mm-hmm. I think that's the question I've had about Arthur Millette. He's, people have noted that, Miles Bryant has played a lot of safety out there during the, training camp after a while, and Millette was the guy who was behind Petrie. Mm-hmm. And I think that he shows his nickel and his slot corner. So in coverage, he's good.
Yeah.
The question I have is that physicality that D'Amico requires of all of his defenders, is that there enough? Because I personally haven't seen enough, but I also haven't had as much privilege as some of the other people that have been out there at camp.
And of course, the third and fourth cornerbacks are going to be a big concern as well. But
huge. I feel good about the third one. Now, of course, you're relying on a rookie and Jalen Smith, but I do feel good about him as third cornerback. Mm-hmm. But I guess it'd be fair to also question that with a rookie stepping into that space.
Sure.
I think that's a fair question. But no, fourth is where I really hope that you find some answers, hopefully from a cornerback that falls out there. Somebody did mention Lamar Jackson got cut. Of course, the cornerback from Atlanta, not the quarterback from the Ravens. But I don't know that Lamar Jackson fits in what I'm looking for, but I'd be pouring over all those.
Yeah.
But I think overall it feels like we're pretty confident about where this team is, right?
Oh, yeah. I think just good offense elevates their potential.
About the defense being able to replicate the level of defense they had last year? Because that's always the question.
I think they're going to be a monster.
You think so?
I think they're going to be an absolute monster. The pressure on the quarterbacks, the cornerbacks being able to create more turnovers. We've talked often about how turnovers are kind of flighty, like you can't predict one year to the next, and that's true. But I just don't see any scenario in which this defense doesn't create a lot of turnovers.
I'm with you. I feel like they're going to be in that same place. The offense seems to have a nice floor that they're working on. I have a lot of confidence. The only things I question is, like I mentioned, if they end up in that space where the offense has to try and get it out the mud, can they do it right? Like where they need to go and try and, have a track meet type game. Can they do it? And then also I'm still secondary depth is clear, but I'm still interested in seeing in all effect if that run stopping shows up for him. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including some of the things that D'Amico Ryans has said as we're gearing towards what the 53-man cutdown looks like. We'll do that next.
The Texans preseason finale. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in a sign against 1-3-5-7-2-4-6 weighing in on their confidence and their concerns. Somebody said, the way that y'all have concern about the Texans' quick stride ability confounds me. Stroud is still Stroud and Matt Stafford in this offense. I hear what you're saying, and I think the thing that I would like to highlight in mentioning that quick strike is part of what has helped CJ Stroud be more efficient and so this offense be more efficient passing-wise is it's been a lot of quick passing. Now, of course, this isn't the fullness of the offense, but it feels like that is also something that helps the offensive line. I still want to see if this offensive line is capable of having those longer, being able to hold up longer as CJ has to drop deep and really make a long play. Like, I think those things still, for me, remain to be seen in a consistent way. I want to see that. Now, am I being harsh? Possibly. But I've definitely seen that they can handle the quick passing and the passing in the intermediate. Being able to have those long developing deep shots, I think is still still remains to be seen.
That's
now,
not
of course,
unfair, and it does remain to be seen.
I don't also think that that's the end all be all. To be fair, I'm not trying to put that as the case there. Someone also said only thing that worries them is Kaimi Fairbairn potentially missing big kicks, which we won't know that until we get there. But how do you evaluate Kaimi Fairbairn's camp as much as you can?
Look, I have confidence in I have a lot of confidence in Kaimi Fairbairn. I think it's a tell that there wasn't even a camp body to take some reps from him. In terms of kicking, it's the nature of the for 6-7 weeks where we're like, he might be the best kicker in the NFL, kicking all these 50-yarders and everything, and then all of a sudden you're missing an 18-yarder. It's just the nature of the position. It's just a matter of him, avoiding that for longer stretches, for more of the season, because if he doesn't need those hiccups because he's got enough of them in his background that you'll start to lose confidence in him. But I have confidence in him just in a general sense.
Fair enough. Yeah. That's the only thing, though, and I don't even want to put this out there to make it seem like I'm making a bigger deal, but that's the thing with sports and positions in sports that are like that. It's less about can you do the physical portion of it, is between the ears, man. Yeah. That is the greatest distance when you're kicking, is that 6 inches between the ears is what they say. And when you have those moments, does the confidence wane or does it get in your head? Do you start thinking about it? Because especially he knows he can kick 50, 60 yarders
consistently.
But when you get up there and it's a 20-some yarder and you go, damn, I can't afford to miss this one.
Yeah.
Do those show up? Because those are the ones that you absolutely need as well. So look, we'll continue to look at this, and we're gearing up to getting answers on the football field and regular season football, which is the most exciting portion of all of this. All right, let's get into what's popping, including why did K-State do me like that? I could say
before
for
or
college
after the game.
I mean, yes, but after the game was the thing that really, because during the game, I don't think that anybody was really in their trash talk, moment yet. It's week 0 of college football. You didn't have, pregame really, so it wasn't all of that. I was mad. I'm gonna be honest about them losing.
I would have been
week 1. I was more mad about the quarterbacks, Avery Johnson's pops and brother, getting into a fight after the game, to the point where they're all like getting dunked in puddles. How are you embarrassing your son, the family, and Bill Snyder in international waters? Like, just internationally embarrassments.
Look, that wasn't just a dad and his brother arguing.
They were fisticuffs.
This was a fight.
Fisticuffs.
Which blew me away. That I get it. That happens, but that was internationally. You're in Ireland. You want to go to jail in Ireland? While you're watching a game.
That's always a great point. You don't want to play a home game or a road game in that way.
No, and then to fight like that, and for it to be that big a spectacle after week 1 and have like an actual fisticuffs fight in Ireland, that was humiliating. Now, they did release a joint apology.
That's always good. We all can come together to pen an apology. Quote, "We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. And we have apologized to our immediate and extended family," because I know Meemaw was mad too, "and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni, and fans. We regret this incident, have learned from it, and are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again."
Well, they're never going to get away from it, though. Be mentioned, etc. It was embarrassing. I was embarrassed for them. I'm sure they were embarrassed themselves. It was bizarre. I don't know how you can get over this. If you're them, if anything happens with Avery Johnson,
y'all are now part of jokes, especially in college football that operates where we are going to make fun of you for your worst, or college sports in general. We're going to make fun of you for your worst moment. We've seen all the student section with signs for things that we probably don't feel good about. This is part of it. And I'm glad that you, Texter, also saw something that I had and I felt bad about because I'm a K-State follower. They said it was a wild way to learn that Abreu Johnson is black. I also, he got the luxurious blonde locks. I was like, I did not know that about you, Abreu Johnson. I've learned about your family today. Did not realize that was the way that I wanted to learn it, but hey, here you go.
And you feel worst of all for him.
Yeah. He had a kind of up and down game. Like you look at the stats, and he had a good game, but also he had his moments. And probably one of the things that stopped Kansas State from winning that game was a fourth down where he was running the football, trying to pick it up, and he gets stonewalled, and ultimately that allows them.
They lost one of their best players early.
Lose by
the receiver.
And then they didn't have Edwards also play in this game either. So that rough. But Iowa State now has the leg up in the Big 12 race. It seems like. Yes, I made it about me and what's popping. Let's make it more about the Texans, as somebody asked this on the text line. Any concern with the new snapping situation? Well, D'Amico and Ryans was asked about that today as they're getting ready for cutdowns. By the way, he said no updates on through it. So, like I said, we're probably waiting until tomorrow to have news on what the cutdown looks like. However, he also spoke on Austin Brinkman, said that he's good. Basically, that they just had that small injury that kept him out of practice. And the final preseason game, seems like they expect him to play week 1.
Yeah, especially after what happened in the final preseason game with all the bad snaps.
Yeah. Somebody said, I like how you said Meemaw. I'm pretty sure that in the Midwest, they be calling their grandparents Meemaw and Peepaw, don't they? I always love the random names that people use for their grand. Like what are your grandchildren?
Well,
call you?
I was very much in the camp and still am in the camp. I don't think grandparents should give themselves names, nicknames, and all that. Just let the kid do it, and it's usually the oldest grandchild. And in my case, the oldest is now a little over 2.5, and she came up with Hawpaw. So now they're all calling me Hawpaw.
Hawpaw's crazy. I'm sorry.
Hawpaw is what they're calling me, but I didn't come up with it. It was on them.
What did you call yours? Or what was the name?
Huelito and Huelita.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine was just grandma.
Yeah.
My wife called her grandmother Nana.
Nana.
It was Nana.
You're doing a lot, especially and call me crazy or whatever, misogynistic or something. But
misogynistic.
I feel like more women give themselves grandma nicknames than men.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
call me Cassie or whatever. I mean, they come up with weird.
I think
stuff.
The thing is too, they don't want to be called grandma because it sound old.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly the reason.
Yeah, just lean into it.
Call me Juju. I had one of those too.
Oh, I thought you were saying that.
No, the women do it.
Got you. Also worth noting, your Astros win 3 out of 4 over the weekend, and I mean that was good. The bad was that some of your starting pitching that you were hoping to get some answers on. The 2 of the 3, the answers felt like they were pretty bad. I think Lance McCullers Jr. is in a place where that might just.
What do you do? You're almost to that point.
Because I saw someone on the text line earlier make mention of the idea of, well, I don't trust him as a starter. He has to be in the pen. You feel good about bringing him out of the pen to go in?
I think that's where you might start.
Yeah.
Just to see if you continue to find something.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough conversation to have, though.
But it's been a conversation that I know they've kicked around here and there. But here's the thing with the Astros. Obviously, Hunter Brown, no problem. No worries. Fromber, a little worry, but he's still, at the top.
That's just the worry you're going to have to deal with. He gets thrown out there.
But he's still a starter.
But he's still at the top of the rotation. Are you gonna say no to Jason Alexander at this point?
I can't. Not until he shows me differently. He's actually been performing.
Spencer Getty has showed a little bit. Recently.
I am cautiously optimistic.
Right.
Grading on the curve at this point.
You are. So what are you going to do? Where are you going to put Christian Javier? Who knows? But where are you going to put McCullers Jr. then?
I mean,
except the bullpen.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Good weekends for Christian Walker, Carlos Correa. Fantastic weekend. I kind of like what we're doing, very much platooning Cam Smith and Jesus Sanchez.
Yeah,
I think that seems to be something that I went on, especially with the nature of both of their splits already.
Yeah.
Anyways. And good weekend for one. Yordan Alvarez down on the farm. He really battered the Double-A pitching, and it sounds like hopefully he will join the club Tuesday when they welcome in the Colorado Rockies. And you get the better part of your rotation, the guys that you really trust. You get Hunter, you get Fromber, you get Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
The next 3 that start tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's against the Rockies, so I'm not going to say anything crazy here, but you got to expect that they're going to continue to run, make a good run here.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody said it's a Midwest thing. They have a Meemaw. Mom goes by Mimi. First grandchild always gets the name, is what you said.
Yeah.
Grandma. All right, I feel like you're trying to get me. I'm not saying that. They said their dad is called Pampaw. And mother-in-law is Yaya. Can't stand Yaya. Like her or the actual word?
I'll bet you anything the mother-in-law came up with Yaya.
Okay.
It just seems like the ladies.
I'd rather be called Grandma over Yaya.
Yeah.
That's a little too much going on.
Granny might be the worst for some people.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Granny.
Granny's not good.
Yeah.
Granny don't feel
Granny's
good.
bad.
Just keep it simple, Grandma.
Yeah.
And, of course, happy trails to Kenyon Green, who was released by the Eagles. So that one looks like a win, at least on that trade, to salvage what was kind of a really rough first-round pick for Nick Caserio. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that's a great way to salvage it. We'll still see what the other trade looks like, as obviously you acquired Harrison Bryant. That is a question that we need to answer. Like, is that a guy that is going to be on this roster beyond tomorrow? That looking. So why don't we take a look at the 53-man roster? Are we going to put together the in-the-loop 53-man roster? Let's see if we can do that. But really, first and foremost, what are the big questions that we're still looking at with this roster cut down? Because one of them is, hey, Joe Mixon, how long is he going to be gone? Do we know? Let's talk about that more next.
The Texans. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy trails to Cam Akers. Apparently the Saints have released him. It's cut downs are starting to happen. Texans have not had any. D'Amico Ryan said there's no updates on that front. They're still working through it. So I don't know that we'll get anything today. We'll keep our eyes on it, our ears on it, I'm sure, through our show, through The Drive, through obviously Area 45. If anything pops off, we'll let you know as soon as we hear it. Y'all have a lot of names for grandparents. I did not realize it was this extensive. I don't even have time to get into it, but wow. Wow. 53-man roster. This cut down is coming along. Tomorrow is when the deadline is. It has to happen. And so we've kind of avoided this, the actually looking at the number how to do it. So there's some guys that it just feels like are evident are locks, right? Your three specialists in Kaimi Fairbairn, Tommy Townsend, Austin Brinkman, who somebody said, is the universe trying to tell you something that John Weeks was never injured, and then the first time you get one, he ends up injured? Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I don't. I
feel like that's common sense.
I refuse to go to that place because that would make me feel bad. Yeah. But I think your two quarterbacks, Stroud and Mills, right? No doubts there. I don't think that you're going to keep Graham Mertz. Graham Mertz probably you get to the practice squad and he serves as emergency quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, 100%. So that is 48 spots.
Guys that I think are locks running back wise: Chubb, Marks, Dare. And the reason why I don't bring up Joe Mixon is him, Jalen Reed, the safety, Jimmy Ward also, but he is a little bit different. We'll talk about him. How long do you expect them to miss is the question that I'll start with. Some of the questions that are coming up from us trying to figure out our 53-man roster, because according to the rules, I found this out as I was waiting for halftime to be over in the soccer match that I was watching at the pub this weekend. I was like, how does that work? Like making sure the PUP, the non-football injury list, commissioner's exempt list, all of those you can have players on that would not affect your 53-man roster.
You was thinking about this watching the soccer match?
Brother, you know I'm a sick human being. How many times do I have to say it? I'm a sicko. I was like...
At halftime of the Texans game.
I thought that's
no, not the Texans game, of the soccer I was watching.
That's why I was getting at a pub.
That's right, I was at a pub.
So you over there probably got your little drink and all that stuff.
Yep, I got my drink. I went and ordered my...
Google the rules
sort out from the taco truck, and then I was like, let me figure out some rules on a 53-man cut down. You sure do.
I know
damn
exactly where, just with that context right there.
That's right.
It was.
And so with that being the case, physically unable to perform list, NFI list, commissioner's exempt list, all of those do not count against your 53-man. However, the problem is with PUP and NFI, if they are on that list to start the season, they have to miss 4 weeks.
Yeah.
You can keep Damian Pierce. You can keep maybe an additional running back with Joe Mixon being on that list, but that means you're not getting him till week 5 at the latest versus the Baltimore Ravens. Same with Jalen Reed, and same with Jimmy Ward because he is on the physically unable to perform list. Do you think that those guys end up on that, and does that change the way that you build your 53?
Yes and yes. I think Joe Mixon, yes. Jalen Reed, yes. Even though that might be a little bit of a surprise, only because I think, young guy that you can maybe bring along in those 4 weeks because they could still work. They could still get stuff done. Joe Mixon, it just makes sense because he didn't get any reps, he didn't get any run.
And no updates, no even like he's feeling better and we're excited for. They're just like, we'll let you know.
Yeah. So I would say Mixon and Reed, yes. Jimmy Ward, I don't know because there's so many mitigating factors that, I wouldn't expect him on this team this year, to be honest.
I think he probably stays on PUP because the way that they've talked about the Jimmy Ward, think about D'Amico Ryan saying, I would hate to cast judgment before things played out. We're going to let, unless the commissioner comes in and puts him on the exempt list today, maybe early tomorrow, they need to figure out, and he has that thing that he's been dealing with the foot. I think they just let him stay on the physically unable to perform list. He's not taking a 53-man roster spot, and we'll see eventually how this plays out because unless I'll ask this as a question. You think that gets resolved in the next 3-4 weeks?
No, God, no. Not even close.
Hey, buddy, you're on the physically unable to perform list, and we'll stash you there until they have to
they're kicking the can down the road.
The question that we were talking about also, in addition to if we're talking about defensive backs, is he is probably your best depth piece both at nickelback and at safety. Am I wrong?
No. No, not at all.
So do you want to get rid of him right now? And again, I'm not even considering the morality of the issue. I understand that very much plays in here. But if you can get away and you end up on the backside of this saying that, oh, wow, he's been exonerated, right? You would want to have that guy in those spaces. So
at least by time. At least by time. I think the decision is probably leaning heavily toward he's not going to be on the squad this year, but you can buy more time, by doing that.
Yeah, especially with that injury, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So does that, when you look at, because I'm just bouncing around with some of the questions.
Well, let's stay at running back.
Okay, let's stay at running back. You're
I think what that does is obviously Chubb, Marks, Agunbowale. I've been saying it. They're not going Agunbowale especially. They're not going anywhere. So what does that do for Damian Pierce, and what does that do for Jahar Jordan at the running back position? Yeah.
Yeah, do you think that Jahar Jordan is the guy who stays if because we've agreed. I think Mixon is on the physically unable to perform list to start the season. I hate that, but it feels like they feel comfortable with Chubb, with maybe some of the other guys that have factored in here. Do you think not necessarily fourth running back, but the fourth one that you slide in there? Or is it Jahar Jordan? Do you think they go spicy with Jahar Jordan?
I think they're gonna lean Damian Pierce. They still appreciate what he does, type of running that he does. The type of running that he does that fits this offense. I still think they'll lean Damian Pierce. No guarantee, but boy, they like Jahar Jordan, and he's got that speed element. So I don't know if that opens up an opportunity, at least in the short term, for him.
It might be another practice squad year for him. Because J.J. Taylor was straight up released. Remember, so he might be the guy that we have you on the practice squad, and if we need to call someone up, remember you get 3 call-ups during the season anyways. You get to be that guy. I imagined, because this is running back adjacent, the other question that's been there is Jakob Johnson versus British Brooks, and I'm like, easily Jakob Johnson in my mind. Shout out to TJ Bieniemy for ESPN. He put together his 53. He has British Brooks as the fullback kind of guy, as opposed to Jakob Johnson.
Yeah,
and I feel like Jakob Johnson is easily the fullback that they'd prefer. Where are you at in that? If that is,
I'm not there. I'm not there where it would be Jakob Johnson. You're saying him, as you said. DJ said, British Brooks. I'm saying, and I said it during the passing thoughts at the top of the show. I think that's one of the tough, if not the toughest, decision they have to make on the roster. British Brooks does a lot. The versatility. Sorry, shout out to Bill O'Brien, but the versatility he has is. He can play running back in a pinch if you go way down the depth chart with injuries or whatever. He obviously fullback, play a little tight end, special teams all over special, whether it's punt return or punt, not just what he does everything on special teams. I think British Brooks is definitely in the mix.
Okay, so offensively, because you probably get 26 or 25, 26 guys on the offensive side. There's a number of guys that I think are set. I'd probably say 22 of them I'd say are set, including in the wide receiver room where you have Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Xavier Hutchinson. Those 5 feel like they're locks. Do you keep 6 or do you keep 7?
I think you keep 6, and Braxton Berrios is a lock to make this team.
So you think Watson is the guy that's out?
Odd man out.
Okay. And then with that, do you think that you keep 10 or 9 offensive linemen? 9 has been a number that we've heard them say. However, if you keep 9, I think it's pretty easy that you go Anderson Patterson are your centers. Lakin Tomlinson, Titus Howard, Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs are your interior guys, right? Those 4. And then you have 3 to round out the 9 at tackle, where you go Ursary, Cam Robinson, Blake Fisher. Do you keep Brown? Do you keep Trent Brown?
You keep 9, and you mentioned Howard as an interior. He's a tackle.
But I think he has flex.
He has the flexibility to go down there, which is where I'm going with this. I think you keep 9 because he can play at a starting level, inside or out. So I think the big beneficiary here is Blake Fisher. Here's a guy that was just struggling. Is he going to make the squad? Even are they going to release him? They're going to trade him. I think the big beneficiary here is him. I don't know if Cam Robinson's going to make the squad, or Trent Brown, or trade him.
Well, you got to keep one of those guys, so you have 3 tackles.
But I don't know which one, and I don't think necessarily that Trent Brown or Cam Robinson are a lock. At this point.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We've seen some Cam Robinson.
One of them
we've
will
seen
play.
No Trent Brown.
Yeah, no Trent Brown whatsoever.
So offensively, another question I have, because I've seen some other 53-man rosters get thrown out there. Schultz, Stover, easy tight end wise. Irv Smith Jr., who is very much a blocking tight end, very capable of doing that. You can hit him with some dump offs, but I don't think that you really see him sending him out in routes and him having impact.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison Bryant, you just traded for him. You just acquired him for John Mechie. You haven't seen much of him. Have you seen enough that makes it seem so that he is your third tight end?
I think Harrison Bryant is going to make this squad based on the fact that they made that move for him, and I think he's going to be able to be versatile enough to be able to do enough blocking and receiving on this squad. I wouldn't necessarily etch it in stone. I'm a little reluctant on that, but I think Harrison Bryant's going to make the squad.
I think those tie in together a little bit. That tight end and running back or fullback kind of, because fullback kind of does some tight end stuff in this with this team. I think. I think Harrison Bryant is more of a pass catching receiver or tight end. I think that blocking tight end that Irv Smith brings. Does that not feel like something that you could line up Jakob Johnson to do?
Yes.
So if you do keep Jakob Johnson is a way that I've kind of seen, or maybe I guess British Brooks, but I probably
depending on if he lines up in the backfield,
he feels less like a
motions.
Tight end.
It's like he's done it. He's done it this preseason. So yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think Irv Smith has had enough, flashes, but not enough to stay on the squad.
Okay. Some more questions that I'm looking at with the 53-man roster. The defensive line is interesting because you've got a lot of guys that can do things. Let's start from the interior and then we'll work outside. Interior-wise, I think Sheldon Rankins, Tim Settle, Mario Edwards are locks, right?
Yes.
I think that there might be a battle here between Folu Fatukasi and Tommy Togiai. Do you not?
If there is, I think Fatukasi wins it, but they really like Togiai. So that could be one of their toughest calls, Fatukasi and Togiai.
And that feels like, Fatukasi is a starting caliber player. Togiai is, and I've said his name both ways. I recognize that. But I think Togiai is consistent. They've talked about it. D'Amico reiterated that again today in talking to the media. But Fatukasi also has injury issues. And so which of those do you think this team values more? The consistency of Togiai as a second nose tackle, or Fatukasi's like the higher end play?
Fatukasi can stop the run, man. I mean, I think they value that. I think he would end up winning the battle. It'd be one of those very bitter cuts or whatever it might be with Togiai if they have to make that call. I think they'd go Fatukasi.
And then we go to the edges where, correct me if I'm wrong here on the locks here, Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right. We move forward. Darrell Taylor and Derek Barnett.
Yeah.
Do you keep 6? Because Dylan Horton, Danico Autry, and Solomon Byrd are all here. Or probably actually.
What have we seen
5.
from Danico Autry?
We haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
Big roster number. He does have some flex to move in. That was one of the things he can move in and kind of play that 3 technique.
Yeah.
But it feels like you're pretty solid on the interior, especially with the way that Tim Settle and Mario Edwards played last year. Is it possible that Danico Autry isn't on this team, whether as a trade possibly to get off of some of that money, if possible?
Maybe, but he also has an injury that maybe ends up giving him 4 weeks.
So could that possibly? I asked the question: is it possible that a guy of the caliber of Danico Autry could just be straight up cut from this team?
I don't think so. I think it'd be either a trade or somehow put him on the PUP list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that. Horton or Bird, if you had to go one up on either of those guys.
Dylan Horton.
I think so.
I think they like him too. Now, to me, the most interesting thing,
let's get it,
on the defensive side is the depth at linebacker.
Yes.
Without question.
They've kept 6 at times. I think 4 feel easy, right? Aziz, Henry Toto, Christian Harris, EJ Speed.
Yes.
Who is that other guy? Jake Hansen got in before Nick Neiman in the final preseason game, and I don't know how much I'm supposed to put into that, but that feels like that sets some level of hierarchy.
They love Jake Hansen, another one of those kind of like British Brooks that does a lot on special teams.
He did get juked out of his shoes in that game, though.
He did. I think Jamal
question, right?
Yeah.
And I think that maybe you have 2 of those. So if you go 2 out of 3 between Hansen, Neiman, and Hill,
I think it'll be Hansen and Hill. And that's no disrespect to Neiman, who's especially earlier in the preseason, had more plays than he did later in the preseason. But I think it'd be Hansen and Hill.
I think you're right as well, even though Nick Neiman was brought in almost as like a special teams type guy. Jake Hansen also that. And you know what sells me on it even more? they put the green dot on him in week 3. And not to say that there would be other guys that's incapable of putting a green dot on, right? It felt like Henry could probably step into that. Christian Harris had the green dot at one point when he was playing, not this past season, right? Or was it this past season? Like, I feel like they trust him to do that if he is healthy, but they definitely trust Jake Hansen with the green dot, and I do wonder if that says something about how they view him in this defense above.
I think it absolutely does.
Actually, I don't even want to talk about safety, but I do want to talk about nickelback because, and not the band.
Yeah.
But Jalen Petre's role is so specific. Who do you have backing him up? And is it important to have someone specific backing him up?
Yes, I said this earlier. One of my big questions is not Petrie per se as the nickel, but certainly Petrie, especially if C.J. Gardner-Johnson's not on the field, it limits the amount of games you can play in terms of blitzing and pressures, but also coverage. Is he going to be able to be singled out more as someone they want to attack? That's number one. And then the depth behind him I don't feel real strong about. I think Miles in for that reason. And then we talked about Jimmy Ward, who could maybe play that position. I don't think he's going to be on the team. So nickel to me is concerning.
Concerning? I don't know that I'm concerned about it. I'm wondering which of those guys, because I think it's between Miles Bryant and Arthur Millette. Miles Bryant, I know that he has the physicality, and also I know that it's been mentioned by some people that cover the team that Miles Bryant had been doing a lot of safety stuff in camp, with Millette being the immediate understudy to Petrie. I do wonder how much of that is the versatility that Miles Bryant has, and with the way that the safety position has, had its rough parts during camp with injuries and such. I think they were like, "Hey, we want you to be brushed up on playing safety in case we need you." I think they like Miles Bryant and his versatility, even though Arthur Millette did a great job in coverage. I still wonder if he has the physicality to match what that position
I agree.
is.
That's part of the question.
I think that was a huge thing with bringing Jimmy Ward into that, bringing him down to that space, the physicality that he can also bring to it. I think Bryant gives you a little bit of that, even as a relatively smaller guy. Millette feels more like a slot corner in a true sense than the physicality, even though I think he's done some really great job in coverage.
Yeah.
And then cornerback is a whole different question that I think we'll continue to talk about. I don't think we established our 53, but these are some of the big questions that I think exist for Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, as they are working through what that 53-man roster cut down is. We'll have to circle back around to that and actually solidify what our call is here so that we're not just sitting here waiting for the actual roster to come out and saying, "See, I told you." We got to put something on wax. But those are the big questions that I think exist with the 53-man roster right now. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Can the NFL roster touch? I imagine that the NFL
still going to be going through the same thing.
Yep, we will, right? Who's man number 57 on this roster? But I think that's also the NFLPA is going to have to negotiate that with the NFL. And do we trust the NFLPA to have the ammo, the political capital to get that done? I don't know. All right, coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions as we always do.
All right, let's get your new roof.
610. Sometimes it's sports nut. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this is one I'm going to feel bad about. I did feel bad about, but I know I'm not alone on this. So they had the Little League World Series.
True. Shout out to Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei beat Nevada for the Little League World Series championship. And you know what the first thing I thought of was when I saw that this happened?
Geopolitical strife?
No, not that. No, I didn't go that.
You don't want to talk about
I didn't go that deep into it.
No? Okay. Because I'm going to be honest. That is what I think of every time I see Chinese Taipei. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought to myself, well, how many 13 and 14-year-olds they have? I felt horrible.
Wow. Man. See, I was talking about the adults.
I was being the ugly American, basically. But, you know, the other revelation I had, this is still a scar from the Danny Almonte thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you realize, take a guess, don't look, when Danny Almonte, when that happened?
Buddy, I don't know.
That had to be about 10, 15 years ago?
2001.
24
almost
years
20
ago.
years.
2001. I'm still, skeptical.
Yeah.
Everything about all this stuff.
I kind of think about that. I think we was talking in the break one time. It was a fella, I forgot who he's pitching for.
Yeah.
But it was a big, tall fella.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I would have to check his birth certificate.
Are you still scarred or cynical?
I do it whenever I see a big fella.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, no, you going against a 5'1", 95, and your ass is 6'3", 230. Like, dog, you can't be 13.
It's not fair to the kids because some kids are just that big.
No.
And a lot of people, and I'm sure a lot of kids go through that too, especially tall kids, where you always.
Where's the birth certificate?
Yeah, or I know you could play basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, and baseball, I don't get to that because the size differential doesn't make as much of a difference. Football is where it gets tough. It's
but when you see it, it's daunting.
It is, but it doesn't make me like. I feel like I get to that place a little bit with football, and really it starts with, hey man, shouldn't he be with some bigger kids? And then you maybe go, is he even supposed to be out here with these kids?
Yeah, that's a physical advantage right there, especially in in football.
It's not even just advantage. Physical danger.
Yeah, physical danger.
But I guess I ultimately fall back on not my kids, which is not the way I should handle this, to be fair.
Yeah.
That is not the right approach. However, those are my children, so they can be ran over by that big boy.
But again, I went there, and I know I'm not alone. A lot of people, they got all. They don't, necessarily. I don't think they do. But it's still from 2001.
That's crazy.
That kid was 14 years old out there.
And to be fair, you will never believe this. In 7th grade, I was a Sam linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
That should tell you the size of our defense.
Yeah.
I was a backup Sam linebacker, to be fair, though. I wasn't a starting Sam linebacker, if that gives you any idea. Our running back was 6 foot.
Yeah.
In 7th grade.
Yeah.
And when I tell you, I got very particular. I got randed over. It'll build them some character. That's all. That's all.
I'll do you one better. When I was playing bantamweight, and this is like 8th grade.
Yeah.
I was a defensive lineman. They had me playing the defensive line and offensive line.
Trying both. Defensive lineman.
Dude, man. We had to do a little drill, man. They put me against the biggest dude on the team.
Why didn't you tell me you could have chopped it up with Will Anderson Jr. when we had an opportunity?
Man, do it look like I could chop it up
from
with
a
Will
DN
Anderson
to a DN. You know what I mean? Let's talk shop.
Man, that was crazy, man. I couldn't believe they did that.
Oh, man.
These are my confessions.
I feel like I owe somebody an apology. And his name is Casey Osai.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Casey Osai, linebacker for your Texans, at least for the time being. I was talking to B. Scott this morning, and he hit me, or at least he brought to mind for me something that I probably need to apologize to Casey Osai for.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a tribe. He is one of my fellow Nigerians. Okay. I ain't been giving him the fellow Nigerian push. I ain't talking about Casey Osai at all, man. Like,
this is the first time you have actually brought his name up.
I know. Yeah. I feel so bad. Like,
I was sitting there about to say, what team he played for?
Yeah. Wow. I feel like
I probably need to apologize.
Well, but you're not Nigerian, Like, I feel like as a Nigerian, I'm supposed to at least give him the big ups on being a Nigerian. I ain't bringing it up not once.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie about whatever he does on the field. And he's been getting some love out there, too. Like, he's had some good plays, obviously later in games when he's getting in there depth-wise. I ain't giving him no love. So I apologize to Casey. Joseph Asai's little brother, doing big things for my fellow Nigerians. And I my
benefit of the doubt all year long.
My big brother. My bad.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. I like how Sports Radio 610 here in this building, we love our jobs to death. Like, I think we will go down swinging with this job, man. We put in a lot of overtime.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I got to confess too. This might be a bad thing because this morning we had a little issue happen on this floor where all of the power went out. You didn't know I'm taking y'all behind the curtain.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So all the power went out, and it went out for about maybe 5 seconds, and then came back on, and then we kept hearing this booming noise, and so all the other stations around here, not named 610, were kind of freaking out to the point they decided, let's get the hell out of here. They left the show. Yeah, so
they abandoned ship.
I was still up here. I was kind of pissed because I was in the middle of prepping something, and computer went out and all that stuff. So I walked around. I came in here, in the morning show, producer Ben.
Yeah.
He didn't even know what happened. He had his headphone. He was like, hey, what's going on? What happened? He was still running the show. And then I went over to B. Scott, who was in his office. He was pissed because he was trying to post an interview. He was just like, man, I can't believe it. I'm like, we the only smucks on this floor right now. And they thought, all the people thought we were getting bombed at this point. And come to find out, it was just a speaker in the live lounge that was just extremely high.
Yeah.
But they kept hearing them. Police stations cleared out. They wouldn't take no chance. I'm like, man, we all three of us about to go down with the ship. So I think we kind of love our job too much, and that could be a bad thing.
It could be.
Because we were up here pissed, like, man, I can't believe the power went out.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, maybe something could be going on. We still sitting up here.
We may or may not stay in here even when they have fire drills, but that's neither here nor
the
there.
other stations.
That's just a rumor.
The other stations were.
You're gonna have the fire marshal come pull us out by our petards.
It's just a rumor. It's just a rumor.
The other stations was going crazy though, to the point somebody was like, "Should we take the stairs?" At that point, I'm like, "Man, I'm not doing all. If it's my time to go, I'm not taking those stairs just willingly unless somebody come up here and say we got to get out.
Yeah,
I'm gone. But I ain't about to be like, maybe I'll take the stairs just to no,
just to be safe.
Yeah, nah, I'm gonna go down with the ship.
But you a whole defensive end, bro. You should be able to take the stairs.
I am not a defensive end. They just put me there. They can put a headset on you. That means you a coach.
Apparently, us talking about the Little League World Series got people on two fronts. One, they think that I need to tell the little fella that's in the batter box facing off against a 6-footer that pitcher size don't matter. Okay, heard, understood. And now we've also started the chain of one of my favorite games, which is that one time that you faced off against somebody that you had no business playing against. From the 832 in high school, their running back was Jerry Hughes, the Texans D lineman.
Oh, my goodness.
Having to tackle him in practice while
That's
weighing
a big fella, man.
barely 100.
Get him.
Yeah.
And then the coaches
Put
will
your
have
head down.
the coaches will have the nerve to start trying to coach you in there. Well, what? Yeah, you form tackle. I need you to power through. What you want me to do?
Man, they did that to me, and we did the little drills where we had to lay on our backs.
Oh yeah, Oklahoma
drill. Get up and, man, they gave me the ball. They had me holding the ball, so they was expecting me to truck this big ass kid. I'm like, man, I could at least let me try to tackle. But so as soon as I got up, boop, right on my back.
Yeah, hey man,
crush me.
Not the size of the dog in the fight.
I did get my lip back on.
Yes, it is the size of the dog too.
I did get my lip back on somebody else. Though,
there you go.
And I was crowned
little
like
bitty dude, right?
the practice champ. No, it wasn't a little dude. I got him. So that was my highlight.
713-572-4610. If you have your story of that one time that you had to go up against somebody you had no business going up against. Bonus points if they ended up being a pro. Yeah. I would like to play that game because it's a fun Monday. That'd be a fun Monday topic. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, maybe you will be a winner or loser on the weekend with that story. Let's get to it. Winners and losers of the weekend. Who won, who lost on the weekend? 713-572-4610. Send those in as well. We'll do that next.
All right, Low T.
side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get into winners and losers of the weekend, who won, who lost on the weekend. However, I love when we stumble into a topic that's always fun. And today, the iteration of that is the time that you faced off against a player that you had no business playing against. It's always fun. It's always fun. And we were just talking in the break.
Never forget it.
The most fun ones are not like this texter who said their pops had to face off. His claim to fame was getting a hit off of Nolan Ryan in Little League.
Oh, wow.
Those aren't the most fun ones. That one's really good. But the most fun ones are kind of like this from the 713. Had to go against defensive line coach Rod Wright in high school, right? It's the one where you have to, maybe for the uninitiated, they might not know because they're like, no, you don't understand. He was a monster.
Yeah, I was telling y'all in the break, just imagine, remember the quarterback Cardale Jones?
Yeah.
Just imagine going against him in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it was terrifying, man. That big-ass dude.
By the way, that person who said they had to go against Rod Wright, if they were a little younger, they would have had the Bennett brothers. Younger than that, Daniil Hunter. There was no path to success.
You can't win. You can't win on any of those.
No. One of my favorites that just came in from the 713, they said their brother played high school football against Andrew Luck when Luck was at Stratford.
Mm-hmm.
Luck looked like a straight-up man playing against little kids. He would just plow through them for touchdowns for most of the time. 53-6 was that final.
Yeah, that was Cardale Jones for us, man.
Mm-hmm.
To the point, they would just give him the ball, like he had snap the ball and just run.
Oh, we need yards? Here's the ball.
Yeah, just snap the ball, just run. Like, man, you can't stop
They
this
said,
dude.
why are we worrying about defense?
Yeah.
Why are we worrying about routes?
Here, let me just
You
snap
are
the
the
ball
play.
and just run with it.
You are the play call.
Bel Air Academy offense.
Pass the
Get the
wheel.
ball to Cardale.
Pass the wheel.
Keep those coming in, man. We're going to have fun with that. But let's get into our winners and losers of the weekend. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I feel like a loser is Jerry Jones and the Cowboys just in general, because Micah Parsons was seen lounging on a massage table, treatment table during their final preseason game. Like, I know that people always talk about, oh man, this is, the Cowboys won attention. I feel like this is not, like, this isn't a win. And I understand, like, hey, they are getting attention. They are actively hurt, and they're still going to be a highly rated, or highly, valued team. I think they were losing the free agent. I think they're losing the opportunity, the value or the status where players.
Ain't nobody going to want to go play for the Cowboys because of this.
The prestige.
Especially if you're trying to get another contract. Like, nah, I ain't going there.
You stay away from the crazy lady. You see a crazy lady on the street? No.
No. I don't think you're wrong. I just did not expect that visualization.
You see the crazy lady walking down the street, you go to the other side of the street, don't you? She's got a bag of groceries and she's pushing a cart.
Why you can't give the crazy lady something to eat?
Or honestly, the girl that always breaking up with a dude and there's always some drama going around. You're like, oh, I'm staying away from that.
No offense, I'll get you something to eat, but I'm staying away from you. That's the Cowboys. They're the crazy lady.
Who would you rather play for, the Cowboys or the Bengals?
Ew. Baby. I think the Cowboys, at least you can still make money off the field. It'll be a mess, but hey, Dak Prescott is literally.
Come up with that?
I was just thinking about poor franchises.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna have to deal with some mess. At least I want to get paid for it.
Yeah.
That's the Cowboys. The Bengals, you're just dealing with poverty.
Yeah. And by the way, another loser here, and you didn't agree with me when I said this earlier, but I stand by it and I will, is Micah Parsons. From before you even get into the stadium, as you're walking into the stadium, the cameras are trained on one person, especially in the preseason, when preseason games and the broadcasts are basically talk shows. They're not necessarily all nuts and bolts about the game. Micah Parsons knew he was being that all cameras were trained on him, live cameras. Gets out there, kind of stands around, doesn't wear the jersey. He knows that's going to be talked about, and then does the whole lay down, close my eyes thing on the trainer's table. I don't care what anybody says. He knew exactly what was happening. He knew eyes were on him. It was a horrible look for him, too. And now I'm on his side. Don't get me wrong. I want him to get paid. Actually, I'd like for him to get traded somewhere, but that's not going to happen. But it's a bad – he was a loser on the weekend too.
Another loser on the weekend, or actually winner on the weekend. Let me get to a winner on the weekend. And you know I like throwing you a bone, especially when there's an opportunity to do so.
How about Tommy Fleetwood?
You knew where I was going. Huh?
God, dog, that was crazy. I knew exactly. You don't even have anything on the dock. I just knew exactly where you were going. 164, if I'm remembering it correctly, PGA tournaments that he's played. Second, I think he's finished second 7 times. I think he's been a top 10 finisher like 30 times. Not only did he finally win a PGA tournament, and I was locked in on this, if you can't tell already, he won the Tour Championship.
Dramatic fashion, too.
Yeah.
Like, winners takes all shootout. Ended up getting him a $10 million check. And he's one of those guys that, if you're not familiar, everybody's just like, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Everybody loves him, right? He's just
And
one of those guys.
Really good.
Really good.
Yeah.
Everybody loves him. Just hadn't been able to make it happen. So these are the types of stories that you always enjoy.
164 tournaments. Finally won, and it's the big season ender.
I mean, Caitlin Clark tweeted about it.
Yeah.
LeBron James tweeted about it. Like all across the world of sports, this was a national sports story. Seeing Tommy Fleetwood finally cash in. An ungodly amount.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! So it made me think, and I didn't look this up. Who's the next best player to not win a PGA tournament?
Ooh, that is a good question that I don't have a good. I don't have a good answer for.
I'm gonna guess. I can't even guess. Yeah.
All right. So here are some other winners and losers of the weekend. A loser is the Philadelphia Phillies. Not that anybody is going to boo-hoo for them, but Zach Wheeler's undergoing season-ending thoracic outlet syndrome surgery.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. And so one of the really good pitchers in this league is now done for the remainder of the season. The Phillies are in a place where I don't know that. They were at the top of the NL East, right? They have a very good lead. They're supposed to be a very good team. And they lose one of their best pitchers. I know, obviously, for our sakes, we're more trained on the AL, but that's a real big hit to a good Phillies team.
A team that has high aspirations, and they should, but that's going to be a big hit for them.
No, 100%. Yeah. So that's gonna hurt a great deal. Were there any winners and losers that popped up for you? I imagine one of them was my team, my college team for you.
Well, it was mostly the dad and the brother.
The quarterback, Abreu Johnson, who after losing the game, was 24-21 was the final. It was, came down pretty late. He played pretty well, had a couple of instances where, if you're able to make a play or if you're not able, or if you don't create a turnover, that Kansas State has an opportunity to win. It's week 0. You can let that fly. What you can't let fly is that your pop and in international space as well. They are caught on video, good video of them fighting.
A fight.
Fighting in the streets of Dublin. They ultimately have apologized, but this is an embarrassment.
What would make you fight your dad or your son?
Well, first
like
of all,
that?
We've talked about the idea of trying your pops. That's already a tough proposition.
Yeah.
He did that internationally.
And then he went back at him when they held him down for a second. They separated him. He's like, I'm not done yet. And we kept going back at his
I'm tired of you, Dad. You never believed in me.
Oh, my gosh. What sparked it, I wonder?
They said it was an argument.
Yeah. Silly argument.
Yeah. I can't tell you what it is. This is the thing, though. I would like to take this opportunity to offer a public service announcement. The last thing you want to do, not that anybody wants to get arrested, but getting arrested outside of your country where you don't know none of them rules.
Yeah.
That is a very bad idea.
Mess around, be doing 10 years, facing 10 years in prison.
The courts, yeah.
You are playing a road game, and you do not have any advantage there. Figure you mentioned this in the break a couple of segments ago. It's already bad enough getting arrested in a city that you don't like, in a city in America that you don't know, in a whole other country.
Yeah. Where America cannot help you at all.
No, man.
We got to start releasing prisoners if we want to get you out of there. That's what you're talking about.
You got to get the president involved at this point.
You got to start releasing like spies and stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be prisoners of war in order to get you back when you get arrested around one of them countries.
What was that dude? The merchant
of death?
Yeah.
We got to start talking about that. And now you got people
for Reggie? We're going to do that for Reggie?
Exactly.
Hell no.
Yeah, they on news networks talking about, hey, we don't get him out.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to just stay over here at Dublin.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. You don't want that.
You got to be on your P's and Q's.
100%.
International waters or international land.
So, yes, please take this in the loop PSA.
I got another couple of winners. Actually, I got a winner and a loser.
Go for it.
The winner would be University of Hawaii football.
Yeah!
Man, they beat Stanford. I think it's their first win against a power school.
Which, I mean,
and that's Andrew Luck's Stanford, too.
Yes,
the
general manager.
Yeah.
Like 6 or 7 years.
This is a very far stretch calling Stanford a Power 5 or power school at this point. They are in the power conferences. Shout out to the Atlantic Coast Conference that Stanford is in. But Stanford is probably, if not the worst, the second worst team in all of power football. That being said, they get beat by Hawaii. And some of this is also seeing a Japanese ambidextrous kicker, or ambipedal, I believe is the phrase, kicker. He kicked with both feet.
He does kick with both feet. And I was happy for him because usually that's the first, hey, that's a recruiting pitch. We're going to play Hawaii the first week. You want to go, easy win, all that. Nope, not for Stanford.
It did restore some feelings back when Hawaii was fun in the WAC, and you would get through your college football Saturday, and then it's like getting football after dark, and you turn on at like 11 p.m. a Hawaii game, and it's bright as hell outside.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, is to watch that late game.
Yeah. So I appreciated them giving us a little bit of that energy on a week 0. And this loser is this minor league umpire. It was in a game between the Quad City River Bandits and the Great Lake Loons, and this umpire, Richie Arenado, he was at home plate. He did such a poor job, and that is my editorial opinion, because if you feel like you have to eject the manager, the catcher, and a ball boy, I feel like you're the one who did something wrong.
I think it probably is.
A ball boy got ejected, and what happened was, after he had ejected the manager and the catcher, the ball boy comes up to give him some new baseballs. He puts it in his hands real aggressively, real passive-aggressive. And the umpire's like, well, then bleep you, and just throws him out of there. And I'm like, dog, you are not controlling this game very well if that's where we are.
But it's also certain umpires get that complex, I can do anything at all.
Does this not push the general public further and further into the space where they go, yeah, give me automatic balls and strikes because I'm sick of the ump show?
No, I think it absolutely does that. And the other, I don't know if this is a winner or a loser, is the photographer that entered the court during match point at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, U.S. Open started yesterday, right?
Yeah, and we're watching some of it right now. And the match the photographer's a loser. And then the tennis players, Benjamin Bonzi. Is it Bonzi? Is that how you pronounce it?
I can't remember. Is this the Medvedev match?
This is yes.
Yeah, that was already wild because Daniil Medvedev.
Did you see the photographer thing?
No, I didn't see that part. I just saw Medvedev sitting there just going to town on his
racket, because it was like a match point, and the photographer went in there and left early, like he had somewhere to be. So he walked onto the court and went out, threw the whole match off, ended up losing.
That would have pissed me off too.
Delayed the match 5 minutes as the fans were booing and stuff.
That would have pissed me. I ain't know that part happened. I just saw Medvedev just going to town on his racket. And I was thinking, like, man, this dude he's kind of a jerk anyway. But I was just like, man, I hate when people do that. I didn't know it was. I probably would have did the same thing if it was that.
It was bad. It's a horrible look.
Well, Medvedev's out of the U.S. Open in a match that he absolutely should have won.
So is the photographer.
Went 5 sets. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm sure he is. So there you go. Some winners and losers on the weekend. Yes, Andrew Luck and Frank Reich. You can't forget Frank Reich.
Oh, he's there too?
He is the interim coach of Stanford, even though he started as the coach in the offseason. But they only named him the interim. So, like, hey, we not actually naming you the coach. We're not giving you a contract. You can be the interim. And I feel like that was a good idea, just looking at game number 1.
Yeah.
Just to be fair. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I promise you, I will circle back around to some of these stories of when you had to face off.
In, man.
Yeah. You had to face off against a player that you had no business playing against. These are incredible, and I want to give them the space to breathe. But coming up next, let's circle back around to our 53-man because we didn't get to finish our discussion of the big questions that exist for D'Amico and Nick Caserio in finishing out this 53-man roster. But also on top of that, hopefully I'll have time to get you to what makes me the most excited for this upcoming season for Will Anderson Jr. We'll do all that next.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, we're having a good time here on a Monday in the Loop. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you. And, buddy, y'all are really carrying y'all weight on this program. We are in here having a ball, laughing at the times that you had to face off against a player that you had no business playing against. There's so many of them. In fact, I will give you a little taste as to the numbers that we're getting here on the text line. And I'll start with just the last one that I'm seeing from the 2A1. Starting center on varsity got hurt in pregame warmups and couldn't play. I ended up going up against one of the largest humans I've ever seen in Beaumont's own Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah. He's the backup center.
Yeah, that's a tough day for you, man. Unless you Chris Bosh, who kind of worked Kendrick Perkins, I want to say back in the day.
State championship.
Yeah. But nah.
I'm trying to remember how highly Kendrick Perkins was rated in high school because it was like national scale.
Oh, yeah. No question about it.
Yeah.
That's
Ozan, right?
That is the, what was that?
Beaumont Ozan?
I can't remember. That sounds right, though. I'll have to double check. But yeah, man, that is for the story. The name that people go, man, he wasn't nothing in pros. And you're like, you don't understand.
Yeah, don't let that 5 points a game career-wise mess you up.
No.
In
Don't
high
understand.
school. Yeah.
He was giving
that brother was averaging 30 and 20.
Problems.
No.
Problems. I imagine there's some stories about some of these guys that we're talking about at the back end of this Texans roster as cutdown day happens tomorrow. We're in that end game of preseason and training camp. We've seen a number of teams already handle their business or begin handling their business. Obviously, rosters won't be finalized. We were kind of going through some of the questions that we're looking at as we're looking at the roster and trying to find what the 53-man looks like. And there was a couple of places that we kind of left still undiscussed. And we talked about, nickelback depth, but I think the rest of the defensive secondary, defensive backfield, matters a great deal with this because safety has been in the forefront of our imaginations a lot because of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury that happened out in West Virginia at the Greenbrier. That really highlighted it, and there's a couple of ways in which we still need to talk about this. And cornerback. Cornerback depth has been something that we talked about a lot. I know someone earlier was mentioning, well, we're talking about cornerback for how many teams have a good cornerback. I understand what you mean, but having one that you feel comfortable throwing out there, even if they're not great, but feeling comfortable having them out there is a question. And I'm interested, which of those is bigger for you when you think about making that cut down?
I'm just watching the maybe not bigger because it's kind of hard to downplay when you only have two proven cornerbacks that can play at that level, and that maybe making some noise. It's kind of hard to downplay how important the cornerback position is, but I'm looking more at the nickelback position, and because I don't know who's going to be out there. Arthur Marlette came in. I thought maybe he was one of my pet cat guys, which by the way,
he was.
I need a pet cat point, by the way.
Figure what you think off of yesterday's or not yesterday, Saturday's game.
Yeah, I'm due one.
Really?
Yeah, I'm due a pet cat.
All right, we will tidy up pet cat tomorrow. How does that sound?
Now, if he make the team, or if he don't make the team, then you got to give up two.
Where did that come from? What kind of rule is that?
I don't even get the math, but I like it. I like it. Something about it. It speaks.
You got to give up an extra point.
If he doesn't make the team.
Also, what do you think these points are going to? Figgy? Figgy's like, we rolling these points over to next year.
I know we was giving away points for the third preseason game like this.
Wow.
No, I didn't. I thought it was over.
It's training camp, preseason.
All right, I just thought it was over.
He just knows I'll be tied with him if I get that.
Yeah, of course the boys is balling out in the third preseason game in the fourth quarter. No good. Lopez like, yeah, he was making plays.
Hey, was he not?
He sealed the game at the end.
Anyway.
You see their interception.
But yeah, you talking about
the nickel position, nickelback.
Yeah, but I think with Miles Bryant, it feels like he also has the level of versatility that might be something that intrigues remaining on this roster. He could be that depth player for Petrie's role, but also we've seen him slide outside if you need to. We've seen him work safety as well to give you a little bit of cover there. I don't think that that's something to be neglected or ignored up against Arthur Millette, who one has not been with this team as long, right? So the familiarity with the system. But also, I still have questions, and not to say that I don't think that he can do it. I just haven't seen it per se, as much of the physicality, the ability to come up and hit.
Bingo. Bingo.
Which D'Amico clearly loves.
He loves that more than life itself, it seems sometimes. He wants the defensive backs to tackle. Jalen Petrie, it's one of the reasons he loves him, because he can do that so much.
Petrie, Kamari does it so well.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson came in for that reason.
In fact, we've seen basically this staff bring more of that out of Derek Stingley Jr. as well.
Derek Stingley, even that was one of the things that maybe Stingley, if he had a weak spot, that was going to be it. He's tackling more. Kamari Lassiter loves it. So So who is that guy at the nickel position, or really even in the backup cornerback role?
It's weird because I think I lean Bryant, and I think that then eases some of the questions that we have about safety, because we talked earlier. I think Jalen Reed and probably Jimmy Ward also can start this roster or start the season on the physically unable to perform list as you have more time to decide what's happening with them. But then that leaves, if that is how it goes, which again remains to be seen, because that means both of those guys will not be available till week 5 at the earliest. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, MJ Stewart. I feel like those are definites that you feel good about. Who is that? Is it Russ Yeast or Jalen Mills? Jalen Mills, mind you, who comes in later in the camp. It feels like that means that Russ Yeast might make this roster, or do you just have those 3 and then just depend on Miles Bryant sliding in to maybe give you an additional roster spot to, I don't know, roster an extra running back, or does the offensive or even defensive lineman, is that where maybe you make something shake, especially when you talk about depth on the defensive backfield?
I mean, you bring up a good point with Jalen Mills, but almost since about a week into camp, we just kept seeing Russ Yeast making a play here. Well, no, he ain't gonna make the squad. Well, he might. He continues to make plays. Mills made a play, Saturday. But I think Russ Yeast is definitely in the mix. I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but he just has kind of been there and been able to play that position and make plays, which, again, also not afraid to make tackles.
And not afraid to mix up. He was at the center of both of the altercations that happened at training camp for the Texans. Like, Russ Yeast was in there. He has that. He has that, I don't even know what the right word, edge. That's a good one to use there. Yeah. And I think they probably appreciate that, even though, and maybe the biggest thing, right, of the people that played in preseason game 3, I hear Fig's skepticism with preseason game 3 just in general, but I imagine that the guys that have first crack in preseason game 3 probably have
a little bit of an advantage.
And Russ Yeast was out there as one of the first safeties that was out there, so I do wonder if that gives him an edge. And then that brings us to cornerback, where we have been talking a lot about depth at cornerback in particular, and it's because of the instances where you see D'Angelo Ross have the ball brought down on him. You see Jeff Okudah get the 1-2 step off of the line by Kevontae Turpin versus the Cowboys. This is a place that maybe we're making it a bigger deal than it need be because of what we saw. But you have Stingley, you have Lassiter that are all pro caliber, or at least Pro Bowl. Kind of step down that we had seen in last year was not sustainable, especially with guys that are there's liability to miss games. Stingley, we've seen him miss games in his career. Kamari Lassiter missed a couple games last year. I don't know that necessarily I view him as injury prone or anything to that extent, but the possibility exists.
Yeah, and you need cornerback depth just in general, even when they're not injured.
Yeah, Jalen Smith feels like the easy one here.
Jalen Smith is the easy one, but then what after that? I don't see D'Angelo Ross making this squad.
Even as valuable as he is special teams wise.
I just don't. For all the reasons that we talked about with tackling and such, but you kind of know what you're getting with him, and it's the tackling is not there, and you put it an interesting way earlier. You said, like, whenever they're covered, they're still open with him.
He's always around the play, but it seems like he rarely makes the play while he's – so I got him, right? He don't got to step on me. I'm right on him. I'm in his pocket, and somehow, he came down with the ball.
Yeah.
That feels like almost the worst version of it. And I'm not saying this trivially. I recognize that covering a guy is so damn hard. I was talking about with B. Scott this morning. You mean to tell me that guy runs a 4-3 or a 4-4, and he gets to run forward, and he knows where he's going, and I have to run backwards and not know where he's going, and I have to keep up with him? Yeah. It's such a difficult job.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. And so he does that part. But the biggest part is probably stopping the
catch.
Yeah, that's the biggest part of this. Yeah. And it seems to always go that way. So then would you feel like Tremont Smith, who wore number 11 through this, even though they mixed him up with, who was the other cat in the preseason game? Does it feel like
Cornell Powell? That guy was making plays everywhere.
Does it feel like
Cephas?
Yeah. I was like, that's all nice. That has nothing to do with making this roster, though. Like, legitimately, At one point in the preseason game, and I feel like Clint and Sean will vouch for this, I was like, I'm okay if they just throw every ball that they throw to Woody Marks because he's the only person on this field right now that I feel like is factoring in on this offense. That being said, you feel like Tremont Smith is your fourth cornerback. He's done some special teams things, as you mentioned, and he probably is the best of the guys that are remaining. Shout out to Damon Arnett, but I don't know that I'd want him on this roster.
Yeah.
Or do you think that maybe this is more of finding a guy like Mike Hilton?
That's why I paused. That's why I paused, because I think the right answer with what they have here is obviously Lassiter, Stingley, Jalen Smith, and I think it's Tremont Smith. But I also think that there are a lot of cornerbacks that are going to be out there that they're be attractive.
Tremont Smith with an asterisk.
Yeah,
he's the fourth guy that you have in there.
That's where I would put it.
Okay, so if I start making some adjustments here, in fact, I'll do that, and we can circle back around to what our 53 actually looks like, and we'll compare it to what the cut down looks like tomorrow. Right?
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah. No, we'll know a lot more, and we'll be able to, especially in the secondary, as good as this defense is going to be. Like, those are two real important pieces right there, cornerback and nickel.
All right, so I did also tease the thing that has me excited, the most excited for Will Anderson Jr. this year is Will Anderson Jr. I believe this happened last week on Thursday. Joint practice happened in Detroit. And then he also sat down with Chris Long of the Green Light podcast. There's a lot of things that we could get to, but I did want to hit this specifically when it comes to him. He was talking about working out with Myles Garrett and Mike, or sorry, actually, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. This is the first one, Figgy. Chris asked him, what light bulbs have gone off that have allowed you to kind of level up?
Daniil, a blessing, man, to have. One thing he told me, he was like, bro, you work hard, you do all this stuff, bro, and you're going to look up one day. He said, your body's going to naturally just take over. Like, you're going to have repped it so much that when you get out here, bro, you're not even going to know what you did. Your body's just going to naturally do it. And I think that's what I'm starting to get to at the point of my career. It was like, my body's just starting to take over. I'm playing faster. I'm seeing things faster. Like, I used to go into the game or I used to go get ready to line up. I'm like, I'm finna do this move. I'm finna stab club. Now I'm just like, well, whatever the tackle give me, I'm gonna play off of it. And my body's just taking over now. Like, I think what was happening was I was having a set move in my head. And when that set move didn't work, I would get frustrated because I'm like, the move is not working. The move is not working. So now I'm just free. I'm just playing the tackle want to angle set me, I'm popping inside. He want to vertical set me, I'm going to stab. I'm going longer. I'm like, now I'm starting to see the different sets of what tackles are giving me.
That is impressive, and it sounds like he's like a 9-year veteran or something. No, he's still just learning, but to be able to do it that instinctively and that naturally, he's set for a huge year.
And that's the thing, right? Is that, and I should have fully grasped this, but hearing him say that's like, oh, so before he's doing you walk up to it and you're thinking about what you're
try this.
Play. I think that this is what works, trial and error. He's going to get to a place where he's reading, reacting, even
he
in
is at that place.
And this year, where it's just whatever you give me, I'm reacting. It's happening naturally. I think we've all been in that place where, whatever, depending on what you're working on, you're like, okay, I have to think about what I'm doing before I do it.
Yeah.
Compared to, it's just flowing naturally. I could think of like playing pickup basketball, where you're like, all right, I'm going to do this move, whereas I'm just naturally. It's a different level. And when D'Amico talks about like letting these guys play free and play fast.
That's what he's talking about.
And if that was him playing, I guess, relatively slower to what he can be, he's going to be an absolute man. We're going to have to cancel Christmas.
And with Daniil Hunter on the other side and other things that he was talking about, we'll probably hear some of this later in the week too, but like talking about what Daniil has meant to him and how Daniil is playing, it's going to be a big year.
We are going to have to cancel Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's got me the most excited. I remember I was asking you earlier, maybe a couple weeks back, is there still another level for Will Anderson Jr. to reach? And I don't know if it's adding more clubs to his bag, so to say, with pass rush moves. It might just be the perfect pass rush move for the situation. I don't have to think ahead of time. It just flows out.
It'll happen.
Because I've repped him. The muscle memory comes.
Yeah.
So that when this player does that, I've done it enough and my body feels, oh, well, the response is this, and boom, now I'm in the backfield. Boom, I'm in the backfield. Boom, I'm knocking the football out and going the other way.
Yeah.
That is terrifying if you are a team that is on the schedule facing off against the Houston Texans. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Do you think that is fair as the most exciting Will Anderson Jr. thing, or do you feel like there's something else for you?
Come on, man.
There you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, it's time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, bro?
Yeah, I got a question for everybody. 713-572-4610. The worst situation involving a neighbor. And this is in the spirit of Sean Pendergast's story this morning on Payne and Pendergast, talking about how he came home and his neighbors was having a blast in his pool.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So I want to hear some of your crazy stories involving the neighbor or anybody.
Oh, yeah, crazy neighbor stories. We got a lot of stories to cover. We'll do that next.
The Texans. sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
What's up, Sean? It's the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there.
I should have given Sean a heads up that he's about to be the focus.
I actually told him about this. And that was Sean Pendergast right there. I'm sure he's probably making that noise. Yeah. I think he said it was like 20, 30 years ago, somewhere around there. But,
yes.
I was listening to Payne and Pendergast, as you should, every morning with Sean and Seth. And they were talking about, I forgot how they got on the, oh, you know what? I lied. I do know how they got on this topic. So they were talking about, I guess, which neighbor would you rather live next to between Sean Bijani and Tyler Milner? Mm-hmm. And this all came from a listener who said they stay in the same neighborhood, Sean Bijani and Tyler.
Okay.
And
what a neighborhood, man.
Yeah, that sounds like a cool
Shout out to Atascocita, man.
Yeah.
So you're just going to put them out there? You got the street? You want to put the street out there as well?
I think I do.
8507 Queens Boulevard. So they end up getting on the subject of who would you rather stay next to, and they both picked Sean Bijani because Sean know how to build fences, and they could probably borrow some tools and all that stuff.
Absolutely.
So which I think is a smart decision, but they also didn't, discredit Tyler.
Right. They say he probably throws a good party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they say he probably throw a good party, and Sean threw this out here how Tyler might be the one where he will probably end up in Sean's pool, just, get home in his pool, which sparked this great story from Sean Pendergast on how that really happened to an ex-neighbor of his that he just showed up and was in his pool having a good time with his family.
I had a neighbor like that in my first house in Tomball. We put a pool in the backyard, and for some reason our neighbors thought that it was okay for them, like while we were doing something on a Sunday morning, to just waltz into our backyard and use our pool. Yes.
They just started using your pool?
Not for long, but yes.
Oh my God. What the hell?
Yeah, man.
The adults or just the kids?
Yes.
The adults just waltzed over like it was a community
Brought
pool.
their family over there. We came home one morning, me and my ex-wife, and they were in our pool.
And what did they say when you walked out?
How you doing? Yeah.
He's still pissed. You can hear it in his voice.
So I let them have their day.
What the
I didn't want to make a scene in front of the kids. So I let them finish up their swimming, gave some glares that kind of gave the impression, and then later in the day, I just want to draw lines right here. That's not going to happen again.
He's still mad.
Oh, yes, you can hear it. Even
mad.
Better.
The part that got me was the guy said, "Hey, how you doing?"
He thought he wasn't doing nothing wrong. He's like, hey, welcome back.
That would have pissed me. It's one thing to be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know you was going to be home this early." Just, I apologize. But, hey, what's up, Sean? What's going on, man?
Come on in. The water's great.
Yeah. Go ahead. So get inside, change, come back out. Let's have a party.
Yeah, so I thought that was hilarious. I'm sure people probably got some crazy neighbor stories or just stories in general of a situation similar to that. So feel free to text them in. I got a personal story. It's not a neighbor story.
Yeah.
It's more of a barber story.
Okay.
And I never told this story because I felt like the guy used to listen because he kind of knew who I was. This was early on when I first moved to Houston.
Yeah.
Probably like a year or two into me living here. So I was going to this guy. Long story less long, he found out I worked for the station, and he was all cool, like, yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah.
One day, randomly, this brother texted me and said, hey, I need a huge favor from you, man. And I'm like, all right, what's up?
Yeah.
He's like, can I borrow $200 until I'm like, wait a minute. Like, first of all, like, we ain't got that relationship, man.
Yeah.
Like, we don't talk about anything else. I schedule my appointment, come in, get my hair cut, we do a little talking there, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, first of all, you hit me up like, and that's not the first time he did that. He ended up doing it again.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, nah, man, I ain't got it. And which I really didn't have it. I was part-time, brother. And so I ended up, long story less long, I stopped going to that barber.
I guess so.
Just off the strength of that, man. I'm like, oh, I don't like that.
Dude, I had one just about 3 or 4 months ago that blew me away. The brazen, bold nature of some people continues to just blow me away.
I already said I'm sorry, damn.
No. So, I keep a little place down in Aransas Pass. Mm-hmm. So we just stay there on the weekends, go fishing and all that. So I had a neighbor that obviously he comes around and says hello. That's it. I mean, no relationship at all. Just, hey, how you doing? And he came over one day, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, you're pretty much just here on the weekends, right?" I said, "Yeah, unless I get."
That's a setup. I'd be
I felt.
I'd be here sometimes.
No, but I did say
I would have been like my schedule all over the place.
Yeah. I said, unless we gotta get a few days off, then we're here on weekdays. And
sound like he's trying to rob you.
No, this is I don't understand how bold people can be like this. He said, "Hey, my daughter." Well, he's got an older daughter from another marriage. He says, "My daughter is coming down next week. Can she stay here Monday through Friday in my house?"
He don't got a house himself. What happened to his house?
He's got a trailer.
Oh.
He goes, "You mind if she stays there until you get here Friday?" And I was like shocked. Like, who asked?
At least he asked, because it'd have been funny if he was like, "See, y'all don't be here during the week, right?" Okay, no, cool. That's all I need to know. All right, no, it's cool.
And I actually got out of it okay. I said, I don't want that liability in case she falls or something. If she falls or something, I don't.
And he let it go after that.
He knew I didn't. He knew the answer was no.
So he knows the answer is no when he asked the question at first. He's trying to push.
My daughter stay at your house.
I'd have been like, "Oh no, it's cool. We'll sign a waiver. We'll sign a waiver. It's cool."
Yeah, that's borderline. I need to borrow your car real quick.
Somebody said, "Hey, Reggie, let me borrow 200, fam." I do not have it for you, brother. My car is in the shop right now. That's not even a joke.
Yeah, but salute to all the crazy neighbors that's just out here jumping in other people's pools and hey, what's up, Sean?
By the way,
man?
Mark on the YouTube page said ex-neighbors were that couple. Fights, cops. Mark even got grabbed one day as a witness to a breaking and entering.
Oh man, yeah, that man. I'd rather you just jump in the pool at that point, man. Like, don't get me involved with all that. Like, I ain't trying to go to no damn police station and all that.
No,
crap.
You don't need any of that.
Yeah, nah, just keep me out of that.
You end up on the news. Well, they were such a nice couple.
Yeah,
I never thought.
My name Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Yeah.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So I gotta give a shout out to my man Marty, who got me hip to this story. Marty from Nuff Said Tailgaters. Mm-hmm. He sent me this, and I had to look. I'm like, is this real? And I did a little research, and I feel like this is a super dope idea that probably should have been done years ago around this time, but I think now is the perfect time to do it. So you guys are familiar with this song, right? Little Outkast with Bit Boy and Andre 3000. Bit Boy is doing something cool. He is set to release a limited edition washing machine that plays this song after each cycle.
So your laundry is done.
I like this.
Yeah,
because Samsung been making their washers and dryers off of that little jingle. People really get into it.
Yeah.
So I feel like this could do some numbers.
Yeah, here's the story on it.
Big Boy is turning Laundry Day into a pop culture moment in an offbeat yet undeniably cool collaboration. The Outkast legend has teamed up with Whirlpool to create a limited edition washing machine that literally plays his hit So Fresh, So Clean after every cycle. The custom appliance packs more than just a nostalgic soundtrack. It sports a matte black finish, adorned with hundreds of hand-placed crystals around the door and knob, and features a certified fresh and clean badge signed by Big Boy himself.
Now, Lopez, I think you just got a washer and dryer.
Just bought a washer and dryer.
Damn, you should have.
Yeah, you should have waited a little bit, man. Would you get one of these if it was in your price range?
How much does it cost?
Let's say the same amount of the one you
same
got.
amount? Hell yes.
You don't feel like that's doing too much?
No, you know why? Because it's always irritated me that buzzing sound when your dryer is done.
Moved into house. I think I got a Samsung washer and dryer machine or whatever.
It do that little song, don't it?
Oh no, I like that.
Whatever sound that is.
It sounds like a Bavarian waltz.
It sounded like a video game about to play, to the point when we first got it and it went off, I was looking around like, what the hell is that? I'm like, that's kind of cool.
I prefer that to the buzz. The buzz is irritating. Yeah. So give me so fresh and so clean and over that any day. But I do like the little Bavarian waltz that the Samsung plays.
This is so minuscule. It wasn't the point of the story at all. Can you go back to how he said Whirlpool?
Yeah, let me get
because that one threw me out the whole story. Like, I was here for Andre and actually Big Boy and noticeably absent Andre. Andre's like, I don't want to deal with any of it.
Hey, you can have all that music.
Fine.
I'm cool.
But why do you say it like this, Mr. Reporter Man?
Big Boy is turning Laundry Day into a pop culture moment. In an offbeat yet undeniably cool collaboration, the Outcast legend has teamed up with Whirlpool to create...
With who? Why did you say it like that? Why did you put the emphasis there?
Whirlpool.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody.
Whirlpool.
Nobody's ever called it that.
Well, he has.
Okay.
Whirlpool. He's a reporter. You're not, so he can do that.
I guess. Someone, by the way, going back to the neighbors, somebody said their neighbor have 3 Mercedes. They said that they can occasionally park it in their driveway. Man, this is terrible reading. They can occasionally park in their driveway. Now the neighbors do it every week.
Yeah. Nah, that's the worst.
That's
apartment living where somebody park in your driveway for a couple times and you don't say nothing. Now it's constant. Now I got to.
Oh, they don't mind. I'll just park over there.
Anytime I want.
Yeah, you park there about 15 minutes. You cool?
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 60. I'll get you guys out of here exactly how it ended on Friday. Remember I played that clip of Maury? Mm-hmm. And he was talking about
the entanglement?
Yeah, it was an very awkward episode of his podcast featuring his wife, Connie Chung. And he brought up how she was messing around with a fella by the name of Warren Beatty. Mm-hmm. I went to go check this whole episode out. It was actually a pretty cool episode. I learned a lot about Maury than I ever did because I didn't realize he was around that long as far as a journalist. I think he covered the JFK assassination, and he was around for a long time, so salute to him. But it was also another little awkward part in there. He like I mentioned, he brought up Warren Beatty. He also brought up somebody else she allegedly was messing around with.
Okay, and then you messed with an Eagle, and we're not talking Philadelphia Eagles here.
When I went out with an Eagle, I went to his place.
Yeah.
And he said I play in a band. I mean,
you didn't know who he was.
No. And I said, why don't you play? There was an upright piano there. Why don't you play one of your songs? And he started to play Hotel California. And I went, whoa, I know that song. And then I called you because you were living in Philadelphia at the time. And I said, hey, I went out with an Eagle. And you thought I meant the Philadelphia Eagles. Jeez, Maury.
It's a lot of weird, nervous laughing in there, man.
Do they have an open marriage or something?
It seemed like it.
Look, if they have an open marriage, that's fine. Close it to me. I don't need to know this. Why are they sharing this?
And see, the thing is, you can easily say, oh, maybe that was before they got married. They've been married since 1985.
That's what I'm saying. They must have an open marriage.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very uncomfortable. It sounded like a couple. Have you ever been around a couple that you know is kind of
They just had a fight before they came over?
Or you could tell they hate each other, so they still smiling and laughing, but they throwing little shots right
we still want to do the game night. Are you sure? Because it doesn't feel like you want to do the game night right now.
And also, well, John, you know you hate game night, right?
I don't know. Ask her.
Yeah, it seemed like it was.
I don't have a voice anymore.
Oh, I have a voice. I'm not used to being heard around here.
So I'm just gonna get some more lemonade. All right, I'll be right back.
And by the way, Connie Chung gets around.
I would like to see her roster, just her total roster, man.
Warren Beatty, one of the Eagles, which I'm guessing was Don Henley, right? Didn't he write it? Didn't he write Hotel California?
I guess so. I mean, can he play the piano?
Yeah.
Apparently playing the piano in the house for us.
Yeah, Don Henley.
Yeah, I would like to see a roster, man. Just
so Warren Beatty and Don Henley alone.
You're
like,
you're impressed?
Yes.
Hey, that's LeBron and D Wade right there, man. Let me see what else this roster looking like.
Exactly.
But yeah, that was a weird episode though, man. I'm just like,
you listened to the whole episode?
Yeah. Nah, I had to bail out of it because I was doing something, but just the part I was hearing, I was just like, man, this sounds so uncomfortable.
That's the
problem. She randomly said, hey, how long do you have to do this podcast? It was just so she was looking at her clock and all. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, that might be the worst part, in addition to giving us information that we probably did not want. At least make it sound fun and conversational.
Yeah. Unless they were just kind of leaning into it for the social media clicks, but this thing kind of legit, man.
You know what? It might be that Maury's not used to not having a confrontational show anymore. Like everything is supposed to be, you are the father. Like it's just what
it is, he's not used to it being about him.
Yeah.
His personal.
True.
He like to get in everybody else's personal lives and follow make the cameraman go in the back as somebody was crying and all that stuff.
I'll just say
now
this.
we doing that to you, buddy.
I'll just say this, and I think it's a line from Seinfeld. They're into it.
I love that drop, by the way. All right, Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that is mixtape worthy, to shout you out and make you famous. All right, been a fun one thus far, and to wrap it up the drive, I want to go through some of your stories of the time that you had to play against someone you had no business playing against. How did this start, by the way? Was that what? How did we get there? I'll revisit that, but there's been a lot of stories. I want to salute those. We'll do that next.
The Texans preseason finale did. Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun one on this Monday in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still and eagerly anticipating what the end of this 53-man roster cut down will look like. Of course, today is not the day where I think we get much information. In fact, D'Amico Ryans, when he spoke to the media earlier today, said that there were no updates on roster situation. That they were still, quote, working through it, close quote.
He'll let us know.
They will let us know, which I imagine means we will find out when that 53-man roster comes out tomorrow, or really in the hours preceding that. We'll start getting some ideas. That doesn't surprise me, though. He seems like he so much dreads that portion of this that he'll probably just, they'll handle it all in one day. I imagine if you don't enjoy it, you would not want to do it over multiple days. We'll handle this at once, man.
Well, part of it is the dread, and part of it's just very difficult.
Agreed. And I think we've fully settled in on some of them. This is not the easiest thing in the world, and it's probably a good thing for this team that you can look at and see a number of guys that could reasonably be on your 53-man and contribute to the team, which is obviously ultimately a good thing to come out of all of this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I know what you're waiting for, Lopez. You're like, that's fine. That's good. D'Amico also praised Nick Chubb, saying that, the way that he's seen him kind of get better and better every day through camp. And he said, quote, especially once he put the pads on, it's like, wow, this is the Chubb that I remember. Physical downhill player. You see him popping some runs. He still has the explosion, the speed that it takes to make plays in this league. The guy just understands football, so on and so forth. I don't want to get out here trying to defy the head coach of the team. The idea that he still has all that explosion, okay. I'll take your word for it. We will very much see it.
Yeah.
All right. But earlier in the program, and I still don't remember how we got to this place, talking about that. Abreu.
Oh, yeah. I know
Little
exactly.
League World Series, right?
Yeah, we was talking about that, but specifically me playing, I think I was playing.
Oh, Cordell. Was it Cordell Jones?
Cardale Jones.
Cardale Jones.
Yeah, no, I was talking about my time playing bantamweight football.
Yeah.
And they had me as a defensive tackle. and I kid you not, I weighed less than I do now, and I probably was shorter.
You were matching up against someone you had no business playing against.
Yeah, the biggest dude on the team I had to match up against.
And we got a lot of you texting in all show long, the guys that you had no business. The 281 who said 5'9" El Campo Raceburg cornerback going up against 6'4" Bay City Black Cat Hart Lee Dykes.
Woo, Hart Lee Dykes.
Didn't turn out well.
He got a lot of money from Oklahoma State. He did. No, he did. That was one of that. That's what put him on probation. It was the Hart Lee Dykes scandal.
Yeah, that's true.
That was before your time, but yeah, I think he got I say a lot of money back then. It was like $75,000.
Man, that counts.
Yeah.
That definitely counts. 281, my junior year at Lamar had to tackle Robert Wilson, a.k.a. Bull from Worthing High School, A&M, and third-round pick for the Tampa Bay Bucks. I hit him, and 5 yards later, I was still waiting on Swarm. Meaning,
Come on, guys.
I thought we were supposed to rally to the football. Where's everybody at?
You good. You got him.
Getting carried 5 yards. It sounds like, it's just 5 yards. No,
that's a long.
Carried 5 yards?
That's a long, tough 5 yards.
Not what you want. How about this one? This one very much made me smile from the 409, and this one hits you where you live. They said that they had a brother-in-law deal with Jaworski Lane at A&M. Said he was a walk-on linebacker, and Jaworski would always give him a little nod if he was heading his way. Probably saved himself a few back issues down the road.
I was saying I won't go too hard.
Yeah, I imagine. hey.
Little brother-in-law in it.
Because Jaworski Lane wasn't no small dude.
He was a monster. And absolutely, I think it was 300 at one point, 280 for sure as a running back.
So I appreciate that because Jaworski didn't have to do that. He's just like, look, we trying to make it through practice the same.
I'm tired. You're tired.
Well, I have a feeling that it's more about the latter than it is the former. I'm not trying to have a homicide on my hands here. I will let you live.
Yeah.
832 batting against Josh Beckett in high school. Dude was throwing 97.
Yes, he was.
Somebody said they faced against Scott Kazmir the year that he got drafted. Was after school in select ball. He threw 1 inning. They said they were the 2-hole hitter. Fouled off a fastball, strike 2. Then the nastiest slider that he had ever seen. The ball was straight till it wasn't. looked like that ball made a 90-degree angle. Like here, nope.
Had that brother look like he was golfing.
That's right. That's right. Swinging and nothing.
Yeah.
Somebody said rest in peace. Had to go against Cedric Benson when he was at Midland Lee.
Talk about a team at Midland Lee with Cedric Benson. Woo.
And there's multiple people who said they got ran over by Thurman Thomas in high school. Which
Willowridge?
Yes, I believe so. Some other ones. Someone said sophomore year football team had a scrimmage against Gavin Biggio's team. I'd like to say we made him choose baseball instead, but holy crap, he was fast.
Well, Craig was an all-state. Still had for the longest time, had the rushing record in New Jersey as a running back.
Oh, man. Someone was also, and yes, Willow Ridge is right when it comes to Thurman Thomas. Somebody said Rodney Anderson gave us straight BT at Katie. 6 touchdowns at half. Like, what do you say if you the coach? You know that kid is going.
Yeah, you might want to tackle him.
You can't do that, right? Like the kids know that they ain't got no choice. Let chance, rather you gotta help.
Just go out there, play hard, fellas.
Yeah.
Just finish.
Just play for your teammates.
That's it. That's what you see.
No matter what happens, you guys made me proud.
Oh God.
That's when you know. Oh, we're just done here.
Yeah.
And 832. This is a setup. This sounds like a setup. They said they got invited to play tackle football with no pads. You remember Jaquiz Rogers?
Oh God, yes. Yeah.
Why would
Oregon State?
Don't do that to me.
Yeah.
That's a setup.
That is a setup.
Don't do that to me. Someone said Lance Bregman took them yard in high school showcase game. I don't think you're mad at that.
No. If you're the pitcher, though.
Let's see. There was one more that there's been so many that have come in. I'm trying to filter through all the ones that have come in. And somebody said, and this is great because I could not find this gentleman named Taylor Gray who played running back, which means that he is, as Figgy refers to, like the hood legend, said one day at practice saw their running back named Taylor Gray crack this dude's collarbone trying to tackle him. He said he was supposed to tackle him next.
I'm out.
No, thank you. I feel like that could double as the time that you decided that you were done with football.
Yeah.
Shane Leckler was a hell of a quarterback for East Bernard. He kicked an 80-something yard against 80-something yard.
I don't know about the 80, but he was a hell of a player. And his brothers were real good. All of them.
Incredible. Yeah. We welcome in a man from the drive. We'll get Clint here in a second, but we're on the show. Hughley, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. What's happening, man?
What's good, fellas?
Nothing.
Not bad.
Yeah.
No cuts.
Good.
You got nothing
Not yet.
Gotta wait.
Nothing.
All right.
I feel like I've asked you before a time where you were playing against someone that you had no business being on the same field or court against.
In high school, I don't know if you remember Tony Temple used to be the running back from Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, 1-on-1 in the hole.
Oh. Ooh.
That's coming up that D tackle spot, man. Coming off. Read it well, man.
At least you read it well. You're supposed to.
Got through the center, tried to cut block me through the center round.
Yeah.
Me and him in the hole, and I was still standing there. He got behind me.
That'll do it.
Ran right around me. Quick. Got me in the grass doing this number. Yeah.
Oh, man. Now they're rolling in even stronger. People talking about facing off against JoJo Tugler senior year playoffs, lost by 50. You made it to the state. You made it to the state semis. You feeling good about yourself?
JoJo must be tough. That athletic son of a gun. That must have been tough.
And the thing that's always worst about those guys is like the kid that gets to the next level, and we talk about him like he can't do something.
Yeah.
Except you saw him at the last level, and he was like, the thing I always think about, if you guys remember when the University of Texas played Texas Tech, the Crabtree game, but on the drive before that, or actually on that same drive, earlier in the drive, I believe it was Blake Gideon was supposed to have an interception, fell through his hands. And I'm like, ain't no way you out here dropping passes. I've seen you one-hand moss guys because he played at, I want to say, Leander High School when I played at Stony Point out in Round Rock. And I'm like, I've seen you. Yeah. You are a bad man with those hands. How are you dropping that? So, like, when you get the guy like a JoJo Tugler that might be, he's a defensive specialist, but he dropped like 50 on you in high school, those are the fun stories as well. Clint?
Yeah, you know. Yeah. I bet he was throwing all kind of.
I was betting he was giving someone problems.
Clint was that guy.
Yeah, Clint, are you? I imagine
we were talking about like players that you played against in high school or college that you had no business being on the field with them. Is kind of like I played against Gabe Rivera, first round draft pick, defensive rookie of the year in the NFL before his career ended, and that guy was just I played it since 7th grade all the way to high school. He was a monster. Yeah, just kicking everybody's ass. But you were the guy.
No. I've been saying. I mean, Gabe Rivera. I'm sure he's a hell of a player, J-Lo. But let me tell you, I was not that guy. I was never that guy. But I played against some. Casey Hampton was a bad dude out of Galveston Ball.
Oh yeah.
He was bad. David Boston was at Humble when it beat us out of the playoffs. There's a handful, man, of just like All-American type, playing the league, first round type picks that around here it was. And I'm sure I'm leaving several off. Because the thing was, we always went to the Beaumont schools, right? Yeah. Beaumont and Port Arthur were the two the two Beaumont schools, and Port Arthur were the ones that were in North Shore. Obviously, I forget about North Shore. Andre Gerard who was a center for the Cowboys my last year up there, his first year up there. He came over to me and he reminded me, he's like, I'm from North Shore. I said, oh yeah. He said, yeah, I was a tight end on that team that beat y'all when you were quarterback. I said, tight end. You're starting center for the Cowboys right now. How'd that work out? He said, yeah, we were the heaviest. At that point in time, that North Shore offensive line outweighed, on average, the Dallas Cowboy offensive line. He was playing.
God.
It was nasty, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Everybody's got those stories. Yeah.
I'm certain, as you just saying, around here, I mean, you always see Houston. Somebody from Houston, Tomble, somebody from Katy.
Somebody talking about Josh Beckett,
people
facing Josh Beckett in high school.
Facing Josh Beckett. Someone right now talking about Jimmy Butler when he was at Tomball, dunking all over Klein in 2007. Like, that's the beauty of a place like this, where you know that the high school sports there's just so many legends that you're just like, oh yeah, I ran up against him. Yeah. I caught, he got his shorts all on my head top when he dunked on me, but I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that was wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something like when you're in high school, or those, those, and you can see like, damn man, that dude's just better than everybody. I remember, like, it was weird. Like, even out of obviously Missouri is not anywhere near the state that Texas is, but we had three guys my freshman year that senior class that made it to the NFL from that high school, which was.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That made it.
Oh yeah, it is. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah. And I just remember watching Brandon Lloyd and just in practice. I don't even think he ever went 100%. He was the kicker. He was the corner. He was the receiver. He was the best quarterback, but he couldn't throw it to himself. So they allowed somebody else to do it. But I would just watch him. Man, he looks like he's not breaking. Like it was.
That's like the story someone sent in. We were just talking about it. They said that they were a walk-on linebacker at A&M. Jaworski Lane would give him a little head nod if he was coming his way. Like, hey,
we're a brother-in-law.
Appreciate that.
We don't need to do this, man.
Man, that is great. I remember young. We had you know these guys here, J-Lo, bunch of Aggies, man.
Who's that?
Quentin Coriat was out of Baytown Lee. Chris Crooms was out of Baytown Lee.
Yeah.
And both of those dudes were. Chris is actually a safety, but Chris was a big safety, and Quentin Coriat, the highlight of him breaking that dude's jaw in the league. I mean, he was just an absolute monster. And so that means growing up, I'd go watch those guys play. Those were the main attractions, man.
We're the Baytown Rangers, bro.
Yeah, where were the Baytown Rangers?
Y'all had some
Rangers, baby.
We put out golfers.
I'm going to tell you, Kerry Henderson, that running back, Kerry Henderson, was cold-blooded back in the day. Where'd he go? I think he ended up at Rice.
He said, we put out golfers.
Hey, you got to have some claim to fame. I appreciate that. Fellas, I'm sure that the text line will continue because we talked about this about an hour and a half ago, and they're still coming in. So y'all can run with it if you so choose. I know that y'all got a lot of Texans and a lot of sports to talk over the weekend, so we'll get out of your way. Have a fantastic show. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live.
Sir.
Hopefully you had yourself a spectacular weekend. As you see, Clint and Tyler is back from his trip to Albuquerque where he... You getting to Albuquerque?
No.
Oh.
No. 239. I think I'm getting there.
Oh, you think you get under 240? Yep. We got the way in?
Yep. Tyler went to Albuquerque. I went to the 230s.
There you go. We'll see where I am. 3 o'clock weigh in. Clint feels like
I think I'm there.
Ready. It feels like he's ready to jump.
I made.
Did you hit the sauna today?
My sauna's not been plugged up for about 2 months now. I just been doing it the hard way, man. When it's this hot outside, hell, I'll be honest with you.
Just going out there.
You just got to get active, man. Just get your ass outside, and you can get that sauna work.
Yeah. We got a little stuff happening in the house. I wish I could have got out a little bit, but hanging out with the floor people. You know, I'm telling you, man, we're getting it done now. Doors and floors, baby.
Boy,
One down.
Do you look at it and go, I can't wait to have my new crib, or do you look at it and go, you see money signs flying out the door?
Nah, hopefully they say it's going to take 7 days. Let's get this thing through, baby.
Oh, come on. 7 days. 7 days come and go before you know it, man.
Let's get this thing through, baby.
Hold on,
How was Kirky?
Yeah.
How was Albuquerque?
Yeah, Albuquerque, baby, in the building.
It was fun, man. It was fun. Good, solid boys trip. Good to see a lot of those dudes I went to college with. You know, it was good.
We were debating and looking up, trying to figure out the nightlife spots.
Oh, you got to go casino. Just go casino.
Oh, y'all just banged out casino. You got to hit the bars.
Yeah. We have one bar.
I'm proud of you. That's probably the safest route. I was worried that you were going to get out there and try to Northgate this thing.
Oh yeah,
I was a tad bit concerned.
They had some options. It was fun. We did hit a few bars the very first night that were closer to the University of New Mexico, but we saw one bar and you know what? Let's get closer to the university.
Why? What does that mean?
I'm telling you. Was I wrong?
It's different.
Was I wrong, G?
In downtown, no, you were not.
What is it? What is it? I don't even know. I'm serious. What do you mean?
I'm going to tell you, man.
It's not great nightlife.
It takes a lot for. I've been in some very suspect places in my time. Times that places I probably shouldn't have been in, but I've felt comfortable. Very rarely do I go somewhere and end up in a place and I'm like, man, I'm not real sure that I'm in a good spot.
Are you talking about like it was when you rolled up on the dogs, and you turned off when you was trying to get some get your car
detailed?
No, when you were trying to get your car up and going, and you was running out of Jesus, it's not gas. You're in an electric car. You turned off. And you turned off in them dogs.
Yes.
You talking about
the
that
stray
kind of
dogs,
concern?
Yes. When
You talking about that kind of concern?
Yeah. Yes. That level of
in downtown Albuquerque, it was that kind of concern?
Well, let's put it this way. I walked out of the bar that we were at after we found out there's a rule in downtown Albuquerque that no bars will give you a shot. So red flag number one.
That's strange.
Walked out of the bar and saw a fella smoking meth. Let's put it that way.
One guy does meth, and you take out the entire downtown.
You know when you get in, like when I went down there, I ended up in an Ojos Locos. Is that what it is? Ojos, the sports bar, right?
Uh-huh.
And it was just because it was close. I didn't have a car, so I walked across the street. A lot of fun. You know when you end up in one of them places where you can just tell that everybody in the building. You can just tell everybody.
There's some tenseness in the air.
Like you can tell when you walk in the door. Like, is everybody just there to have a good time and doing their own thing, or is there tension in the air? Good call, Tyler. Is there tension in the air? Does everybody appear to be somewhat on edge? And then you add to the mix the waitresses all had little bitty skirts on and their tops hanging out. And in my mind, I'm thinking, boy, I'm one look too long from getting hit in the head with a beer bottle.
Because somebody's girlfriend is in here.
Yes, indeed.
I was about to say, wait, Tyler was. I was like, is there some Bloods and some Crips out?
Oh, no. I mean, not that I saw. It wasn't nothing like that.
Nah.
It was just one of them, like, hey, man, like I don't know that I want to have. I don't know that I'm looking for this much fun.
Or this type of fun.
We had a great time spending the majority of our time either on the golf course, at the badass Airbnb we had, or in the casino. Put it that way.
Where I was concerned with Tyler, because this is where I go. Like, I'll be honest with you, a lot of it, we talked about some of the stories in my time in Arkansas. Like, after going back, like being there, living there afterwards, and even going back now. Like, it's some of the places that I end up, it's a little uncomfortable unless I got 4 or 5 dudes with me.
Yeah.
It's a good way.
They were 16 deep.
Well, that's what I said. Like, I'm surprised. I thought Tyler was going to be 10 foot tall and bulletproof with 16 buddies, and then
he was going to really up in. See, that's not the one. That's not the one of the 16 that I thought. I thought Blaine.
Oh, Blaine.
You remember how brave he got? Hey. We were sitting there, and the three of us, and he messed with whoever it was.
Blaine's the only guy that's 35 years old still trying to drink a beer bottle on a dance floor. Hey, man, you can't carry your damn beer bottle on a dance. You can't carry your drink on a dance floor, fool. Especially at the casino bar. Get your damn drink at the table, son.
I didn't know that was a no-no. I still do it.
I can see you. Hey, sir.
I take my straw and fire it, and I got it ready. I'm on there.
Ron uses his ice. Ron's throwing his ice at the chicks.
I didn't know that. No, I ain't wasting that ice. It's got alcohol, but I'm drinking it.
The best part of that video was I initially started taking it because I wanted to get a video of Blaine dancing with that old lady. Thought it was funny. He's dancing with some blue hair. I'm walking up. Oh, this is hilarious. And as I'm videoing, someone from the casino's walking up to him. Sir, come with me, sir. Over here. Yeah, Blaine. Freaking idiot. Love you, B.
Blaine.
I'm about to say, Blaine, I done taken many a drinks on the dance floor, baby.
Oh, man, come on. You know
you
can't do that, man.
I did not.
Come on, man.
Blaine had worse moments that day. That's all right.
I'm not going to lie to you. 713-572-4610. I just found that out right here. I didn't know that was frowned upon. I'm taking mine all the way. When I went to teen clubs, I was drinking my Mountain Dew all the way up.
Well, I don't know that they're enforcing it when you were at Middle Tennessee State in the nightclub with the lights down low when you were leaned on the wall making knees touch elbows. I don't know that they're.
I did a whole talk, baby. I did that.
I mean, I've done it myself. I just know that it's. I mean, it's. I've also been tapped on the shoulder.
I get that, sir. I mean, it makes sense right now. Like I'm starting to have that moment.
Did you see the video?
I haven't seen the video.
Ron, there's 3 people on the dance floor, and he's carrying his drink on the. The lights are on, Chief. By the way, the lights are on.
I didn't have it.
The Navajo Casino did not want that.
I did not have. Maybe casino's different. I'm telling you, I'm talking about just last week in Turks and Caicos. I did that.
I think he's drinking that Bud Heavy too.
Ooh, I bet he was. All right. Texans head coach coming off their final preseason game, DeMeco Ryans said, as we're seeing a lot of teams roll through their cuts today. None from the Texans. DeMeco Ryans said no roster updates at this time. Still working through it. Quote, as he said, the roster is in flux. It's not just a one-day type of deal. It's been ongoing for the last several weeks. As roster continues to take place over the next day or so, still some final spots we're trying to identify. It's tough this year. Probably the toughest it has been for myself, is what DeMeco Ryans had to say. Really competitive team, a lot of depth, situations lie in how can you keep as many guys as possible. That's the tough part, according to the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. So, as I said, there have been several teams that have made some cuts, Clint, but right now the Texans still haven't made any moves to the roster, and that's interesting because they got some cats now. They got some bubble dudes over there. Yeah. They got some cats, especially the people who played in this last preseason game, especially in the first half. There's some bubble guys right there that I'm sure not only trying to decide, there's probably some other teams trying to decide on some of the players that the Texans have, because I do agree they do have some great depth.
Well, they've got tremendous depth and quality depth, and I'm talking about several guys that I believe would go somewhere and be in the 2-3 deep on NFL teams. And I also think a part of this delay could be, they built this roster to a certain spot where some of these guys are tradable.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him trade John Mechie and get a position of need with Harrison Bryant, the tight end. And so can you do that with some other guys that are on the bubble? What are you going to do with some of the bigger name guys, Cam Robinson, Danico Autry? What are you going to do with those guys?
You think those guys are on the bubble?
Well, I don't know if we're going to classify them as bubble, but definitely guys that I could see on the move. I don't see them.
You think those are potential guys that aren't going to be a part of the Texans?
Yes. I could see Danico Autry getting cut simply because there's savings there. There's several $1 million worth of savings there. So I and I don't know. I think they're really comfortable with their 5 deep on the interior D line, and I think they're really comfortable with their 4 deep, 2 deep at the edge rusher position. So I think Danico Autry is one to keep an eye on, really, with the contract as well as the roster having to be cut down. And look, Damian Pierce is one that I think is a veteran that's really on the bubble. And
it doesn't sound like from DeMeco that Joe Mixon is any closer to think that Damian Pierce is somebody that's on the bubble.
Yeah, well, look, if we look at this thing, and we've seen enough now, guys. I mean, I love Damian Pierce, but we got to be honest at this point in time with what we see. Not the guy that we saw 3 years ago, right? This season, what we've seen, in a small sample size, Woody Marks is a better runner with more explosion, more twitch, more change of direction, right? They can all pass protect, so that's not going to exclude anybody. They've got the veteran that they just is a safety net for him, and Dare Ogunbowale. Clearly, they like Nick Chubb more than some folks maybe think they like Nick Chubb. I mean, I'm seeing some reports where he doesn't have this or he doesn't have that, and they don't really. Come on, man. I mean, Nick Chubb is going to be the starting running back for this team, and everything's going to go off of Nick Chubb. And I still think there's a spot where Damian Pierce could be moved here.
You think we've seen enough, or you've seen enough from Damian Pierce in this new offense? And the new style of how they're going from more of the gap scheme from the zone. You think you've seen enough?
I would have liked
one game.
I would have liked to have seen more.
Yeah.
Yes, but what we did see in a very small sample size. What do you have? 4 or 5 carries?
I know he was like 2.4 yards a carry or something. 17 yards.
It was more of the same of what we've seen when he's gotten run recently. You know, since the really good year with Pep Hamilton 3 years ago, 3 seasons ago. Again, it's all got to base on you stay injured. Part of being injured for 3/4 of training camp is you got a small sample size here, and they've got a tough decision that they've got to make with Damian Pierce. I just don't, when he goes in and runs with the ones, and then Woody Marks comes in right behind him and looks significantly different in a positive light, I just don't think it's going to shine well for Damian Pierce. And I think he is a guy that people do. There are some teams around the league that do like Damian Pierce. So I think these guys I'm talking about are guys like veteran pieces that are on the bubble that could potentially be traded.
That's the part about the Texans. It's not just the back end of the roster. Like, are they going to keep, D'Angelo Ross or Arnett? Are they going to keep, Nick Neiman? Or what are they going to do? It is – I got a hard time thinking that Blake Fisher and Cam Robinson are both going to be on this team. Like, both of them going to be on the – like 2 backup tackles. Like that one to go along with, are you going to cut Justin Watson because are you going to have 7 receivers? Like I find it hard to think that Watson, or right now Fisher and Cam Robinson are both going to be on the roster. So they have a lot of guys that, coming into camp, you thought, well, these guys will probably make it. And guys, like you said, that can go and probably play somewhere else, that teams would not just be, ooh, all right, he's going to go in the practice squad. No, this is a guy that actually we look at and he could be a part of our roster. Second-round pick from last year that started, for the Texans and Blake Fisher. Then Cam Robinson, who's been around, who you looked at and wanted to play, $12 million. So it's not just the back half. They got a lot of hard decisions on guys that, could be the next one up type of decisions, and not just, all right, is he going to play special teams for us and everything? Like that. This is an interesting group they have.
It is. They've built it with so much depth that you've got pieces that you can trade. You really like your developmental pieces. You've got some very difficult decisions to make with some veterans, as you mentioned, that you've already paid. It's going. The next 24 hours is going to be very, very interesting with the Texans, and the fact that they haven't cut anybody yet shouldn't surprise anybody, because, as I mentioned, I think there's some guys that they're going. Do we go ahead and cut them loose and let them get on the market, or do we try to make moves to better our football team? At least positions of need. You got a safety need right now. You got a guard need right now. If you can upgrade the running back position with something that's with a veteran that's maybe a better fit, knows the system, that somebody knows that somebody has that Nick Kayley's been with. There's some positions of need that I think you could probably, but third or fourth corner on this team. Is there a corner out there you can make a move and acquire with one of these pieces? Yeah. A lot of moving and shaking, I'd imagine, Ron.
Yep, that's Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much things these days, but you can always count on CBS Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. The Astros, they did what they needed to do over the weekend. They took 3 or 4 from the Orioles, As we come back, what was the most important thing to happen in this 4-game series for the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about
610 is one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros had the weekend series that they needed to have. And a 4-game set against the last-place Baltimore Orioles, and they took 3 of 4 in that series, and that was exactly what they needed to do. That was a bad baseball team. They had come into that series losing 4 in a row, and the offense was struggling with multiple shutouts. To do what they needed to do, take 3 of 4. Their lead is 2 games in the American League West, as the Mariners took 2 or 3 from the A's. But they did what they needed to do. Now, there are some concerns with the team they played, but they just needed to create some space and kind of get off of the struggles they were having, especially offensively, and they scored runs. They definitely did that, except for yesterday's game. But as I said on the other side, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well. What, to you, was the most important thing to happen in this series for the Astros? Ocho, the offense was nice, but I know it's fool's gold. The starting pitching was troublesome. Even Arrighetti concerns me because he can't finish hitters effectively with 2 strikes. Altuve is killing me. Okay, everything you got here. Come on now. I said, what is so you just enrolled through the whole gamut here, Ocho. Hero swings. What was the most important thing coming out of the weekend? For me, Clint, I disagree a little bit with Ocho, is to me Spencer Arrighetti. The pitching was, Lance and Christian Javier couldn't stop putting free base runners on with walks. He didn't walk anybody. Arrighetti goes 5 2/3, gives up 2 earns. Wish he could have the strikeout numbers up. He has done that in a couple of his other starts since he's been back. But I think that was more promising than anything. Him going almost 6 innings, giving up 2 earned, 2 strikeouts, no walks. That, to me, was even more than some of the offense we saw, because Baltimore doesn't have great starting pitching. So you expected this offense to get going a bit. But I think Arrighetti showing up, to me, was the most important thing of the series.
Yeah, look, I think Spencer was big, obviously, but I'll go offensively. I'll go Christian Walker. I mean, Christian Walker was lights out. He's swinging the bat really, really well. Hopefully, as you mentioned, I know it's the Orioles. I know they're struggling, but hopefully this is Christian Walker turning the corner, and really that, the money spent there to bring him in is going to start paying off at the absolute perfect time late in the season as Yordan Alvarez enters this lineup. So I'm going to go with Christian Walker with the Astros. That bat getting hot, along with what we know the other guys are capable of doing. And then the probably the bigger, I wanted to stick to your question. The bigger thing this weekend is Yordan doing what he did. And as far as we know, knock on wood right now, as far as we know, he is on the backside of it, really, really healthy and with no inflammation. And, he absolutely lit it up. Look, I know he's out there facing minor league pitching, and he should light it up. But, damn, what do you have, 5 extra base hits?
Yeah, he he hit 467, 7 for 15, 4 doubles, 4 RBIs, and 2 walks. Means he's seeing the ball well. Yeah. So, yeah, he went down there and dominated for the Hooks.
For the sake of staying in the big leagues, I'll go with Christian Walker, and for just for the Astro, what the hell you did really turns me on.
A couple people here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, Champ Slice. Javier was a huge disappointment. McCullers needs to go to the bullpen, coming from YouTube and Twitch.
I'm close.
Some people are looking at some of those guys in the starting pitching as the most important thing to happen over the weekend, which is fair. Is you're going to need somebody to go behind Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, and quite frankly, Clint, still being fair, they still haven't been up here for long stretches, right? That was McCullers' first start in over a month with that devastating blister that he had. And Arrighetti, who had missed, basically the season, had 2 starts. That was his second or third start there. And then Javier still getting back off of Tommy John. They still have all made under 5 starts, so you still understand there's going to be some time. But in fairness to some of the texters, Clint, nobody has stepped up to where you'd say, all right, that guy's definitely put himself in front of everybody to be the 3rd starter in the postseason. We still don't have that answer.
Look, all of these guys, with the exception
maybe Jason Alexander. Hell, I guess
that's right.
Maybe.
I was fixing to go. You took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I think Spencer Arrighetti's obviously still, he's coming. He's knocking off some rust. And I think, look, the other guys are still. I'm leaning on Lance. I'll be honest with you. I'm about done with Lance, but Christian Javier, I'm not out on him yet. But look, all of these guys are. They're keeping the door open for Jason Alexander. Every time he goes out, point in time, we're all going to become believers if he just keeps this up. And if the other guys leave the door open, he may be the guy that ends up having to get some run in critical moments. Hopefully not. Hopefully Christian Javier or Spencer Arrighetti or one of these other guys that's got a little bit more dynamic stuff. Hopefully they step up. But Jason Alexander's sitting there waiting in the wings. Man, I tell you what I did like. Oh, Kimbrel.
I was going to say, Craig, someone texted in that too. Craig Kimbrel. He looked, hey, man, anybody rolling in out of that bullpen to get you a 1-2-3, baby. It's been a shrug mission. But they're going to have something, right?
Yeah.
They've just taken hits there, and obviously the big hit to Hader, and they got to find a way to get to Abreu, and you hope that Craig can be the answer, right? Like, it obviously was 1 inning, and it was against the Orioles. But, boy, you hope he can be a big answer because they need it. Losing Sousa, as we talked about Friday, another weapon in the bullpen that's not going to be available. They're saying it may be a couple weeks before he even throws again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they definitely need some answers there.
By the way, Bennett, I think I like that song. I mean, that name.
You like Bennett? First name?
Yeah. Bennett, I kind of like it.
Versatility, go by Ben, Benny.
Yeah, you can do all that.
Just Bennett.
Yeah, I like it. It goes good with Sousa.
Yeah, Bennett. Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Again, as you said, Jordan, we'll keep our eyes and ears open for that because you feel like we've seen enough in the minors and actually may get back, and nobody better than to face the Rockies to kick this rust off. Maybe get him in the lineup tomorrow for the Rockies.
Fromber needs a day. Get him in there too.
Yeah, Fromber's in there.
Game 2.
There it is. All right, coming up, we got a few questions coming out of the final preseason game as we head to the period in which the Texans are going to have to get down to 53 before they get ready for September 7th against the Rams. 3 questions. We'll discuss those coming up next.
Hey, y'all, I got to tell y'all about one.
Consultation is free. You pay nothing at all unless they win your case. MoKaramInjuryLawyers.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive.
DeRhino from YouTube text in, Kenyon Green got cut by the Eagles. Would you bring him in as a backup?
What are we doing?
Why would do that?
Zero chance. Sorry about that, man.
Real
Just
quick.
ain't there.
He's not done, is he? Is somebody?
I think it's more likely he's done than he ever plays again.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's injuries or it's just, work ethic and things like this. There's just clearly there's some huge hurdles. I mean, because this is not a guy that was given up on. I mean, he was given opportunity after opportunity after opportunity here in Houston, and
you're gonna keep going for somebody you drafted 15.
Yeah, you're gonna try to make it work. You're gonna get all kind of opportunities. You're gonna try to make it work, and here he was given those opportunities, and it's unfortunate, man. But with these kind of moments, just validate what the Texans did, because you could argue when he left here, like, hey man, let's see what he's got to offer.
Philly,
because I mean, clearly. Here in Houston, there's a bunch of guys that are still NFL players that are here right now with the Texans that were maybe not here. And hell, we're all talking about how we hope like hell they're the pieces that fix this thing. And he goes on to Philly, and you go, hey, they got a really good offensive line coach, they got a really good scheme, they produce really really high level offensive linemen. And hell, the reports I've seen was he got hurt.
Yeah, he had a wrist issue.
And then he was back and was getting in with the second team in the third week of the preseason, and now he's cut. So it's just not been good for Kenyon Green. Yeah, I don't. I
don't think they need to go and bring that back.
Oh, I didn't take that question serious. I was just commenting.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just kind of putting a bow on it. I don't think they need to entertain that. Yeah, I think from the guard perspective, Juice Scruggs and Patterson, they have answers there before needing to go in and bring somebody else in. I don't know. Maybe if you had a rash of injuries and he's somebody you think that you're familiar with, it maybe, because you ain't lying. I mean, he went from starting week 1 last year for the Texans to getting traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson and getting some reps there to, it'll be. I'm sure someone will take a chance on him, as he was a top 15 pick in the NFL, and offensive line issues and injuries and stuff like that. I'm certain somebody will probably take a shot, but he ain't got too many more shots, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, look, the path for Kenyon Green, expectations lower, stand and say, hey man, look, here's the deal. If somebody wants to bring him in and put him on his practice squad, and if this really is a maturity and a development, which is very possible. I don't know the kid personally, but it's very possible that this is just he was better than everybody in college, so he put out some good tape and dominated at that level, and then the work ethic wasn't there. The development from a workout perspective and a body perspective wasn't there. Then you get up here and all of a sudden you're playing uphill, and not only are you not talented enough, but you're also not prepared for it, so you stay injured. For Kenyon Green, is there some practice squad opportunity out there with some team that's willing to give him a year to just kind of try to develop and see if they can get the best out of the guy down the road? I think that's what his career looks like the rest of the way.
Second time he's had a year. Second time he's.
Oh yeah, well he's gonna continue to get them. Hey, number 15 overall, get you opportunities now.
Yeah. All right, Clint. There's a few questions here that I think D'Amico and Nick are talking through right now. Right there's a few things that they're having conversations about. Let's go through a couple of them. Get your thoughts on it. Let's start with the offensive line situation. How many tackles? We just talked about Kenyon Green, and based off our guys saying maybe should the Texans take a look at him? We don't think they should do that. But do the Texans keep all of those tackles before the season started? Like, boy, they got a lot of tackles. Yeah. They got a lot of tackles, and it looks like now we're looking at a situation where Titus Howard and Ariante Ursary are going to be the tackles. That's what it looks like thus far. But what does that mean? You generally don't have 3 other tackles on your roster as backups with Fisher, Cam Robinson, and then Trent Brown, who we haven't seen practice since. How many tackles? How many of these guys you think are on this team?
Well, look, Ron, I think instead of doing a final roster and see if we can't guess the 53, how about, to me, it's just more about what questions are out there about the decisions that the Texans have to make. And this is one of the big ones here, is do they keep 4 tackles moving forward? You can leave the question at that, or you can continue on and say, do they keep 4 tackles on this team, knowing that the interior offensive line is where you're suspect and where you got to shore it up, right? And so do they keep 4 tackles, possibly 5 if you count Trent Brown as well? And in this mix here, if you look at it, do you keep 4 tackles when one of the likely possibilities is the $12 to $14 million guy is a backup? Do you keep him, right? Do you keep 4 tackles on the team, one of them being Blake Fisher, when you've shown all training camp that you don't trust Blake Fisher to be able to protect for good reason? Like he's giving you plenty. He's giving you plenty reason. Now, so to me, I ask all those questions, and the situations, the predicaments that I posed there were ones where it's like, I don't know how you keep 4 tackles. You got to get help inside. If you're going to keep,
the only way is if they just count all right, if something doesn't work out, Titus is the other inside.
Well, that's where I was going to go. You can look at this thing and say, well, Titus Howard can be viewed as a guard. Well, that's fine, but right now he's arguably your best tackle. And so you can take Titus Howard and view Titus Howard as a guy that can move inside if need be or move outside if need be. Bottom line is he's your best tackle, and so if you move him inside, you get weaker on the edges. Definitely in the pass protection game, and maybe not in the run game, but definitely in the pass protection game. So the 4 tackles, like to me, coming into this season, if you signed Cam Robinson and you got Titus Howard and you draft Ursary and Blake Fisher is a guy that's played some for you, I'm looking at that and I'm going, okay, my tackles are pretty shored up. Right? I mean, my tackles are pretty. I'm gonna be all right on the edge. At least I expect to be all right on the edges. You look inside and you go, I brought in Laken Tomlinson. I brought in Ed Ingram. I brought in a guy that the Patriots cut as my center. I got Juice Scruggs, who's been a disappointment at center and guard. You know, your weakness, your concerned spot is that interior offensive line. So do the Texans view it that way? And do the Texans make some kind of move to try to reinforce that offensive line from an interior perspective, even if it's just depth, from an interior perspective, or do they keep the extra offensive lineman as an edge guy, even though that's really where you could argue not argue, I think it's pretty obvious.
And depending on how they view the interior, right? They may view the interior as more shored up.
Yeah. Well, it's also like Ron,
they may count Titus as a part of that.
Well, you can do that. Okay, but now you can do that if you're just talking offensive line. But now if you look at big picture roster building, you like, what's the point of keeping Blake Fisher?
Yeah. Having both him and Cam.
Well, you can argue Cam is you can argue Cam is one of your best options at tackle. That ship has sailed for Blake Fisher. Yeah. Like what we've seen this preseason, you're going to be scared as hell if Blake Fisher has to play. And so you're going to eat up a roster spot with him at a time when you're going to have to cut some. You know, you'd rather eat that roster spot up with a running back with Joe Mixon out and a Nick Chubb that's been injured, and a Damian Pierce that's been injured.
Well, I think the thought would be development. Is he's a second-round pick in year 2, and you want to develop it, and hopefully you develop it to a space where him and Ursary are your tackles.
Yeah,
I would think that would have to have been the thought of the plan.
Yeah, no, I think we can make that argument for a lot of guys. I mean, you're going to have to cut some guys that you can that have that exact case that they built. And 4 tackles for this squad just – and I'm not saying that Blake Fisher's the one that's got to go, but it seems to me like that's a lot given how your roster is built. Seems to me that's aggressive at the tackle position given how you're built.
Yeah. No, that to me is probably the toughest decision they got to make. Is that what they're going to do with the offensive line situation, what they're going to do with the tackles. That has to be the tough. You're looking at, all right, I got a guy who committed $12 million to that. Like, that's a hit unless we can trade him or something. But there's a $12 million guarantee hit. Or we just drafted a guy in the second round last year who we felt comfortable enough last year in Bobby Slowick's offense to start multiple times and to start playoff games. And, like, that development has to be something that they're looking at. Like so development versus $12 million, one of our highest paid players right now. What are we gonna eat?
Yeah, that's just a big question. I don't have the answers. I'm just, as a Texans fan, you come out on the backside of training camp and it's like, hey, what are the questions? What are they gonna do with Damian Pierce? Are they really gonna keep 4 tackles?
How many tackles do you think they're gonna keep?
I think they're gonna keep 4 and count Titus Howard as a guard.
And so that means
they're going to roll.
else?
I think they're going to roll the dice as they did at free agency. I think they're going to roll the dice on the offensive line again. If I had, if I had to bet, I think they roll the dice with the offensive line, the 9 offensive linemen that everybody's talking about.
Yeah. All right, Kick Rocks. Can we take a moment to appreciate that the big issue of the day for this team is the 4th tackle?
No, that was an issue. I got a list over here of a few more. But yes, to your point, who said that?
Kick Rocks.
To your point, good. We're going to be talking about like the 3rd or 4th corner. You're talking about, we're going to talk the safety position because you got one that can't stay out of jail and you got one of them that is hurt his knee. You're talking about 4 tackles or more help to reinforce the inside. So I mean, yeah, it's we're talking about 2 rookies that can play at the wide receiver position, versus John Mechie. So yeah, you've got some. It is a good place to be in right now with the Texans at cut date.
For the most part, you're still rolling the dice on the offensive line.
Bingo. Assuming the offensive line moves work out.
Yeah.
Now here's the deal: you go in that first week and these offensive line, Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram.
Boy, Fred.
My bad. Ed Ingram struggling. You got to bump Titus Howard back down there to guard, and all of a sudden you got some struggles. You got to shuffle the deck again. Yeah. Ooh, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow,
Freddie
boy.
Ingram.
Freddie Ingram.
Freddie. Yeah,
who is Fred Ingram? I feel like I've met a Fred before.
If he starts playing terribly, he's going to be Freddie Ingram. God, no, Freddie. Damn, Freddie. All right, coming up. Our way in as we hit the scale, and some good and some bad from the final preseason game. Who really helped themselves and who went the other way? We'll do that coming up next.
I'm doing it, y'all. Them folks up at Tomball Ford, baby, didn't take them long to take.
Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Clint Stoerner broke 240.
No, not yet. I was going to say we're going way in, but we got some breaking news. T. Millie, Tyler, as he returns from Albuquerque, what's the breaking news?
Yes, Houston Texans breaking news indeed on a Monday here on The Drive. Adam Schefter reporting Texans. They are not activating running back Joe Mixon by Tuesday's 4 p.m. Eastern, that'd be 3 p.m. local time deadline, making him ineligible to play at least the first four games in the Texans due to that ankle injury. Mixon isn't going to be out there the first 4 weeks, boys.
Not a surprise, boys.
Yeah, you didn't think the first 4, not a surprise? Once we hadn't seen him, I knew he wasn't playing week 1. I knew that wasn't happening. 4 weeks, it's absolutely on the tape.
Well, you got to look at this thing as, to me, how are you able, when a team is preparing to play a game, and look, in 2025, the Wednesday, Thursday practices aren't near what they used to be. And so how do you ramp a running back up in season with the lack of physicality that is the week of prep for a game? It's just borderline impossible. So the fact that he's missed so much tells me that, that he's going to need an extended amount of time, even if he is healthy in 2 weeks. Even if he is physically able to go, he's going to need a couple of weeks just to get his wind and just figure things out. And we haven't seen him on a practice field at all. Doesn't mean he wasn't there in Greenbrier. Doesn't mean he wasn't there one of the practices that we weren't at. But he has not been. I've not seen a report of him being on the practice field at all. So he's a ways away from being on the field. Here is what that reserve non-football injury list is.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing.
The reserve non-football injury list is an NFL roster designation for players unable to practice due to a football-related injury or illness sustained outside of official team activities, such as an old college injury or accident during things like this, according to the list.
Which is different from the PUP list, which is for football-related injuries that players have sustained during the team activity.
It sounds like Joe Mixon hurt something beyond what went on last year during a workout session, possibly, that was outside of a Texan-sanctioned workout. So, but nonetheless, here is really what matters for all of us fans out here is players on the reserve NFI list do not count against a team's 53-man roster, but they must miss at least the first 4 regular season games. Now, after the initial 4-game absence, they enter a 3-week practice window in which they could be activated. If they're not activated in that 3-week window, they have to remain on that list for the rest of the season. So really the key is weeks 5 through 7, if he's not ready to go by then, he's got to stay out. He's going to miss the entire season. So while I hate that the Texans are going to start without their star running back, but I've got those weeks 5, 6, and 7, which 6 is a bye week. 5, 6, and 7, those 3 weeks right there starred, because that means if he ain't back by then, you're losing for the season.
Again, if you just missed it, Tyler coming through with the breaking news. Texans are not activating running back Joe Mixon by Tuesday's 4 p.m. Eastern deadline, making him ineligible to play at least the first 4 games this season due to an ankle injury. So that is out for the first 4 games, and this obviously helps the case for a guy like Damian Pierce to make the roster. Yep. This helps playing time for a guy like Woody Marks, who folks like Andre Ware were really excited about after he scored his touchdown over the weekend. This is clearly a blow, but I think obviously a blow that they had been prepping and prepared for. right outside of it. But right now, if you, as we said last week, they appear to want to be more of a team that focuses on the run game and that they want to be more physical in the run game. And this is your top guy.
Yeah.
And you're turning to Nick Chubb, kind of coming off injury, looks a little different than he did in his prime, and then possibly Damian Pierce, who hasn't really put it together since his rookie year.
Look, I hope my feels for Nick Chubb are more accurate than most people's out there. I mean, because it's whether you anticipated the Joe Mixon, injury lasting longer than expected or not. You're a team that is you absolutely 100% have to fix your pass protection, and the answer was Cam Robinson, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, and Jake Andrews. Right? Yeah. You're a team that is you planted the flag. We're going to run the football better. And now all of a sudden there's no Joe Mixon and there's a Nick Chubb that many believe is nowhere near what he once was. And so now you got to look up and say, okay, well, it's Damian Pierce or Woody Marks are going to be the guys, or Dare Ogunbowale are going to be the guys that you establish this run with out of the gate August 25th. Like it's the reality of the Texans. But boy, you want to talk about offensively, you've got a couple of issues that you've just flat out got to get right, and you've got to improve drastically. And your answers again are Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, Cam Robinson, Woody Marks, a fourth-round running back, and a banged-up Nick Chubb.
Yeah, they're going to really need Damian Pierce and Woody Marks to take steps forward. I don't let, as someone here on YouTube and Twitch, can't have Nick Chubb carry it 20 times a game. I don't think that's going to be the plan, but they're going to need those other guys to be ready to contribute something, right? You desperately need Damian Pierce to contribute more, and they might have to turn to Dare. But you're definitely going to need Damian Pierce to contribute more than 2.8, 2.6 yards a carry that he was kind of getting in his two attempts.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Ron. This doesn't change much for me on the Damian Pierce front. Like, I still don't know that they're going to keep Damian Pierce.
Oh, then if that is the case, they're going to need somebody else behind Nick Chubb.
Well, look, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I can't text you read talking about Nick Chubb in 20. If Nick Chubb can't carry the football 20 times in an NFL game, what are we doing?
I don't know if that's.
I mean, what do we do? I'm not saying that it's ideal, but like if we don't feel good, like I feel really good about Nick Chubb getting 20 carries. Now the game's going to dictate. Whether Nick Chubb gets 20 or if he's on the field long enough to get 20 carries. I don't know how that's going to work, but like if the game plays out in a way that, hey man, we're going to turn around and feed this thing to Nick Chubb, and the thought is, I don't know if Nick Chubb can go get 20 carries. I mean, what the hell were you doing? What are we doing?
Well, I mean, I think what they were doing was Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb are going to be
you've clearly known that Joe Mixon for an extended period of time now was not. I mean, Adam Schefter tried to leak this report a month ago.
Ian Rappaport. I want to give.
I'm sorry, Ian. I don't know, Ron. For me, man, I don't say that saying Texans, what the hell are y'all doing? I'm saying it in a sense of like, I mean, and I guess part of my confidence is that I have confidence in Nick and D'Amico. Surely you're not going to come in and talk about establishing a run and being a more physical offense and bring in Nick Chubb and then go, yeah, man, but he ain't, I don't think he can go 20 times in a game. 20 carries?
Yeah, to me, maybe one. To me, if Nick Chubb is having to bang out an average of 20 carries in these like 4 weeks over a period of time, I don't know that you're getting the best out of Nick Chubb that you can get. I wonder.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that money write that check to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I can't. If you think the Texans are nervous right now about feeding Nick Chubb
20 times a game?
Well, however many times?
I think a certain amount of times. Like I don't like last year.
No, I mean a heavy load though, Ron. I mean like if they get in a game and they got a it's a tight ball game. They got a 7-point lead. They're going to run the ball and play defense. I mean, do you think they're? I'm a serious question. Do you think
they're cognizant of. Oh boy, I don't know if we want to give him 25 carries, in this game in hopes to continuing to have the Nick Chubb that we need.
I'll roll that ball and bowl straight. That's what I was going to say. Straight downhill as many times as we need to win a game.
That's what I was going to say. I think Joe Mixon had 30 carries against the Colts in Week 1 last year, where he went off. I don't think that they have that same thought process with Nick Chubb, right? Like there are times where Damian Pierce would get 2 carries in a game, right? Where was it. I don't know if.
Well, I don't think they would ever get there because I think they got a ton. I think they got a ton of confidence in Woody Marks.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I'm saying. I think Woody and Damian Pierce behind him.
Like it wouldn't shock me, Ron. It wouldn't shock me one bit if after Week 1 we were all clamoring for Woody Marks to get starts.
Starts?
Yes. I mean, I think he's got that kind of upside, and I think they like him that much. Now we'll see in a real game what the hell he does, but it just I think there's something there with him. Now I'm clearly in the Nick. Shock me one bit if Woody Marks was a guy that they're going to all of a sudden trust with a lot more than I guess we're comfortable with. I'm gonna tell you, I'm running Nick Chubb's legs off.
Really?
Absolutely.
I can't. I don't. Hell, you might do that early then. You might really hand this sucker off to him. I would imagine to me when they got Nick Chubb in, and their plan, we're gonna bring in Nick Chubb. We're gonna have that 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon. With Joe Mixon, my thought is, boy, if we get 8 to 10 carries a game for Nick Chubb, that feels good for a guy who is coming off of the multiple knee injuries he's had, getting up in age. Especially he's like what we've seen of him, Clint. He is running that sucker in between the tackles, hard running, and yes, I don't know. I don't know if that they're ready to.
Well, look, I don't know if that was the plan, but I'm saying it right now. I just don't know how you go into the if that is the case, I don't know how you weren't all in on Brian Robinson, who went from Washington to where'd he go? Where'd he end up?
He went to San Francisco.
I believe.
And if you feel like he's gonna miss 4 weeks, then maybe I feel like this is going to be a 4 weeks of hopefully just 4 with Joe Mixon. 4 weeks of let's kind of running back for committee, and maybe it's 12 to 15 for Nick Chubb, and then Woody Marks and then Damian Pierce split the other 15 or so. I feel like that's the route they want to go.
Gosh, I hope not. I am ready. I'm ready for the Nick Chubb era, man. I'm ready for Nick. And look, I love Joe Mixon. Hell, I'm on record. I absolutely love Joe Mixon. But without Joe, man, I can get good and excited about Nick Chubb behind this offensive line. I hope that comes to fruition.
Text line 8 to 10 carries. Seriously, WTF? How do we pay that then? First off, Nick Chubb's not making a bunch of money. Last year, Damian Pierce as the backup was getting 1 or 2 touches. That's a backup running back. A backup running back, especially a backup running back who is coming in to back up a guy who was one of the 3 Pro Bowlers in the AFC last year, right? That is 8 to 10 carries. To me is that. I don't know.
I'm gonna find out Week 1 if Chubb can give me 20.
We'll see. Maybe.
How strong are you? 19, 20, and 21. We're gonna find out for Week 1.
Maybe it is. Maybe they will, because I do feel like they want to run the ball more. All right, we're gonna have to slip this way in here somewhere. But the Joe Mixon news is the big news of the day. Not a real shocker. We'll get you caught up on that. Look at the other backs on the depth chart, and as you said, Clinton, maybe there is a hunt to. What's Cam's name? Cam
Scatterboo?
No, the kid they had
Akers.
Cam Akers. What the hell's he doing? Is he somewhere available?
Our word on the street is that McVay and them like Pierce a lot.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they give him up. We'll see. But Cam Akers was getting him a good 6 to 8
Where's
carries.
Cam at now? Is he? No, he's back in Minnesota. He
still in
went back to Minnesota.
I know that's where they traded.
He went somewhere and got some run last year.
They traded.
He went somewhere and got some run last year.
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, he caught some balls out of the backfield.
It was with the Saints, but they released him 3 hours ago.
So he's on the streets, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Hey, I bet
That's where we're at. That's where we're at, boys.
I'm just saying, don't be surprised they don't run him in here.
Man,
Quick shot down I-10.
You better run Nick Chubb's legs off.
I know. Well,
hey, I'm gonna roll that bowling ball between them guards all day long and see if they can stop it.
That sounds like a tough recipe. All right, coming up, we'll get you caught up here on the news of the day. Joe Mixon is going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season. We'll give you all the details on that and look at what's next for the Texans.
All right, y'all, let's talk about your hair, man. Look, if you're losing it and you desire to have
station of the year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you are just rolling in with us here live on The Drive, Sports Radio 610, the news breaking. Tyler broke it in the last segment. Adam Schefter and multiple people reporting Texans are not activating running back Joe Mixon by Tuesday's 4 p.m. Eastern deadline, making him ineligible to play at least the first 4 games this season due to an ankle injury. Mixon will be moved to the reserved non-football injury list, as we said there, which automatically rules him out for the first 4 games. So he is out. That is the big story here, just dropping here in the last 25 minutes or so, that Nick Chubb will be this team's primary running back, you would think, with I at least know Woody Marks behind him. We would think Damian Pierce as well, with him being with Joe Mixon being out. So that is the latest news with the running back situation. Not ideal, but as we discussed, probably something that the Texans have been prepared for here recently. All right, let's get our way in real quick, and then we'll get back here with the thoughts of what the Texans will do with the backfield situation. So,
get under this 240 right here, T.
What are you trying to do, right? All right,
under
get
240, baby. See what we got.
That was 289 last time we weighed. All right, he's on the scale. He's fighting it. He's trying. What is it?
240.0.
240.0.
You gotta be kidding me.
I thought you were swearing to me you were in the 2.3s, bro.
2 more sprints this morning, I'd be down.
He tried.
How many down is that?
That's 2 something down. I was 242 something. 242.0. That's 2 down from last week.
Basically nothing.
You're right. You're right.
No, it's not basically
it's
nothing.
Bull jive. Is what it is.
We fluctuate poundage 1 to 2 every day.
I'm not. That's a 2-pound with me.
I just hope you're better, Ron.
Moving in the right direction.
Right at the number.
Gosh dang it, man, that pisses me off. I just want to see it.
He tried.
I ain't seen a 3 in over a year. I did try to weigh myself about 5 times.
He tried about 5 times during the break.
For the record, I got all the way down to just shorts, and it was still 240. Your shirt and my ring did not change the scale. Big fellas on the scale. What you got over there, Hoss? Come on. Where you at?
280.
280. Where were you? 289?
I was at 289. 288.
Down 1.
Yeah.
Down 1 and couldn't get no work in this morning because he had flooring guys at the house.
I did. Oh, you're not going to take my 1 pound away. My Tyler, basically nothing.
Hey, we're moving in the right direction. I like this chip away at it, boys. Where are you at, Hatchet Ass? What you got going on in there?
178.
178. Boy, I don't want to be that light, but what it would feel to just lighten up.
Look at him, 178.
178, man.
Only God knows what I was when I came back from Turks then. Those final 2 days when we were stuck out there. Ooh, yeah. Yep. All right. Hey, we've talked about it. We will not have multiple weeks in a row where we gain, and we have lost. All right, 288, 240. You're almost there. Good job, man. Congratulations. Good for you. You'll get there.
Now so close, man.
I think you can get to.
I think I could run around the building a few times and get there by the end of the show.
I think
already took a good one this morning.
Oh, never mind, man. Yeah. No, that's tough. 288, 240. Clint's in the ballpark. I'm pushing it, man. I'm going for a big week.
What's a big week?
I'm gonna try to get into the 270s.
You gonna try to drop more than 8?
I'm gonna try to get to the 270.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna try to have a huge week. Try to get down in the 270. I can smell the disappointment from Tyler. He won't even look at me. He said if your 2 pounds was basically nothing, only God knows how he feels about my 1. So that's all right. I got to go back and get it.
I am happy, like you said. I am happy y'all both moved in the right direction. That's a dub.
Well, Tyler, I
got an extra day too. Labor Day's Monday.
I drank 5 bullets yesterday. I could have got below 240 if I'd laid off in cold beers.
Blue Mountains are hard to say no to.
I grilled out.
They are,
especially on a Sunday.
They are.
I grilled out. Put some hamburgers, sausages on the smoker this weekend. I did use the keto bread, but
you did?
I did. But that second burger probably didn't need to happen lunch the next day too. So that is the latest with our weight. But Clint, real quick, back to the big news of the day. The backfield right now for the next 4 weeks, as it is right now, we'll see what else the Texans do, as we're going to see a lot of teams that are going to look to replace guys. Nick Chubb clearly feels like the lead back right now. Damian Pierce, who started the game last week, got his first action, looks like he would potentially be behind him. Woody Marks, Dare Ogunbowale, they're behind them. That would be 4, and then Gerard Jordan and British Brooks would be also in the mix. I don't know. I feel like those two are going to have a hard time maybe making this team. We'll see. Maybe this injury has helped one of those guys if they decide to keep a 5th. But
well, I got to believe that Jakob Johnson fits in there somewhere, the old fullback.
Yeah.
And I don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't know exactly what Nick Kayley wants to do with a fullback, how much 21 personnel he wants to run. I know there are some tight ends, a couple tight ends you can put back there in a 12 personnel and probably get the job done. But there's nothing. I heard the conversation earlier in the Loop guys about British Brooks. While I agree with the premise of the conversation of British Brooks has some versatility, tailback, fullback, all special teams. The Texans haven't done anything this preseason to British Brooks in any way, shape, or form is going to factor into what they do at the running back position with this roster.
Yeah.
And so I'm with you. I think there's the Jakob Johnson kid, the fullback, is the one that you could say is probably your 5th. That if you need him to go 21 personnel, if that's something that Nick Kayley wants to do a heavy dose of and doesn't feel like he has the tight end room to pull it off, then maybe him. We'll see. And that guy has a past, a history with Nick Caserio and Kayley and everybody, I think, with some New England days. So,
by the way, I think instead of going outside, they may do something to add a body, but instead of going outside, Clint, I think Woody Marks is clearly the one to watch.
Yes,
I think he is clearly the one to watch too, because I know we've had discussions, and I see some other people talking about their thoughts, maybe agreeing with you with Nick Chubb. I just don't think that's going to be the game plan to run him. I think they're probably going to do it by committee, and I don't know how many more opportunities they're going to let Damian Pierce, if he is on the team, just run in there and fall down, which he has done at times, and then not give Woody Marks the explosive opportunities that he has shown a bit in preseason and in training camp. So I think Woody Marks is the one to potentially watch as the guy that is the backup, especially with his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. I mean, he feels like Nick Chubb in the first couple of plays, and then third down back to catch it and run it if they need to. So Woody Marks to me is the one that this really moves towards.
Yeah, look, I think if you're looking at the Texans right now, the running back room, and if you're a Texans fan and you hadn't watched one down, I feel confident in telling you this. I think right now Nick Chubb's the best running back you got, all things considered. And I think what we've seen from Woody Marks, mostly in the pass protection game, but also the supernatural catcher of the football. And there's a twitch and a change of direction and a level of explosion with some size with Woody Marks. I don't know that we're giving him full credit, Ron, when we talk about catching the ball in the backfield, third down back, a little bit more of a scat back, because he's big enough to be an every down back. He's big enough to be a guy that can help you in every facet of the game that the running back can help you in. And so, if you haven't been plugged in to the Texans preseason, I think it's fair to say Nick Chubb's your one running back right now, and Woody Marks is your second best option.
Yeah, I'm with you right now, based off what we've seen thus far. All right, coming up, weekend's worst, weekend's best, weekend's worst. I don't know. I don't think Mixon counts. It's Monday, so there are some who may want to go there, but you can text yours in. We'll give you ours coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're looking to build your dream home, your custom home, Our Vision Homes –
ones who get it done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Again, as we know, we have people who join often. If you're just joining us, Joe Mixon. It's official. The first 4 weeks of the season, as he is still dealing with the ankle foot issue that he has. This being reported by several sources, including Adam Schefter. They are not activating him before the deadline on Tuesday, and he is going to be placed on the non-football injury list, which means he has to miss at least 4 weeks of the season. So Joe Mixon, that is the big news of the day, and we have discussed that some throughout. So that's the big one there, and we will continue to discuss that breaking news, big news throughout the show, and I'm sure you can hear it behind us on Texans All Access. They will give the latest on their thoughts on that. I'm certain of it. Be good to hear from Mark Vandermeer and John Harris to discuss that, as well as Area 45 coming up behind us. And then you'll probably hear the thoughts from Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop, as they'll touch it tomorrow as well. So stay tuned right here for Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610, to get all your thoughts on this breaking news. We do this every single Monday. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text them in yourself as well. What did you have as the weekend's best, the weekend's worst? I'll kick it off, Clint. And I know some people will not love hearing this, but I just think it was my weekend. He hit homers 48 and 49 yesterday to set an MLB record for home runs in a single season by a catcher, breaking the Royal Salvador Perez's 48 that he hit a few years back. And also the impressive thing with him, and I know Ocho, one of our loyal listeners, he expresses this a lot, that cat catches and plays every day. He's played 128 of the 131 games that they played, and they're not just at a DH. He catches routinely, day game after a night game, all of that. So
sure as hell throws out more would-be Steelers and Yainer.
Boy, he threw one out yesterday. Woo!
About time.
This did not have to get to.
It's just where my brain goes, man. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm like, man, he's raking and throwing guys out? Holy hell.
This did not have to get to Yainer. It's the weekend's best for Cal Raleigh.
My bad.
And he's got a really good shot to win the MVP, and I know you hate the Mariners, but boy, you know what? I don't know if you hate the Mariners, but you strongly dislike Aaron Judge, and it looks like it's coming down between those two, him and Cal Raleigh, and he leads the league in home runs. So shout out to Cal Raleigh. That is a tough thing to do. He's going to hit 50 home runs. He's got 31 to go. 50 home runs from a catcher's position. It's insane, and they need him, right? These are games where they're in the midst of. Shout out to the big dumper, Cal Raleigh. He gets my weekend.
I like it. Weekend's best. Tommy Fleetwood, baby.
Okay.
Tommy Fleetwood. Look, I mean, he gets his first PGA Tour victory, and he did it in big-time fashion. Collected the FedEx Cup $10 million winning pot there. 164th career start on the PGA Tour, and has been close. In fact, has choked it away late a couple of times. I think he choked it away late 3 weeks ago. He had a chance to win one with 3 or 4 holes to go, and he choked it away and didn't end up winning that one. So to see him break through, man, he is an easy guy to root for. I know my father-in-law watches a ton of golf. He's been hoping he'd win one for a while now. So Good to see Tommy Fleetwood get his first PGA Tour victory, 164 starts in.
And that's his first one?
First one.
Did you know about Tommy Fleetwood? That that gentleman is close to the exact same age as me. We're both 34 right now at this stage in our life. Did you know how old his wife is?
50.
57.
Married him an older one, huh?
Yes, he is 34. He is married to a 57-year-old lady.
Let's take a look at her.
I mean, that's got me and my bride taken. I mean, we got 13-year gap. I think that's 23.
And you're far from 57, sir.
Yeah, but I'm going to be there one day.
Good for her.
It's very interesting to me. Yeah, just look at some photos
You got pictures of her?
Claire, looks like here's Claire and Tommy. Tommy, great hair.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not bad.
She's pretty.
Why'd you do?
But it is like almost
Why did
25
you give
years
a long?
difference.
Because that's 25 years and not even trying to fill the age gap.
No.
You don't think she's given enough of an effort?
No, I don't think. Well, no, I
Look at
thought
this,
about.
a
I don't
little bit
even.
of a
I
lace
don't
front
think.
there.
I don't think she cares to. I don't think she cares to. And he looks younger than,
Hold
than
on.
he
You
is
think
as
she
well.
looks 57?
I don't think she looks 57. I think she looks older than him, significantly older than him. You look at that picture right there.
Is this her child?
She just had a kid. She ain't 57 in that picture, but even who cares? I mean, she.
If she ain't 57 in that picture, Clint, then hell, he's 34.
Well, you look at that picture that you showed me of them too, and I'm not going with mother for sure, but is that mom or is that wifey?
It doesn't look a little older there.
No question. Is that mom or is that wifey?
Is that an aunt?
Yeah, is that the aunt that raised him?
That's an aunt.
No,
there?
that's
Go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah, good for you, Tommy. She in that one picture you showed me, she looks like she's been doing naughty things to Tommy Fleetwood for years. To be honest with you,
went and got him a gilf.
What is that? Grandma?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like she has been doing naughty things to him since he was barely legal.
You said it twice.
Did it not? That dang suit top she had on, that jacket top.
Oh, Cradle Robin Claire.
Yeah, it looks like she's proud of it too. Look at this. Look at
this lady. Own it.
I done raised this one up the right way. Taught him
What you
everything.
say? What you say? She broke Tommy's ass off.
There ain't no doubt. Hey man, there ain't no doubt. She turned Tommy out. That wifey turned Tommy out 20 years ago.
I would say.
Hopefully not 20. He'd be 14.
I would say I feel bad about. Like he won his first tournament ever. I'd say I would feel bad about her father, but
he might not be with us.
Probably not with us.
He might not be with us because when that first tournament, you know what's going down.
He was one of our brave guys
in this
in World War
instance,
II.
No, he could be.
No, in this instance, it's Tommy's mother you should be worried about. Not wifey's dad.
Oh yeah, Tommy's mom.
Tommy's mom's going.
You think she's been around? You think
poor baby's gonna go home with that?
You think Tommy's mom's been behind this the whole way? They got to be similar ages.
That's what I say. I bet they're friends.
She probably hates that.
We got to do some. We got to do some digging on this.
Please,
is that Tommy's mama's best
Cheryl,
friend?
do some digging. What's your weekend word?
Got Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers, 4 innings, 80 some odd pitches. Just the same old song and dance. I mean, it's as if he's a rookie. And he just can't break through, right? It's as if he's a rookie and just can't figure things out. I would rather at this point, honestly, this is real talk. I would rather Lance McCullers go out there and get beat around the ballpark than to go out there and have the pitch count run up and he can't throw strikes.
Yeah,
I am just about to let go of the Lance McCullers rope. I'm really close.
You're hanging on. You're ready to let it go.
Yeah.
My weekends worst is he fought it and struggled. Was 3 of 6, 14 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, 5 sacks, and listen, I think 4 of the 5 offensive linemen. No, I think all 5 of them were cut today. That was in front of him in the time that he was out there. But it is what he struggled, and I think clearly at this point, however you look at it, which is not a surprise, he's the 5th round draft pick. He seems to be probably behind Dillon Gabriel at this point, and it was a struggle there for him and that offense in there. So Shedeur Sanders, not the performance he needed, although I don't know how much of a chance he really had into climbing up in that depth chart the way it looked like they had it set up, but his performance certainly didn't help.
Yeah, I don't.
And it all went on him, but it didn't help.
Yeah, it's hard for me, Ron, to especially that situation, but a lot of these situations in a third preseason game, second half, just where a guy really struggles and takes sacks. It's really hard for me to lean in and hold that against him. Obviously, it's not going to work in your favor, but it's hard for me to lean in and say, "Oh yeah, boy, this guy really showed his true colors here and really reverted back." I heard somebody, Dan or somebody, talking about, boy, he reverted back to his college days or something. I'm just like, I mean, I don't know how much. I don't know how much.
Well, again, he did not play well, but also there's the thought of, all right, man, hell, I got to make a play. Like I'm trying to compete. I got to make a play as well. But he struggled, and though it does sound like they're going to keep all four of them, but he did seem to struggle. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got to react. We got to react to the Texans' last preseason game, some in-game reaction, as well as the questions, because I don't have all the answers. The questions that matter with the Houston Texans over the next 24 hours. Right? React to the game. It is a Reaction Monday. We'll react to the game that happened on Saturday and the questions that actually matter for the Texans. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to get the attention of all of you last-minute fantasy draft leagues. I know everybody can't take a trip to Albuquerque the way that Tyler did for their fantasy draft. Right now, through September,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
That made me football horny.
I will admit right now I'm shook.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, how about that? Mokaram Injury Lawyers. I'm going to let it breathe a little bit. Mokaram Injury Lawyers right there. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. You or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, you know who the hell to call. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. And remind y'all, dang it, if you're a fan of this old Dirty's Daily and you ain't downloaded that damn Odyssey app yet, you ain't very coachable. Download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Use that rewind feature. Hit all in podcasts. You can listen live. You can take us wherever every day. You can take us with you. AUDACY. All right, the Texans, they had a preseason game, the final preseason game this weekend. Up in Detroit, really good football team. One of the favorites in the NFC. Really good in the trenches where I think the Texans are trying to get and want to get. So it was a good matchup. Texans win 26. I'm sorry, boy, my eyes are failing me. 26-7. Where, look, let's be honest. You didn't have a lot of starters. You didn't have many starters that played, right? So I'm gonna give you again, if you're a Texans fan that's just kind of dialing in because the season's fixing to start, preseason's over. Here's what went down. I thought Derek Barnett, you got your two depth edge rushers, your two second-string edge rushers, Derek Barnett and Darrell Taylor. They both played, and the old man Derek Barnett looks good, Ron. Derek Barnett got after the quarterback on the defensive side of the football. The other thing on the defensive side of the football, we did see Christian Harris. Christian Harris was healthy. Christian Harris was healthy and in pads and playing, and he played quite a bit for a preseason game number 3.
But he needed to get some work, though.
Yeah, he did. On the offensive side of the football, on that same Christian Harris front, Damian Pierce, we hadn't seen him at all. He did get some run early in this game. And now here's what I think the brightest spot was for all of us Texans fans in preseason week 3. Woody Marks, a running back, Mississippi State, years in college ball, came out. I would imagine is on the more mature side than a guy that stays 3 years and comes out. He bounced around. He's lived a little bit. Known for playing the air raid offense. He's caught the ball out of the backfield really well. He's super natural catcher of the football. He showed that on Saturday. But I'll be honest with you, I think he probably opened some eyes from a fan perspective on how well he ran the football. He did have a touchdown run, which was a cutback run. But he ran this weekend. Watching Woody Marks, it was hard to not notice, Ron, how he's thicker than I think most people give him credit for, and he's a better runner. He's twitchier. He's more explosive. The change of direction. Woody Marks is the best back of the backups. You got Joe Mixon and Chubb. I think those two guys, they speak for themselves. That right now, though, obviously it'd be crazy to put a back in those guys in the same sentence with those guys. But of the others, Woody Marks is, and I don't even think it's close, to be honest with you. I think Woody Marks is by far the best running back of the others group. And they all pass protected really, really well, so there shouldn't be any reason to hold Woody Marks back. That is the good, right? You got a backup edge rusher, and Derek Barnett looked really good. You got an injured Christian Harris that played and looked like he was healthy. You got an injured Damian Pierce that played and looked like he was healthy. And I think Woody Marks was the bright spot. Also, the two rookies out of Iowa State, the wide receivers, Higgins and Hutch, I thought I'm sorry, not the two drafted ones, but Higgins and Hutchinson, the older Hutchinson, a little bit of run and looked pretty good as well.
Yeah, Johnny was like, I've seen enough of Hutchinson.
Yeah,
he made that first catch.
Yeah, Hutch is going to have to play. I'm not so convinced that Higgins is ready, but Hutchinson obviously is the third best wide receiver on his team right now, all things considered, and I think they're going to lean into him heavily early on until Higgins and Noel and that bunch can can get settled in and get used to this pro football thing. The bad of the game, I hadn't heard many people talking about this, but there were flashes in that first drive for Detroit where Tim Settle and Foley Fatukasi were in there, and Detroit was getting pushed. Those two guys that are, they're starting rotation pieces, if not frontline starters for this team. They got pushed around a bit early on with Detroit, and I don't know if it was Detroit's starting unit that was pushing them around. So that's one thing that I saw. Keep an eye on that, because that just simply cannot happen. Tim Settle and Foley Fatukasi cannot get pushed around by backups. And then back on the other front there, Ron, with Harris and Christian Harris on the defensive side of the football, Damian Pierce on the offensive side of the football. They both played, but beyond showing that they're healthy enough to play in a game, neither one of them, to be honest with you, did anything that was like, yeah, we got to have these cats back. Yep, they got to be in this rotation. Yep, that's what we've been missing. I don't know if it's rust. It's unfair to expect them to come out there and just flash all over the field, given they hadn't had any. And being honest, it's the sample size that we have is one game and a couple of practices. Yes, they were on the field, but there was nothing flashy about either one of them.
Do you think they needed to show that? Like, do you think, was it more about, hey, let's get them out there, let's see how they're moving, let's see if they're healthy? Do you think Damian and Christian Harris needed to?
I think Damian needed it.
I was going to say, yeah. Christian.
I think Damian needed it.
Seems to be fine.
Christian seems to be a guy that I think it would. I think the ceiling's high enough and the sample size is small enough where I think he just needs to stay healthy at this point in time. But we'll see. We'll see. That to me, that's the takeaway from preseason game 3 that I saw. For what it's worth, if you watched it, there's my thoughts. I do have on the backside of it, outside of the action, there's 5 questions, Ron, with this football team right now for me that they're going to have to decide in the next 24 hours. Right? Cut down date tomorrow. They got to get down to the 53-man roster. They got to decide on practice squad. They got to decide on who they're going to expose to the waiver wire and who they're going to cut and who they're going to bring back and all that kind of jive, right? 5 things that matter with the Houston Texans right now. Does Damian Pierce make this team? Joe Mixon, who we learned today, it's official. He's not just not going to be ready for game 1. He's not going to be here for a month. He's out for the first 4 weeks of the season, right? But even with the Joe Mixon injury, you've got good running back depth. You got guys that can turn the ball over, and you got guys that can pass protect across the board. I think that's the biggest thing for me, Ron, to be honest with you. The biggest takeaway about this training camp is the running backs pass protection. They didn't have one guy out there that you'd say, boy, he ain't worth a damn in pass protection. These guys really stood out in pass protection. Joe Mixon, take him off the table because he's hurt for the first month. Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Dare Ogunbowale, Damian Pierce, and Jawar Jordan. Those are your 5 options right now at the running back position. The question is, does Damian Pierce make this team?
I think he has to now. Unless they are eyeing somebody outside of the organization to bring him in. And I wouldn't be upset if they were doing that, because I do think now, at least for a month, it's a different ball game, because I don't think they're going to view Nick Chubb or use Nick Chubb the way they used Joe Mixon at times last year. And that was Joe Mixon, you're the first, second, and third down back, and maybe we sneak Damian Pierce in for 2 carries a ball game. I don't think they're going to do that. So I think he makes the team, and I think he's fine. But I wouldn't be surprised if they said, all right, man, we need somebody that we can trust and depend on a little bit more than Damian.
I'm going to straddle the fence on this one, Ron. I have no idea. I have no idea, but it would not.
I would like to take that one too.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is I don't. I think they love Wood Marks and Dare Ogunbowale, and here's why I have no idea, because I think if they can trade him, they're going to trade him. I think if they can make a move and trade him before, like even if it's just to move up from a 7th round pick to a 6th round pick, I think they're going to move Damian Pierce. If not, it's going to be hard to cut cut bait there. I don't. I think they're really comfortable with Chubb, Marks, and Dare Gumbawale. But Pierce, boy, gosh dang it! Even with the Mixon stuff, I still don't feel good about it. All right, number 2. Do the Texans keep 4 tackles, Ron, knowing that they've got inside offensive line problems? And even right now, they still got a guy in Laken Tomlinson that they brought in. They got a guy that they picked up off the streets. He got cut by New England at center. And they got Ed Ingram, who Minnesota couldn't wait to push out of the building after giving him 2-3 years worth of opportunity there. There's still problems on that inside offensive line. Do they keep 4 tackles knowing that that's the more the issue is inside?
It seems like a lot, but I think they do because I think they can use Titus Howard as a tackle or an interior guy, right? I think because to me, I think the thought is, if something were to happen, with the exception of center, if something were to happen somewhere, do we want Juice Scruggs to go in, Patterson to go in, or do we want Cam Robinson or Blake Fisher to go in? And really, I would say Cam Robinson right now and Ursula are your tackles. I think they would say we'd rather have Cam go in which they would then just slide. They would slide Titus back into the guard spot. So I think they will keep all 4 of them because, one, I don't think they want to quit on a guy they drafted in the second round that started playoff games for them last year.
That's Blake Fisher.
And I don't think they want to just throw away $12 million on the number one, off-season move they made to the offensive line.
It's Cam Robinson, right?
Yep.
I'm with you. I think they keep them. I think they keep all 4 of them, and I think they take the road of Titus Howard as your inside answer if you have problems. And I'm going on record. I don't like it. They don't trust Fisher. They clearly don't like Robinson as much as they do a rookie. And Howard could potentially move if anybody other than your center is hurt. That part of it I don't like. So, but I do think they keep the 4 tackles. I think they keep Trent Brown around on some list where they can keep him in the building as well. All right, number 3. What do the Texans do at safety, Ron? No C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Jimmy Ward is obviously a no-go as well with his legal issues. You got Kalen Bullock, M.J. Stewart, Russ Yeast, Jalen Reed, Jalen Petrie, Miles Bryant, Arthur Mollett. You got some options there. What do they do at the safety position? I think that's a big question as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the health of Gardner-Johnson before in the next 2 weeks. But I think if he isn't able to go, and I don't think they should rush him, but if he isn't able to go, I think they probably start with an M.J. Stewart and then somebody that could be lurking in the background. I think some people aren't going to love this, but I think you could see some versatility used with Jalen Petrie if Gardner-Johnson isn't ready, and maybe he's not exclusively playing in that role they kind of had him in last year when he was playing. So that's the 2 big things. I think M.J. Stewart probably is the one that slides in if Gardner-Johnson isn't able to go, and I think they'll use Jalen Petrie. And I think Jalen Petrie is better than he was 2 years ago when he was getting benched against the Browns.
Yeah, I like the Kalen Bullock, M.J. Stewart go as well. I think they really like Russ Yeast. I don't think the Jalen Reed kid's ready. Injury or not, I don't think he's ready yet. Now, I do think there's a piece of the secondary to watch that could impact this. You mentioned Jalen Petrie moving back, but the one that could impact this is a guy we've talked about a lot here is Jalen Smith, the rookie out of USC. I know they like him. How much do they like him? How much do they trust him? He could factor in here at one or more positions, at nickel or corner, that would free up some guys to play safety if indeed they need to. But I think M.J. Stewart is the answer out of the gate. But watch the safety position. They're clearly really thin, and I think limited with M.J. Stewart and really anybody not named Kalen Bullock back there as well. Number 4, what do they do with Danico Autry? Ron, I'll tell you this. Danico Autry is a guy that's been injured and unavailable ultimately with the PED suspension, I think it was, and injuries. He's kind of a tweener between a D tackle and a defensive end. And there are some cap savings if they do part ways with Danico Autry. But he's one time into the heap. How many edge rushers and interior defensive linemen do they keep? Danico Autry factors into that number. You think they keep him around?
I think so. I hadn't really looked at him as somebody, as you talked about earlier, maybe could be a trade option, or maybe they don't want to. I hadn't really thought about that because I feel like they love to have the depth across the D-line. But I mean, it's one to watch. He really just hasn't been out there. Like, it has been out there.
Yeah.
I think they like Darrell Taylor a lot, too, on the outside. But Danico is that weird tweener that can rush the passer from the inside. And, he's bigger size than the other ends they have, and they can use a lot with it.
We talked about this on the front end of it. Christian Harris. You think Christian Harris is safe and just a get-right guy and is even as deep as they are at the linebacker position?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he's safe.
Gotcha.
Easy. All right. He better be. All right, coming up as we continue, we will, just in case you missed it, we'll tell you about the news of the day and college football. This thing kicks off. We've been talking about our question a day for college football. I've got one about an old power that's making a bit of a resurgence. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, this is Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light now. It's Monday. You got to get your in training, right?
National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees a year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone here on the text line about the big news of the day with Joe Mixon. Are we sure Joe Mixon is just going to miss 4 weeks? No, I mean, no, not sure. You hope that that he's closer than 4 weeks, and that they're just taking precaution and saying, "Let's." We know he's going to miss a couple of weeks, so let's just sit him down so we don't just take up a roster spot with him not being able to go for at least 2 weeks. And they just said, "Let's give him 4." But, no. I mean, anything's on the table right now. Hell, we have not seen him.
And they say
no. The one thing that is not on the table is more than 7.
Yeah.
Because I believe by rule, with the list that he's been put on, it's you're on the shelf for 4 weeks, and then there is practice and be reinstated at any point in time. If after that 3 week with that 3 week window comes and goes and you're never brought back, then you're on the shelf for the season. So the question with Joe Mixon is it's not a 4 week question, it's a 7 week question.
Yeah.
It better be inside 7 weeks, right? Or this could legitimately be the Nick Chubb season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's
or they got to figure something else out.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a 4 week on the shelf, and then a 3 week window where he can come back. And if he doesn't come back, he's done for the year. That's my understanding of the list that he's on. And so, long as it's less than 7 weeks, we're gonna be all right.
Yeah. A little, and I do want to get to our, as we're doing it every day leading into Thursday when the college football week 1 officially starts. I got a question of the college football question of the day, but this just coming through from Adam Schefter. Bengals and Trey Hendrickson reach an agreement today on a $14 million raise for just this season, boosting his 2025 salary to $30 million. Hendrickson still is scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent after this season.
They just paid him an extra $14 million to get him in camp and get him to play one more year.
Yeah, this is similar to what the Chiefs had to do with Chris Jones. I don't think he got a raise then, but he did get a raise and some incentives. And so maybe for the Bengals that does work out because the Chiefs were eventually able to sign him long term after that year he set up the first game. But so Trey Hendrickson will be there at least this season, getting $30 million this year, and then he'll be. This works out nicely for him. He'll be an unrestricted free agent next year, and he could either go back to Cincy if they want to do something with him, or he can move on. But he'll get $30 million this year. This is like the Kirk Cousins kind of way of doing things.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think what. And now, look, I don't know that he can complain about $30 million, but I think he was wanting to strike when the iron was hot and get a longer term, get stability for him and his family, knowing where he was going to live, yada, yada, yada. I don't think this answers that question, but it damn sure puts an end in sight to where, hey, you go out there, ball out one more year, do what you do, and then you got free reign to go anywhere that you want to go, and you're going to make $30 million instead of, what was it, 16?
Yeah. What is he He's 17 and a half sacks the last 2 years.
Oh, I mean, he's one of the best in the game. So he will be a hot item on the market next year.
He should still be able to get some type of a longer term deal, whether it's 3 years or whatever, next year. But they finally get him in camp. 30. He's 30.
See, that's the other part of that thing for him is now I'm not a huge, oh my God, how old you're trying to get a deal where like again, the security and have an organization commit to you. I'm assuming you'd rather do it at 30 than 31.
Yeah, just one more year. At least he's not a position where 31 is a death. There are some positions where 31, that's a big change in money. He comes out and has 15 sacks, 14 sacks again, and is a problem. I think it'll be all right. All right, week 0 started. College football started a little bit, but Thursday is when week 1 really starts, Clint, and we've had a couple of conversations, and I will throw this one out to you and the people right now. Big game coming up this weekend. One of the standalone games, primetime Saturday, is LSU and Clemson getting together. And Clemson is a top 5 team, and they seem to be they were kind of off a little bit for the last couple of years. They seem to be a bit back after sneaking into the college football playoff last year. This is my question today. After having to kind of adjust, I don't know how well they have, but to kind of adjust to the new climate in college football, I still think they had the least amount of transfers of anybody in college football. But having to adjust to this new college of college football, Dabo Swinney and Clemson are back to me in one of college football's powers. You agree with that?
No.
Yeah, along with there.
Well, it was more about the definition of a power and less about
Preseason number
Clemson.
4 right now in the AP.
I do not think they're in the top 5 in the country. No, I do not see any way, shape, or form. Now, if the ACC is a conference where SMU can play in the title game year 1, then yeah, hell, they can definitely be at the top of that division. I gotta believe that the ACC's better, and I just don't know how. I don't know how a school in today's age that doesn't embrace the transfer portal and paying players to play ultimately the way that the rest of the country has competes with
Get him out of high school,
the big
baby.
dogs. I just don't. Look, it may if that is going to work, he weathered the storm because he was getting them out of high school and he's been developing them now for 2 years while everybody else was hitting the transfer portal.
It used to be them and Alabama were the two biggest programs, and now it's kind of slowed up a little bit. But he does have a really good college quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is maybe a pro-style player. And right now the schedule, Clint, is, I mean their toughest conference road game is, I don't know, is either North Carolina or Louisville. Like that's their like they play LSU to start, who is in the top 10, and they end with South Carolina, and then they have SMU at home. Those are the 3 ranked teams on their schedule this year that are ranked right now.
We spend a lot of time. That's tough right there.
Yeah,
that is. I'm glad the ACC is what it is because I want my boy Rhett Lashley at SMU, being a Texas school, and me knowing him, I want them to be able to go in there and compete for titles. But I think, again, if Clemson if their record says they're a top 10 team, it's going to have a lot to do with the schedule they play, the conference they're playing in, and how down they are.
Because the ACC is not been as down as this, where Florida State is not Florida State, and I think Miami is probably, the good area. Virginia Tech, not where they used to be, but the ACC has never been. It was never, even when Clemson was running it here recently, it wasn't the SEC or the Big Ten.
No, it wasn't quite there, but it wasn't this bad.
Still, when you looked at Clemson, you still thought, yeah, they would compete like hell in those two others.
Yeah.
I don't know if you completely 100% feel that right now with them. We'll see against LSU because LSU is as talented as any roster in college football.
Well, look, if Dabo can pull it off, if he can pull off the approach of very minimal transfer portal and more about the old school way of developing it, relationships, and from a player perspective, hey man, I tip my cap to him. I hope he does. I just don't know. I mean, you take powerhouses in the country, and they're adding guys. They're adding 3 or 4 or 5 4-star difference-making contributors every year. They're buying them. They're buying the best college players in football. Like I developing school kids, but I hope Dabo gets it done.
Yeah, I like it when Clemson is at the top. So we'll see. They did make the college football playoff, but you could tell that was not a vintage Clemson team over the last couple of years. All right, preseason is over right now for the Texans. Let's talk about what impressed us the most. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, nagging joint pain. You know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. LSU better win that first game or Brian Kelly's going to be in trouble. I don't know. In trouble? We'll see. He needs to have a big year. That's for damn sure. With the talent they have and the quarterback they have, yeah, LSU ought to have a big year. Also, saying in my ear, Tyler Milner, our producer, who is back from Albuquerque. Congratulations on all your developments. Said in my ear that the Raiders have signed Amari Cooper. He is back in it. He signed late with or in the second half of the year with the Bills last year. Has been kind of chilling on the couch, and now he is a Las Vegas Raider.
Pulled a Los Correa.
He did. There he went. Went on back, huh?
Yes, sir.
I wonder if he'll go back and get 89. Was that it? That was his number, I believe.
Is he 89 with the Raiders?
Did he? I felt like he started with 89. Or did I just completely make that up? Now I'm thinking about it. I feel like that was Ronald Curry's number. Or was he 9? No,
I think you hit it on the head, man. I think it was 89.
He was 9 in college. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, 89. Yeah, he's got to go back and take that. Yeah, he's got to go back and take that. Go ahead, Amari Cooper. Boy, you talking about it may be time may be coming up for him. He couldn't really make an impact at all with the Bills last year, and they were thirsting for receivers. So,
yeah, I lost money on it.
Yeah,
I just needed more than 1.5 catches a couple times, and I couldn't get that. I couldn't get 2 snaps, much less 2 catches.
Yeah, that's that one time. Yeah, you needed 1.5. You needed 2 catches. He didn't get 2 snaps.
Oh man, I needed 1.5 at one time, and he didn't even see the field. And the next time, he had caught 1 screen. I was like, "You got to be kidding me!"
Yeah. All right, let's look at the Texans as they finish up the preseason slate. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. But now the preseason is completely over. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this. What most impressed you? All right? Everybody's want to talk about us being negative, damn it. No, what most impressed you? What were you most impressed about coming off these 3 preseason games, what we've watched during camp? Also, you can include some of them joint practices. What impressed you the most?
Oh, this one's, I think, the Texans' pass protection overall. I think we've talked a lot about the running backs and how well they've pass protected. Top to bottom, I think that is really something that stuck out to most people that go to practice and watch practice. After preseason, week 2, the way that Andrews and Ingram worked inside at that guard position, for me, I know at least gave me hope that Titus Howard moving to tackle is going to work. And then you get to the tackle position, and the fact that you've got 4 tackles, 5 if you count Trent Brown, but 4 tackles. And you could potentially see a $12 to $14 million man that you brought in here to replace Laramie Tunsil be a backup because your tackle that you drafted out of Minnesota in the second round has worked out so well that he might upseat that $12 to $14 million man for a starting job. So the pass protection overall, top to bottom, I think has been the most impressive part of the preseason for me. In games, by the way, because in practice it was not pretty, but in games, when we didn't know the opponent didn't know us, what they were able to get accomplished was impressive.
Coming here from the text line, as we said, what has impressed you? Now preseason's over. What has impressed you the most? Someone texted in, Nate in Huffman. Most impressed by the consistency in the coaching from the starters through the second and third units. Is what Nate.
Coaching's been good. I mean, look, the coaching, D'Amico Ryan's going to surround himself with tremendous coaches. There's been very little turnover other than the offensive coordinator and the O-line coach. I mean, it just seems like D'Amico Ryans, now you can argue he brought in a couple of guys here that are really good cleats in the turf type of coaches and kind of took it to the next level. But, look, I think the coaching has always been really, really good. Here, D'Amico really looking over and standing over the offense, I think makes them significantly better. I think coaching is one of them.
I joke. I don't think Bobby Slowick's a bad coach. I will throw this one out, Clint. I'm really impressed when we saw this from Russell Wilson at the start of his career, when a guy, and there are no plans for him to get a position that he got, but he forced the coaching staff and the brass that put the team together to change how they viewed him and to change his position on the team. That is very impressive, and I think Xavier Hutchinson did that. I don't think there was a plan that Xavier Hutchinson would be one of their top 3 receivers right now. I don't think that was the plan. Hell, I think there was a chance coming into this sucker that he may not make the team. And his play forced them to have to handle things different. They drafted a wide receiver with their number 1 pick this year. They drafted another one in the 3rd round. They paid Justin Watson. But he forced his way into things like right now in this team. So I'm most impressed by the camp and the consistency of Hutchinson.
I like it because it will be absolutely huge for this team. Now, if Higgins develops and he becomes that guy, whoever the third overall receiver is going to be huge for this football team. Whether it's Xavier Hutchinson now and he holds on to it, or it's Higgins and he comes along, Jay Noel gets some run, we'll see. Right now, you're right, it's Hutchinson.
I'm just saying, you look at him and Mechie. Similar space coming into it.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Mechie's traded and he's jumped over the rookie.
Yeah, he's getting run. He's getting burned, no question. I got a couple more. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Look, I knew they were good, Ron. I didn't know that we were going to go out there and literally just ruin practice for 2.5 weeks. Like I didn't like these two. I mean, look, they're regarded as one of the best 1-2 punches in the game, one of the best edge rushing tandems in the game. So it's no secret that they're really good. But this is a different animal. I walked out there and watched every day at practice, knowing that I was watching or feeling like I was watching a Super Bowl caliber defense. And you watch these two guys just dominate time and time and time again, and how they go about their business, how they handle their business. I can't sit here and tell you that's what I expected out of Will and Daniil in practice and in camp.
Yeah.
I mean, most teams that have this caliber player, they're on the sideline. They're hanging out. They're taking days off. They're taking vet days. These guys were wrecking shop every damn practice. And so I think there, and then I got one more for you.
Bullock.
I'm sorry, you're right. Damn it, Bullock. Bullock. Gosh dang.
Who was it that said it real hard like that? I can't remember.
Sorry.
But go ahead.
Again, knew he was good. Obviously had a great year last year. Hoped that he kept building on that and would come back a better player. And I think it's fair to say, like, in terms of making plays, like on the ball, like impacting plays, not just edge rusher sacking, I think it's fair to say that Kalen Bullock has stood out more consistently and longer than anybody on this team. Hell, he had a pick in the damn joint practice against Detroit.
Yeah. I know they love old Tommy. Say he's Mr. Consistency, but Kalen Bullock,
No.
Kalen, but that's what he called him today, Mr. Consistency. But Kalen Bullock has been there too.
It's
been
every
making
day,
plays
Ron.
every.
The one defensive rep that I saw with Carolina, he was breaking down. He was high on the roof, breaking down on and reaching over and slapping down a pass from Bryce Young. I can't remember who it was. I think the McMillan kid. But it's just every time you watch a Texans practice, you better believe Will and Daniil are going to catch your eye off the edge, and Kalen Bullock, you just follow the ball. Kalen Bullock is going to make multiple plays on the ball.
Yeah, I think CJ's maybe completed more balls to him than he has some of the other receivers.
You think he's got more receptions than some of the wide receivers out there?
Cephas. From CJ. Not from CJ. No, Kalen Bullock has been
You went Cephas.
By the way, shout out to him. He made a really nice grab.
Shoot, what do you have? Six catches?
Yeah.
5 or 6 catches?
Went up and mossed that young man. I heard John Harris, you can hear it after us, said he did it to him in practice too.
Did it to him in practice. They tried it to the right side. They came back, got the matchup on the left, and did it again.
Yep. Text line coming in. Good afternoon, fellas. The thing that has impressed me the most is this defense, the Texans defense. They've been able to overcome any big plays or penalties, holding or pass interference. It doesn't matter. They'll come back and still make a play and hold the team. Well, I don't know how much that was the top guys, but the defense played pretty well. All levels is
Look, the defense is nasty. For me, I had to pinpoint a couple of people. Man, they're just it's different. I mean, you don't, and maybe it's by design, but you don't see much from Stingley just because they don't throw his way, and Kamari, they don't throw. There's not seen a whole lot. I mean, Kalen Bullock said, "Damn it, I'm gonna be on the film. I'm gonna catch you. You're gonna know who I am after this training camp. Every day it's something." So, the defense is.
I was listening to Ryan Clark. He specifically pointed out Kalen Bullock and how he's ready to take the next step. All right, coming up, we will discuss the top story of the day with the Texans, and that is the news on Joe Mixon. We will let you know that. We'll get you. Also, they have forward as they return home, and will the big fella be back, as well as big money coming out of the National Football League as one of the biggest contract issues is finally resolved. We'll discuss all of that. 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, y'all. Coors Light, baby. It is made to chill and look.
TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place, T-Mill. He is back in the building. And not sure. He said he did a lot of casino action in Albuquerque. I don't know what he did in bets, but it's a new week. And with a lot of early games, East Coast games, East Coast starts, we will hook you up next segment with T-Mill's best bets, so you got a chance to make a move and listen to the betting guru that is Tyler Milner. T-Mill's best bets coming up in the next segment, just in case you run into it going too late if we do it in the final segment. So that's coming up here in just a bit. But the latest news and the news of the day thus far, Clint, is the news on Joe Mixon, running back Joe Mixon, who we have not seen. I'm talking OTAs, mandatory minicamp, training camp. We've not seen him. We've not seen him on the practice field. There have been times, Clint, a couple of times we thought, oh, that's Joe Mixon in street clothes, but I don't even know if it was actually him. So just hadn't seen a lot of sighting of him. I know D'Amico addressed it a few weeks back when Ian Rappaport made his report about him saying that he could miss the entirety of the preseason, which he was correct on. That's really the last time anybody has addressed it. This is the latest. The Texans are not activating running back Joe Mixon by Tuesday's 4 p.m. Eastern deadline, making him ineligible to play at least the first 4 games of the season due to an ankle injury. Mixon will be moved to the reserve non-football injury list, which automatically rules him out for at least the first 4 games. So that is the latest there, Clint. They will have to go on the first month without him. Not a real surprise.
Yeah, not a real surprise at all. I mean, you got a guy that's been unseen. You got a guy that the organization clearly was disappointed and upset with and frustrated with the report that came out about a month ago about Joe Mixon. And so you got an organization that made a move for a guy like Nick Chubb, and more importantly, Nick Chubb made the decision to come here. Now it seems like that may be a little bit more. Not that Nick was against going a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon, but part of that pitch from the Texans to Nick had to be, hey man, look, Joe's injured, Joe's beat up. Not only is he a guy last year that we could have used a 1-2 punch with, but he's also beat up right now. Hell, we may start the season without him. So it makes sense why Nick Chubb would come in here, get the work, and be part of what the Texans want to do. So no surprise, to be completely honest with you, that Joe Mixon has been added to this list. No concern about Joe Mixon at this point. I think I've said before, star week 5, 6, and 7 with Joe Mixon. Those are the weeks to be concerned. If you're a Texans fan right now, I feel really comfortable. Whether Damian Pierce is on this team or not, I feel really comfortable about the running backs that they have to pick from and that'll be on this Texans team to get them through a month of football. And even have really good play, get really good production from that position. Week 5, 6, and 7 is when Joe Mixon will have to come back, or he'll be out for the remainder of the season and miss the entire 2025 season. So those are the dates to start, because not only but it's going to tell us more about what we need out of the current running back room if Joe Mixon can't go. So, not surprised with this move here.
Yeah, and to the point you're making, if we get to around week 3, week 4, and you haven't heard reports, or we're not telling you, Joe Mixon was out at practice, or we talked to Brandon for Texans Report, and we hadn't heard about him being out at practice, then that's one where you start to look like, okay, that's concerning, because as you said, if we get past 7 weeks, then it turns into a season-long IR situation. So that is the latest injury front. Now, as you said, what's behind him and what does this mean? This means Nick Chubb obviously moves up, and you would think will be at least RB1 to start games. Damian Pierce, Dare, Woody Marks, those would I would say be the top 4. We'll see what happens with Brooks and Jordan. But Clint, of all of the guys that are behind Joe Mixon, who we've been seeing in camp and in practice, who do you think the Joe Mixon first 4 weeks injury, who do you think this impacts the most?
Oh, I think it impacts Nick Chubb. I mean, Nick Chubb is now going to be able to prove the first month of the season whether he's closer to a bell cow or closer to washed up. I mean, you're going to see a guy that's older, that has had injuries. The head coach, D'Amico Ryans, came out and said, look, he's a little bit older. He's had some injuries. He's not going to be – hey, man, we'll see. And I think this is, instead of falling into you just get a handful of carries here or there, you may get 12, 15 carries if Mixon can't go, or if situationally you end up with more carries, yeah. But this is a situation where for Nick Chubb it is, hey, man, you got to be the bell cow. Now, there's a chance that Woody Marks is a rookie that they trust more than they typically would trust a rookie, and he gets the chance to be a third down back, or he gets a chance to get more play. That's fine. But I think this is a huge opportunity for Nick Chubb to prove wherever he is in his career what he's still got left in the tank.
Yeah, I think Nick Chubb makes sense. I think Damian Pierce is the most effective because I think he would be off this team if Joe Mixon was not injured. I don't see the space where he would be on the team. And hell, you brought it up. They still may make a move with Damian Pierce. They may still trade him, but I think it absolutely helps his chances to make this team much more with Joe Mixon being out at least 4 weeks. I think that is the case. Although I think Woody Marks is probably the one more to keep an eye on, but I think it affects his place on the team. I think he would either definitely be traded or looking to get picked up by somebody else if Joe Mixon wasn't injured.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If you're looking at it from a career-changing perspective, I think Damian Pierce, you get an opportunity and what a more ready run scheme, run personnel up front seems to be more like a fit for him than what maybe Bobby Slowick was. So it could be a career-changing moment for Damian Pierce. There's no doubt about that.
Boy, and I'm telling you, hey, you got 4 weeks, big dog, to do something, to show something, to show a reason why other teams should go after you, and you got 4 weeks because his last 2 years have not been great on tape since his rookie year. So this is the best opportunity he has moving forward.
I love Joe Mixon.
5 o'clock fire.
Thanks, John. The Astros, they are off today, Clint, but they came off of winning 3 of 4 from the Orioles. They needed what they that's what they needed to do. Their lead in the AL West is 2 games. The Mariners, they took 2 of 3 from the A's over the weekend, but they needed to stop the bleeding going into that series. They had a 4-game losing streak and struggled to score runs. Now, listen, the pitching wasn't, especially the starting pitching, wasn't great all throughout. Spencer Getty probably put together the best start in yesterday's loss, but they did what they needed to do, and now they'll have the Rockies coming up. Before we get set up for that series, for you, the thing that was the most important thing, maybe positive or negative, but the thing that stuck out to you as the most important thing over this 4-game series they had with the Orioles?
I think it was Christian Walker for me. I think, and when you get Yordan Alvarez back, your lineup's going to get significantly stronger right there in the middle. And if those supporting pieces that are going to be within 1 or 2 hitters of Yordan Alvarez, if they're swinging it well, I mean, this is a game change, like a huge difference and upgrade. Not just Yordan coming back, but all of a sudden you've got a guy like Christian Walker that's been there, done it. He's starting to come around. I mean, he hit safely in all 4 games, had multiple hits, I think, in 2 or 3 of the 4 games, and hitting for power. I mean, he is just a guy that, to me, again, once Yordan gets in there, he changes beyond Yordan, he changes this lineup in a major way. We know what Altuve does. We know what Pena does at the top. We've seen it all year long. You know what Correa can do in monster moments, even though since he's been with the Astros, he's been really good.
It don't matter what moment it is now with him.
You know what Yordan brings to the table, one of the more feared hitters in all of baseball. If beyond Yordan, your guys like Christian Walker first and foremost, but also Yainer Diaz, guys kind of down that lineup there, if they start swinging it really well, this lineup doesn't only get better with Yordan coming in and more productive, but it also gets significantly deeper. So I would go with Christian Walker and what we saw him do this weekend. We've seen flashes, but this was a 4-game stretch where, he looks more confident than we've seen him in an Astros uniform.
Yeah, for me, coming off the I would say, disappointing outings from Christian Javier and Lance McCullers back-to-back days, as they are still trying 3rd and 4th spot in the rotation. I did think Spencer Getty's performance yesterday was very important. All right, for him to go and give you some length, give you some innings, nearly finish 6 innings, 5 2/3, 2 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, no walks, which was a real problem for Javier and Lance McCullers. I thought that was a big deal because that's the thing that they're going to need to find consistent guys that have good stuff to be able to go behind Hunter and Framber Valdez. So to me, Spencer Getty, especially coming off of the starts from Christian Javier and Lance McCullers, was big. And what do you know? Baseball is he's the one who loses. In the game 3-2, he's the one who loses, and those two really struggled. All right, the Rockies series coming up: Hunter Brown versus Tanner Gordon, Framber versus Chase Dollander, and Jason Alexander against the TBA. I mean, the Astros should come home, especially if the big fella Yordan Alvarez, which it feels like, Clint, we're about reached the point where it's time for him to go. He's 7 for 15, 4 extra base hits. He's had a couple of walks. It feels like we've seen enough of him in AA to be able to get in on this homestand.
Well, we've seen enough, regardless of the production, which is awfully impressive, and I mean, it gets you even more excited as an Astros fan. Regardless of the production, the fact that he's been able to swing the bat game now and produce, and they're apparently, knock on wood, so far, I don't believe there's been any inflammation, any side effects, any kind of re-injuring of the hand or issues with that hand. That's the huge part that says, hey, man, all right, let's get back in the big leagues and see if we can help take this Astros lineup to the next level.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we've heard a lot about Hendrickson, which, by the way, that got resolved. They added $14 million to his contract this year. He'll make $30 this year, but he will remain a unrestricted free agent. There's obviously been the Jerry Jones, Micah Parsons situation, but the Commanders have had a bit of a standoff with their wide receiver, Terry McLaurin. They have finally reached a 3-year deal worth up worth $96 million. By the way, side note, Nico Collins got 3 years, $72 million in his deal. So he's making a lot more than Nico is, which is a great deal for the Texans. But they finally get it done. And, Clint, I thought they were playing with fire. You've decided to go completely all the way in, getting Deebo Samuel, trading for Laramie Tunsil. You see your young quarterback lead you to an NFC championship game. You're trying to make a real run, and they were fooling around with his top target, and now they finally got it done and got him in camp. That makes the most sense because I didn't understand. And you can't just all of a sudden in the middle of it just say we ain't going for it no more.
Right.
With one of your top.
You know, there was an age play there. He is up 29. In age a little bit. And you start looking at these advanced, I guess they're advanced stats or advanced analytics or whatever, of older players and kind of, do you want to pay that $30 million a year, $32 million, whatever it was a year, to players that typically the numbers will tell you their play declines, injuries increase, production decreases. And it seems like they got beyond that. That was the hang-up originally, and they got beyond that. So, yeah, look, I think they are. I know they're in the same division with the Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champs, but they've got to be, one of the teams that's in the Super Bowl conversation because they got a squad and coming off a hell of a year.
They go and get Von Miller. They go and get they made a lot of moves.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, they want to pass this across, Clint. Sean McVay, obviously the coach of the Rams, the first opponent for the Texans. He said, barring a setback, Matthew Stafford should be ready to roll for week 1. He said, I cannot see into the future, but if you look at what the last week has entailed, McVay said, there is nothing that would leave me to believe, unless we have an unforeseen setback, that he's not going to be ready to roll against the Texans. So
yeah, look, I marked this about 2 weeks ago as something to keep an eye on. Man, I thought it was interesting, and I saw a comparison of the thought of kind of connecting the dots between what he's dealing with and what Romo dealt with at the end of his career. And if that is the case, that rotational aspect of throwing, which there is no, you just simply, if you can't throw consistently, I think players can age and maybe lose some arm strength. Players can age and lose mobility, but as long as you can think, right, and you can rotate to throw, then I think you can be an advantage. If you can't rotate, especially for a guy that is violent of a thrower as Stafford, then you're going to have a real problem. And apparently that rotational aspect of it is what aggravates his back issues. And so keep an eye on that because obviously, as you mentioned, this is our first opening week opponent. And, a quarterback, older quarterback that plays the game with a little more risk than normal with a back issue, that could be something that ends up helping the Texans a bit.
Yeah, and something to aggravate it too may be Danielle Hunter coming from behind and drilling them in the back.
There's that too.
that might re-aggravate it. All right, coming up a little early, but we will get you T-Mill's best bets and some of the moves the Texans may have to make in the coming days. We'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, I got
the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we're getting closer to the start of these games, as I said in 5 o'clock fire, we will move this up. So you can get fair bets, T-Mill's Best Bets. We do it every day, usually at the end of the show. But with T-Mill's, I mean, he feels real good about these folks. He said, I need you to push this up early in the show because I got some damn winners. He said, I believe he said to me, I guarantee.
Yeah, I did use that word. You're right.
I don't think you did. I just made all of that up, but you're going with it. All right. He just used it now.
They're strong.
All right, let's get it. Let's get to it. What are your best bets before these games get started?
Yeah, real quick for the Drive family, 3 best bets on a Monday for you around baseball. And I'm going to go ahead and note this. This is going to be a fun week because, baby, at the end of this week, some of our best bets are going to be NFL related. That gives me a little Southern blood flow. How about you guys?
It is. Why NFL related? What are you?
Because we're getting there.
Oh, okay.
Finally.
All right.
Finally, the glorious return. 3 baseball bets. These are all starting in the next, 10, 15 minutes. So if you do want to tail, maybe you want to fade, get that locked in. First, Red Sox.
We're not fading, and you're on it. You're guaranteeing it. Let's go.
Red Sox money line. Boston, they are at Baltimore against the Orioles. Almost even money. I got mine at about minus 110. Red Sox to win.
I need the Orioles to win. Go ahead.
In the same game, under 9.5 runs for the Red Sox and Orioles. And then your last bet here on a Monday is Tampa Bay, the Rays, plus 1 run, 45 odds at the Guardians this evening. Those are your 3 best bets.
Come on, Rays. I need it, baby. I need it. There's your best bets. He's guaranteeing them. He feels real good about it. Feels real sexy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Got to have them. Got to have them. How'd you? How were your bets this weekend? We went.
Oh yeah, the casino was actually the old Navajo tribe was nice to me, man.
Yeah.
Probably came home in the green about 200, 250, nothing crazy.
Hey, got you. That mean paid for your trip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a win.
Yeah, it was nice.
Wasn't too bad. Wasn't too shabby. 200. Yeah.
We'll come home with a couple bins.
Now, real quick, because was this like Clint's moment in Vegas? Was this a comeback, or was this a steady thing? Because Clint had to come back to get in the green.
Dug a deep hole, man.
Oh yeah, he did.
I've been there.
Deep hole.
This was not the case this time, though. I honestly didn't gamble a hell of a lot at the casino. Not as much as some of the other guys I was with. But I walked in, first bet I did was I won 50, just throwing it on black. And then after that, all the profit came from slots.
All right, well, there it is. T-Mill's best bets. Go ahead and mess with that money line. Red Sox over the Orioles. Red Sox and Orioles under 9.5. I don't know if it's anything like them Orioles pitching. They may fool around and grab 9 themselves.
That's fair. We did just see that.
God almighty, man. They're turning them out. And then Rays, Guardians, +1 with the Rays. All right, Clint, as I'm looking through here, if Nick can trade Pierce now, he won't wait 4 weeks. He will do so as soon as he can. I do wonder what people think Damian Pierce would get traded for.
Well, if John Mechie gets you a tight end that you need at a need position and a one-round bump up in a draft pick, I think Damian Pierce gets you at least that.
Yeah.
I would think so. I mean, yeah, you got a proven player that is damn near rushed for 1,000 yards in a season. Would have if he'd have stayed healthy. Versus a guy that's never. I mean, hell, he ain't done nothing. And you can argue that the sickness that he went through and had to go through and defeat that you can argue that may have taken years off of his NFL career. You know, it took years from him, but it may have took years off his NFL career. So yeah, I would think that the right team. I wasn't joking earlier. Like I can't remember who I was talking to, but somebody. Oh, I know it was the audio from Nick Kayley talking about how they really liked him in with the LA Rams. Now that may have been Damian Pierce's coach talking.
Yeah.
More so than, hey man, like Sean McVay actually does like the style of Damian Pierce. But yeah, I mean, I think it's. I think there's at least a draft pick, improvement there with Damian Pierce. If there's a running back needy team, I don't know.
Yeah, well, to me, if that is an option right now with the Joe Mixon stuff, because you think they're one of the teams that may be looking more running back than giving up one, they would have it with Marks being that guy or see someone else. I don't know. I know Cam Akers got cut by the Saints today. He is somebody that they had in the building last year that I think jumped Damian Pierce as the number 2 back at times here before they traded him to Minnesota. I think they got a 7th-round pick for him. That's what I was thinking, maybe something similar to what they did with Cam Akers last year.
Yeah.
But Damian does not have multiple Achilles injuries like Cam Akers did and wasn't as old. So we'll see. I don't think
there's also a play with Damian Pierce. If you don't do anything now, you're obviously not re-signing him next year, so he walks for nothing. So do you get a 6th-round pick? Do you get a 7th-round pick? Do you take one of your 6th-round picks and turn it into a 5? Do you get a veteran safety that you can depend on, or a veteran corner that could be your 4th corner? Do you get I don't know. Do you get a veteran? Is there a veteran guard out there that you feel like is maybe not as talented as Juice Scruggs, but kind of like a Jake Andrews? Is there another Jake Andrews out there that's a guard that may not be, the biggest, strongest, offensive lineman, but is an improvement over your guards?
I think Kendrick Green's out there.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking
Kendrick,
about.
not Kenyon.
No, I know neither one of them. I don't think either one of them are. Now, if you're looking for a goal line fullback and you want to cut Jakob Johnson for it, then I'm good with that. I think them Pittsburgh folks are onto something with him playing fullback.
Also, today, if you're wondering, D'Amico Ryan said there is no roster updates at this time. When he had a Zoom with the media earlier today, he said they're still working through it at this point. So that is the latest there with their situation. But there was a player that was interesting that you thought could be somebody that maybe we should look out for. And I don't know how many people have talked about it, but Danico Autry. He is somebody, if there was a surprise one, he would be one that you kind of looked at that maybe he is not on this roster. And he seemed to be somebody that they love when you think about his position versatility, which they like, that can play inside, outside. You never want to have too many pass rushers. This is guys that multiple double-digit sack seasons. But you think he is somebody to keep an eye on about potentially not being a part of this 53.
Yeah, look, I mean, the reality of it is there's a contract there that's a bigger number that there's some cap savings, significant cap savings there. He has been unavailable for one reason or another, whether it's injury or it was the PED suspension, I believe it was, when he first got to town. So, yeah, I mean, he's been a good player, the very small sample size that he's been here, that he's been healthy. And you just wonder, they really like Darrell Taylor. I think they really like Derek Barnett, obviously. And so you start looking at the depth pieces. Inside, you could argue that I'd rather, especially passing situations, have that package. But do you pay him $10 million, bypass the cap savings, and hope that he's legal and healthy? I don't know. I just think it's something to watch. I think that is something. I think the big names on this team that are something to watch. I think Danico Autry's one, and I think Cam Robinson is one. I think Damian Pierce obviously is one. And I pick a name, but some of those depth linebackers, there's some really good linebackers that are going to have to be nicked from this team.
The Hansons, the Neiman's, guys that help on special teams.
Yep.
As well. Yeah, there's a lot. Danico Autry, I don't think that's one that a lot of people are talking about. I would put that in a category of me being surprised if they did that. I get your points. I think one, you never have enough pass rushers, and they love the ability of moving him inside and outside and having him on the field in a way that I don't think Taylor can do, Barnett as much.
Well, there's also too the injury right now helps him. You know what I mean? Like the injury allows the Texans to go, okay, we're going to leave you on this PUP list, or we're going to leave you on this unable to perform list, and kind of couch you for another month. And then if anything happens with these other guys, we'll bring you back and play you. So from a roster perspective, the injury kind of gives them an out, if you will, or an avenue to keep him along with everybody else. It all comes down to, do they want those cap saves? I can't remember what they are. I want to say it's $4 or $5 million that they could save. So,
all right, you brought up one, and I think this is going to be the toughest decision that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have to make. And that is, do we keep a guy that we have committed $12 million to and keep a guy that we drafted in the second round that played in playoff games for us last year? Do we keep both of them as backups? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, some things, they just go better together, baby. Y'all heard the song before, well, now I'm singing it. Burgers and fries, Friday nights in football, and now
McCarrum Injury Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up behind us on this beautiful Monday, Texans All Access, as I'm sure they will give you their thoughts on the news of the day. Joe Mixon is going to miss the first 4 weeks of the season, being placed on the non-football injured list. So I'm sure they will discuss that. You'll hear the latest from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Nobody understanding and closer to the Texans situation than those guys. Andre Ware, Indy Kalu, part of the broadcast team. Indy Kalu did a great job doing TV preseason with John Harris in the booth, as well as Andre Ware. Obviously, Andre does a great job with Vandermeer Can I hear a little Andre? You got a little Andre with Woody Marks? When Woody Marks scored his touchdown, Andre gives us one about 4 or 5 times a year. When he told them damn Titans to put them jerseys in the trunk, that was one when he said it's every week with this guy. He's a table hitter. This is Woody Marks, who scored a touchdown against the Lions. Here's Andre Ware in a part of his call.
2nd down and 4 at the Detroit 9. Mertz under center, Marks in the backfield. Berrios motioning around. Here's the give to Woody. Over left guard, across the 5. He's in! Touchdown, Houston! Woody Marks, power running into the end zone. Good blocking on the left side, and the Texans are back in front of Detroit.
I'm just saying.
That's going to be a hot key.
I am just saying.
Correct, Mark.
Hey, man, I swear, the third one I thought for sure was Tyler replaying the second one. And everybody know, been around somebody like that at the end? I'm just saying. You know exactly what the hell he's saying.
I'm just saying.
That's going to be a hot key.
Lean into that thing. Go ahead, Trey. He's coming up as well on Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. And will that is one that will pull me out of any mood that I'm in. You following up back to Beckham? I mean, good God. Because I could just see the look on his face while he just stand down there looking over his empire. He's staring down there. She had a little head shake with it. That good hair Andre got a little head shake with it.
And old producer Mark couldn't help. That's going to be a drop.
I bet Aaron was losing his mind too. All right, that's coming up. After them, Area 45, they're back in action tonight, as well as they will have their thoughts on the Joe Mixon news and much, much more as they follow. Yeah. Make them say. All right. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago coming up behind Mark and John, Texans All Access. So stay with it. All right. Again, as we've said throughout the day, there are several teams that have made moves, made cuts. I saw the Bears. They gone ahead and Ben Johnson didn't waste no time, man. He's ready to rock and roll. I saw him go ahead and unload 14 people today. Like Ben Johnson used to work at Sprint or something. Boy, that was a weekly thing for them. But they've unloaded some players. Some other teams have made some cuts. The Texans are still, as we said before, still kind of working through some things according to D'Amico Ryans there. So they have not made any moves. But Clint, I think the decision that they're going to have to make, to me, and what I think they're really talking about, because this is going to cause them in some form or fashion to maybe keep a player that they may not fully trust, which would then make them probably have to get rid of a player somewhere on the roster that they maybe would love to keep, because the tackle and offensive line situation, and the tackle situation in particular, now that it looks like Ursary is going to be the left tackle and it looks like Titus Howard's going to be the right tackle, now that leaves Fisher, Cam Robinson, second-round pick, and Blake Fisher, who you just drafted last year. You usually want to develop those guys. And Cam Robinson, the veteran tackle who you gave $12 million to, I think, in your thoughts, fill the left tackle void. And then distant Trent Brown, who you brought in, which I don't know how much he actually factors into this part of it. But you usually don't have two backup tackles. Usually there's a swing tackle that could play you usually don't have two backup tackles that you're keeping on the roster, and especially a guy who makes $12 million is one of them.
Look, your plan to fix the biggest issue with the Texans consisted of these two guys starting and Ariante Ursary you drafted in the second round. Let's see where he fits in. Let's see if he can take a job. And the reality of it is both of the guys, Blake Fisher apparently has pissed down his leg and regressed significantly since been injured. So now you've got those two guys as backups. Look, I can't help but think right now, given the Texans tackle situation, that given the opportunity, and I don't know if the opportunity presents itself or not, but given the opportunity, even if you've got to pay some of Cam Robinson's contract, I got to believe there's teams out there that after training camp realize they need a starting tackle and an upgrade at a starting tackle. And the Texans probably need some level of guard play that they can absolutely trust and don't have to blow up their tackle situation if if Ed Ingram can't play, right? I mean, I just...
Ooh, that's a good point. What if Titus and Ursary are really playing well, but you're having some issues, or there's an injury, you're having some issues with the inside? Right now, you would think the move would probably be Titus over Juice or Patterson.
Yeah, I mean, or you can play the whole Juice, Patterson at guard. He's really a center and he's light in the ass, or which he, by the way, he's bigger than I thought he was when I saw him at camp this week. Maybe he's been working, but
who is
Jared Patterson. But Juice, we've seen that song and dance before, and look, maybe they are comfortable with it. I'm just painting the picture of you've got 4, if you count Trent Brown, 5 tackles, and the problem area is if a problem arises inside, you have to shuffle your offensive line deck by moving Titus Howard in, moving Ariante Ursary from left to right, and putting Cam Robinson in at left. Like that is because you couldn't find decent guard play, which was a problem when the season ended last year, right? So all I'm saying is just over the next 24 hours, if there is an opportunity that presents itself for the Texans to eat a little bit of the Cam Robinson deal, you move Cam for a guard, for an interior offensive lineman. I don't know why you don't make that move.
Yeah.
I don't know why you don't make that move, right? I mean, you've again, unless Juice Scruggs has impressed you to the point of where you have zero concerns, unless Ed Ingram has come in and you're sitting there and your conversation around Ed Ingram is like, what in the hell was Minnesota thinking? Ed Ingram is this guy's going to save our interior offensive line. Like, unless those conversations are being had, I got to believe that they're considering moving Cam Robinson.
Yeah. I mean, I would think $12 million as a backup. I got it. You don't see those And it's a backup position in which they don't get on the field. Right. Like it's a tackle situation. Text line coming through with Fisher and an unproven Ursary at tackle. Nick needs the insurance that Cam Robinson offers from the text line. Also, they think they keep 2 backup tackles knowing Titus can go to guard. Yeah,
the Titus thing is interesting. I don't like it in theory. I mean, I know it can happen, but I don't like it. But we'll see. I mean,
I just don't like it from the standpoint of let's say, Fish, who do you think? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only one that can play that I think right now that I would trust to play is Cam.
So Cam. All right. You're forced from that perspective, is Cam that can play. And
I wouldn't. I'll be honest with you though. I would not be opposed to. Now I need to know whether that second preseason game where he improved. I need to know what this last week has looked like for Blake Fisher. Yeah. But I would not have a problem going into a season with Blake Fisher as a swing tackle. Hell, you did it last year.
Yeah. That's my thing is with the tightest to guard situation, if for some reason an injury or something occurs or just poor play like last year, boy, man, maybe it's not a big deal, but just uprooting 3 different positions, right? To get to you would unless you really believe Juice can hold it down or something like that. But then if you say, all right, the best that we could do is kicking Titus inside, moving Ursery, especially if he's playing well, moving Ursery back to the right side and Cam in the left tackle spot. 3 different positions, and that would especially be tough if Ariante Ursery is holding down the left side. And there's a difference there.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I think it's just something to watch. Look, I don't.
That's the biggest decision I think they have.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I do. If the opportunity presents itself, I got to believe that is on the table, especially one that allows you to reinforce your interior offense.
I lost a whole lot of money if you'd have told me, hey, Ed Ingram's going to start at a guard. Andrews is going to start at center, and Cam and Blake are looking at backup spots. Second-round pick, and a guy who makes 12. I would have lost a lot of money.
They're all fixable.
A lot of money in that scenario. But right now, that's the scenario we're staring right down the pipes at. All right. Again, Texans All Access coming up.